Mumia, tell us, how hopeful are you on the new trial?
Yeah, I mean, tripped up on it.
August 12th. There's a whole series of events that unfolded in very rapid order that I believe produced this action by the judge. And I think you should note, we did not ask for this stay. The judge did this on his own. We last asked him on Thursday. So in other words, it was the judge's thinking on timing that controlled today. What is it that moved the judge to grant a stay when we hadn't asked for it?
It's good news in cases where there are unanswered questions and there is reasonable doubt. The state should not go on the limb and kill someone with unanswered questions, and where there is reasonable doubt.
It was a matter that we hope the Pennsylvania Supreme Court will review.
Do you really think
Okay.
we just got a small but very small victory today? It gives us time to strive to go forward, to get more things done, but we have a long way to go. We don't have Mumia in our arms yet.
That's great.
Is this it?
This is probably one of the most clear cases we've ever come across. We had the killer sitting feet from the victim with the murder weapon beside him, missing 5 bullets that were then in Officer Faulkner. And Officer Faulkner, before he died, was able to get off a shot and hit the killer in this case. There's never been a more clear example of why the death penalty is warranted and that it needs to be carried out. Unfortunately, the time lag
Yeah, I mean, tripped up on it. Yeah, that's it, man.
Right on. So we are live today with our good brother Mumia Abu-Jamal, who has been fighting a good fight before many of us was born. How are you feeling today, comrade? How's everything going with you?
Oh, brother, I am well. I am well. As I say, every day is a new day and a new beginning. So let us begin this one well.
Right on, right on, right on. Hey man, we know that I mean there's so much stuff that we would like to rap about in so little time. But I know that you know, just getting to the meat of it, we know that you've been fighting for fighting this whole health situation for a minute. You know, tell us how that's going right now. I know that you recently had had surgery back a few months ago. How's your health right now? Is it pretty strong or?
It is. It really is. My health is, I mean, I'm a biased observer.
Right on.
My health is excellent, though. And, you know, I just keep moving every day. I have a walk for about an hour when we're in the yard. And if we're not in the yard, if the weather is inclement, you walk on the block. I just keep on walking. That's one of the good pieces of advice that the good doctors told me about, which is to walk. And it's a perfect exercise, and I just walk. So,
right on.
Still walking.
Right on, right on. We'll keep on walking as the song go. We know that this December marks 40 years since you were railroaded. You spent 30 on death row and solitary confinement. 10 of those was after a federal judge ordered the death sentence overturned. You know, I mean, your strength has just been impeccable. Along with that, you recently dropped a commentary called Movement Pains. And in it, you spoke about the oppressed and abuse of power within the movement. Can you speak to that? Because of the fact that that's prevalent right now. And we know it's always been.
Well, you know, I think about things from different perspectives. So, you know, when I write, I try to be original in my thinking and not just additive of what others are saying. So, if I'm not bringing anything original to the table, I'm not talking.
Right.
You know, just echo. And, you know, echo can create reverb. You know, in radio, that ain't cool. You
Right.
dig?
Yes, sir.
So, I want to bring something new to the table. So that means you have to kind of think things through and just bring it when it's there, when it's timely,
Right on.
when the time is right. You know, the movement has shifted as life has shifted. And, but, you know, on the whole, I think that this is really a wonderful period, right? To be alive because people are awake. I was going to say awakened, and I was tempted to say woke, but people have awakened to really the poisons of the system in ways they haven't been for decades. You know, there are a lot of people who never lived during the 60s. That was one of the freest moments I know in my own kind of personal life as being part of a group of revolutionaries known as the Black Panther Party. But
Right on.
those periods repeat themselves, right, in cycles throughout history, right? And, you know, given the technology that brings people face to face with the George Floyd situation and similar situations around the country, many people have awakened to the nature of this beast because they couldn't turn away from it. They were looking literally live, right, in real time.
That's right.
At a modern day legal lynching. And it, you know, it freaked them. It freaked them out.
Right.
Because they couldn't believe it. And it's like, you know, this ain't a TV show.
That's right.
It's a reality. You get it?
Right.
And the real truth behind that is that it happens damn near every day.
That's right.
But people don't see it. They don't feel it. for these crimes for his mama.
Sure.
Because he knows, right, that he has moments left to live. Because he, as he explained, he can't breathe, right? Then that's an awakening moment. And so, you take advantage of that moment and you build on it, right? You teach people about the history of the United States, the history of white supremacy, the history of colonialism and imperialism. And you build, and you build, and you build. This is a time for movement building all around the world. And think about this. When George Floyd happened, it wasn't a national thing. It was a global thing. People demonstrated in like Korea, Japan, Indonesia, England, France, Germany, literally all across the world, because what they felt, what they saw, what they experienced was a human being killed by the state with cold complicity, right? And it's stuff like that that builds movement and creates struggles to carry us through the next dark time.
Right on. And the beauty of you is the fact that you've always had your finger to the pulse of the streets. I remember we reached out to you when Troy Davis was on death row. I reached out to Pam and Noel Hanrahan, and they said, yeah, Mumia said that he's going to support the Troy Davis situation. There you were, fresh off the death row yourself, and you were pushing for others. Your strength, like I said, it's impeccable. I want to ask you real quick, because I know we are pressed for time, but what is the role, or what should be the role in journalism, or with journalists these days, because of the fact that we know that part of your sacrifice was your reporting on MOVE and other atrocities that were going on in Philadelphia. Can you speak to that?
The role of a journalist is to be, in a revolutionary perspective, I should say a revolutionary journalist as opposed to a corporate journalist. But the role of a journalist, in my mind, is to be a tribune of the people, to, as you suggested, to touch the pulse of the people, to feel what they feel.
You have 1 minute left.
And to reflect that which they do not, so that we can, again, build movements that are moving at a higher frequency and a higher vibration, to pull people together and to inspire them to do that which we know is possible, because it has happened in the past. Anything that has happened in the human past is possible in the human future. That's both negative, but it's also positive. So we can build, we can grow, and we have to think along those terms, because as a man thinketh, and as a woman thinketh, so it is. So let us come together, as George Jackson reminded us.
Right on.
Stop our squabbles and join together and fight against this monster before it takes.
Thank you for using Securus. Goodbye.
Love you as well, brother. Yes. We've been listening to Mumia Abu-Jamal. He had the opportunity to call in fresh this morning, and it's so much we wanted to speak to him on, but we know we're pressed for time, so hopefully we will get him back on the line soon. You're checking out Riot Starter TV, and make sure that you stay in tune with not only Mumia Abu-Jamal, but all political prisoners. The call is free them all. Uhuru.
Hey, I'll call back when he calls.
Cool, that's dope.
and then, you know, keep him in jail. They're saying that
the hate.
I mix what I like. I mix what I like. What I like. What I like. What I like.
So now, the hate that hate produced. While city officials, state agencies, white liberals, and sober-minded Negroes stand idly by, a group of Negro dissenters is taking to street corner step ladders, church pulpits, sports arenas, and ballroom platforms across the United States to preach a gospel of hate that would set off a federal investigation if it were preached by Southern whites. What are they saying? Listen, 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 listen.
People always ask, what is hate about? Why would you hate on anything? Why don't you kill yourself with love? We don't love the conditions that stand below love, so we gotta hate on them.
And I want to say this here today too. If people are offended by so-called words of profanity, that word motherfucker, I didn't invent it. It was invented by a motherfucker who understands what a motherfucker is. Somebody that fuck over your air, fuck over your water, fuck over your children. So I'm saying, don't get offended by the word. Get offended by the motherfucker that is standing behind the word and do something about that. People talk about Pan Africa, talk profanity. But what is more profane than the act of these motherfuckers? I'm not confused about motherfuckers, okay? And I'm saying we gotta learn to call it when we see it. And don't be ashamed to call it. And those that oppose them, we must not be afraid to do the righteous battle because our children, our mothers, our loved ones are on the line.
Motherfuckers don't want me. Black skin never win in this motherfucking country. Motherfuckers act like it's cool. Racism, the motherfucker fool. Black billionaires and millionaires, high gloss with kingly ears. Occupants of the lid, that is drunk off what's usually theirs. Don't care enough to share in the mouths that truly dare. People laugh at you. Talk about Africa. You love it so much, nigga, go back there. Well, motherfucker, that's mighty whitey. Yeah, wish I could, cause I'm tired of fighting. Yeah, motherfucking ignorant asses. Lies talking classes, make it hard to enlighten ya. But luckily, motherfucker, I'm patient. I work with hope in the scope of station. Social agent amongst my peers, the favorite. They let me put a dope be flagrant. Motherfucker, way I stated. Well, let me spit fire on these thieves. The Bush administration just to seize. Tell the motherfuckers, niggas believe. Like Colin Powell, Condoleezza, JC Watts, we don't need ya. Can't y'all see y'all working for Caesar? These motherfucking geezers, the same ones that smacked your pappy, got all crappy when you patted your nappy and called you when we saw you. And claimed the famous fuck all you niggas.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like. All right. What's up, world? Welcome to another edition of I Mix What I Like Live. Again, I'm Jared Ball. Happy to be back with you once more. IMixWhatILike.org for all your relevance for everything, and at I Mix What I Like for all your relevant social media. And again, as you heard, there was my man, the mayor of DC, hip hop head rock, who will in fact be joining us next week with a number of people, I believe, maybe a couple surprises. I don't know. Cornell West Theory might be in the building. It's going to be an interesting, as we have a raptivist rappers roundtable or rhyme and rebellion roundtable next week. So stay tuned for that. And in a moment, we'll be talking with my man, Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows, who talks about the B-span concept all the time. And while we are taking a break tomorrow, Monday might actually feel like that. We're going all day. We have a lot going on. We're going to be talking with Chuck Modiano, who's been in the streets for all the Black Lives Matter protests, and going to be talking about that. And then, man, I don't even remember what else is happening on Monday. And then my man Bashi Rose, who is the creator of the background graphic that we see here. He's going to be talking with us about his work and the Conjure Collective that he works with. A very dope, I don't even know what to call him, Afro-futuristic artist, multimedia. I don't even know what to call him. He's just genius level stuff. It's going to be fantastic. And then after that, we're going to have the brothers from Renegade Culture going to be coming on for a rousing couple of maybe hour or so conversation about their work. So you don't want to miss any of that and all the stuff that we just did, including our conversation with Tierney Cherie, the African Esquire. All of that's up. So please go check that out. But without further ado, I want to bring in the two guests that I have here so far, who folks will remember, if not from many other things from our conversation the other day. We have, of course, my colleague, comrade, Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows, longtime biographer and reporter of Mumia Abu-Jamal and many other related issues, most of which you can see at drumsintheglobalvillage.com. And at times he graces us at imixwhatilike.org with mostly his reviews lately, which have been causing quite a stir themselves. And he was, of course, with us not long ago for our conversation about the new Negroes in Obama's book, or memoir, rather. So definitely check that out. And, of course, we have with us Professor Lynn Washington Jr., who, again, among many other things, is a veteran journalist who spent years in Philadelphia covering the MOVE movement. He currently teaches courses in investigative reporting, journalism, law, and multimedia reporting and news writing. He has co-created the department that is within. I just went blank.
Just say no.
Well, I was going to say Temple. I just went blank for some reason. I don't have it in front of me, but obviously we're talking about Temple University. But no, I want to make sure people are a little bit clear, because we don't even talk about what Sister Pam reminded me of earlier today. All your work in terms of writing about Black judges and covering the trial, your law review work, your legal background. There's so many things. And as I said before in our last conversation, I want to reiterate here, just somebody who is truly a supporter of many of us doing a variety of similar or trying to be similar in the work that we do. So I greatly appreciate that. So Lynn Washington Jr., Todd Stephen Burrows, thanks again to both of you for joining us. Pam Africa, we had a long conversation earlier today. She is endeavoring to join us this evening, and she's going to do everything she can. And then she has said that if she cannot, for whatever reason, she will join us very soon. She had a lot to say. I obviously can't recount it for her. Some of it was slightly critical of our conversation, but mostly she really appreciated what we did. She is deeply appreciative of the work, certainly, that Lynn has put in over the years, and Dr. Burrows, and the conversation just in general that we had. But anyway, so we look forward to that. So I know tonight I at least wanted to get us started with the relatively new news related to Mumia. We talked a lot about the 40 years a prisoner documentary. We can certainly come back to some of that.
By the way, I've seen it now, so
okay, good.
So if you want to, so we can talk about it, because I definitely have my own opinion on it, but I wanted to throw that out there.
Well, sure, absolutely. Well, all I wanted to do was get started with the conversation about the new court ruling regarding Mumia's case. Talked a little bit about it in the last segment we did last couple hours ago, but just reiterate it again. And then Todd, you just sent me something from Prison Radio, Noel Hanrahan, which actually is in part what I was reading from last time. I didn't even realize it.
Okay.
but this issue of the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 5 and Maureen Faulkner, that is the widow of Daniel Faulkner, the police officer killed, and for which Mumia Abu-Jamal has been tried and convicted and left in prison all these years. It says here that Maureen Faulkner and the FOP have lost this fight, but the rematch is going to be brutal. On December 16th, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court dismissed the FOP. In fact, let me just go ahead and pull this up for those watching just very quickly. Here we go. Let's see here. There we go. Right. Sorry about that. That is on December 16th, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court dismissed the FOP's King's Bench petition to remove Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner as the prosecutor in Mumia Abu-Jamal's criminal case and replace him with the Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro. Mumia is contesting his first-degree murder conviction for the shooting death of Philadelphia police officer Daniel Faulkner on December 9th, 1981. And again, we didn't plan this, but that was the night December 9th was when we convened our first discussion. And I know that was the anniversary of this, and that wasn't planned, but it was, I guess, serendipitous of sorts. Anyway, sort of. Mumia is contesting his first-degree murder conviction of the shooting death of Philadelphia police officer Daniel Faulkner on December 9th, 1981. His default opponent in court is the lead prosecutor for the city of Philadelphia, DA Larry Krasner. The recently dismissed King's Bench petition argued unsuccessfully that Krasner is biased in favor of Mumia and should be removed. In reality, Krasner has made clear, both through statements made in deposition and through legal action, that he will vigorously work to uphold Mumia's conviction. The FOP's problem with Krasner isn't that he won't fight to keep Mumia in prison. It's that he's not willing to blatantly shred the Constitution to do it. Lynn, and let me just stop there. And I wanted to at least reading and to start with asking you what your thoughts are of this latest ruling, and then maybe to have you start there with putting in context what it all means in the context of Mumia's ongoing imprisonment and previous trial.
Okay. 30 seconds or less. Please don't tell me that.
No. We have no rules other than those that we set for ourselves.
No, we're going to go till you get tired of us.
And just quickly, people, please do put your comments, those watching, in the comments and critiques, questions in the chat. We'll get to as many as possible. And those who see this later, do the same, and we'll try to respond as well. Sorry about that, Lynn. Go ahead.
Okay. Mumia's appeal is pending at one of the appellate courts in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Supreme Court is the highest court in the state of Pennsylvania, just like the U.S. Supreme Court is the highest federal court. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court intervened in a very unusual way in the Abu-Jamal case earlier this year. That stopped the appeals process. Everybody just, okay, stop. Put on the parking brake, and then the Supreme Court ordered an investigation on an allegation that Larry Krasner, the DA, was biased in favor of Mumia and wasn't fighting hard enough against Mumia's appeals. This investigation was done. The investigation came to the conclusion that Krasner was not biased, and he could and probably would vigorously fight the appeals. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court removed itself from the case, and that was called King's Bench. King's Bench is, like I said, a very unusual, rare power that the Supreme Court has. But that power, and here's the key, that power is supposed to only be used in cases that have a large impact and they really deal with some fundamental issue of injustice. So what we have here is the longtime enemies of Mumia. I mean, people who first tried to get him executed and then, keep him in jail. They're saying that because these appeals may bring justice to Abu-Jamal's, who's been in prison for 39 years, it's an injustice to them. So these one little crew although it's the Philadelphia Police Union and the remarried widow of the police officer who was murdered on December 9th, 1981. They say that this is an injustice for us. We want you to get involved here because justice is not being done. This Abu-Jamal guy might be winning. That is not the way the legal system is supposed to operate. So let me just take it back one step further because it's important. Maureen Faulkner, the remarried widow of Daniel Faulkner, tried to interject herself in the case at the Superior Court level. The Superior Court said, Mrs. Faulkner, we understand, but you ain't got no standing here. No, you can't get involved. So when they lost at that level, they went up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court granted this King's bench. Ironically, or interestingly, part of the appeal deals with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and what it hasn't done. So in rejecting this attempt to have the case removed from Larry Krasner, they issued a couple of rulings or opinions. And it's hot air and hypocrisy in these opinions. They jump all over Larry Krasner for conflict of interest and an overt bias, basically for two things. In 2000, okay, we are now almost in 2021. In 2000, Larry Krasner represented some protesters who protested at the presidential nominating commission by the Republicans. It was held in Philly. And a few of those protesters carried signs that said "Free Mumia." So because Larry Krasner, as a defense attorney, was a part of a big team representing this even bigger number of protesters, he's biased in the case. Preposterous, but that's what happened. That's what the Supreme Court granted. So I'm sorry, this is a long way around to say that this appeal to inject himself in a case and try to get it moved out of Philadelphia to the state attorney general's office is highly unusual, should never have been granted. Now that it has not been granted, it doesn't mean that it's a clear victory, because one of the judges, in the writing of their opinion, laid out some reasons in ways to get Larry Krasner off the case. It's like, yo, Bob, nobody was asking for your advice here. And once again, they interjected themselves. When I say they, I mean that court. Thus, let me just say this one thing, and I'll stop here. A number of years ago, before I had gray hairs, probably, I came up with this phrase called the Mumia Exception. And what I meant was that in court rulings, the law says the law, right? If you put all white people on a jury and you purposely exclude black people from the jury, you should get a new trial, just like in Mumia's case, but it didn't happen. It happened in scores of other people, but it didn't happen in Mumia's case. So you can go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down 22, because he had 22 claims of appeals that were just rejected. All of those could have given relief, but it didn't. So why is the law not the law in the Mumia case? Well, it means that except. The law means this, except in Mumia's case. We won't apply it, or we'll bend it to make sure that it doesn't apply to him, or we'll just break it and we'll create some new stuff. Yeah, yesterday we said X, Y, and Z. Today in the Mumia case, X, Y, and Z doesn't apply. And then tomorrow, X, Y, and Z will apply forevermore after this. It's just nuts. And this opinion, in many ways, is the same way. And then the bottom line is, now it takes the case back to where it was, where it's been delayed for a year. Abu-Jamal, a judge in Philadelphia, said that he has a fundamental right to appeal for something we could talk about later. And then since that happened, the district attorney found 6 boxes of material that has evidence in it that really should require not only a new trial at the very least, but opening up the door of the jailhouse and letting him out, because this was like fundamental violations of his rights. And as they've done in a couple of cases where they've let people directly off of death row, they say that to try this person again would be a violation of constitutional rights.
Right.
And then, would make a mockery of justice. So to restore our faith in the justice system and correct this injustice, we'll let this person off of death row, except Mumia. You can't get out. Sorry, long answer. For you.
No, but we need to hear it. I appreciate it, and we're in no particular hurry, other than the fact that every single question and point regarding all of this case and all these issues ultimately would require and necessitate its own extremely long conversation and answer. So that's it. But one question that came up, and Todd, feel free to respond to what Lynn just said or what I'm going to ask here. But in our conversations with Dhoruba bin Wahad, he keeps pointing out the need for movements to be developed or to target directly the role of the fraternal order police in all of these cases. That their presence in all of this is not only unjust, and I don't know if he's developed some legal argument, but is inhibiting all of the movement or much of the movement in defense of people like Mumia and other political prisoners. And of course, they're all over this case here. Do either of you have a particular thought on that?
I have a bunch of thoughts about Maureen Faulkner and the FOP. But before I go into that, I wanted to ask Lynn this. Lynn, you listed like 21, 22 constitutional violations. Is there like a list? Like, do we have like a kind of a web-friendly list of like, these are the 22 violations of Mumia Abu-Jamal? Because if we don't, I would love to see that on your website. This can't be happening. Is that .com or .org, your website?
.net.
.net. This can't be happening. .net is Lynn Washington's equivalent, Jared, of I Mix What I Like. It's his opinion magazine, news opinion magazine. So do we have that list, Lynn?
No, I haven't seen it online lately. The list exists. And when I said that was in 1995, when he had this big appeal hearing, that they raised 22 items. And the trial judge, who was one of the items in those appeal items, his bias in the trial, handled the 1995 appeal, right? Rejected all 22 of them. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, the one who's now putting their fingers in, I was going to say something else, putting their fingers in to the case unfairly, putting the finger on the scale of justice. They back then said that Szabo's bias that was so extreme during that 1995 hearing, where all of those appeal items were dismissed, was not at all biased. His intemperate remarks, his displays of intemperate remarks, the untoward displays, all of this didn't show any bias at all. In fact, he was goaded by Abu-Jamal's defense attorneys, who were trying to introduce evidence that they believe existed. Now, if you have evidence, apparently you have evidence. And if you're trying to introduce that evidence, it's not that you believe you may have some evidence, you have the evidence. But they twist all these words around constantly, and that's what denies Abu-Jamal a bit of justice. But your short answer, Todd, is that that list is not in existence now, but it would be a number of pages, because each time he raises these constitutional issues, the list gets longer, and the courts just, for the better part, just check off saying, no harm, no foul, but we've given 12 people relief on all 22 of those yesterday, but we're not giving it to this guy.
Now, see, Jared, the reason I bring this up with Lynn is that for the past 25 years or so, Lynn has been writing about other violations that happens to Mumia. The Mumia rule, which is they've made up rules in Pennsylvania just for Mumia. So when you're talking about the 21 or 22 constitutional violations, you're talking about the U.S. Constitution. You're not talking about what Pennsylvania did on top of that, right?
Oh, no, right. You're absolutely correct. The Mumia rule, which now applies to all prisoners, is that reporters cannot bring audio, visual equipment in when they're talking to prisoners, nor can they bring in a pen and a pad. So when you can't do your reporting unless you have a photographic memory, and many reporters do not.
And the reason they did this was because there was a HBO, talking about HBO, there was a HBO America Undercover documentary in 1996 or 1997 called Mumia Abu-Jamal, or Case of Reasonable Doubt, ? And what the documentarians did was they took Mumia's side, innocent until proven guilty, and they put together the evidence of, well, let's see the state prove this. It was an objective documentary, but they were very clear on the fact that they thought Mumia had points that he was making about his legal case that he wanted the system to respond to. They went in and interviewed Mumia for this, and this HBO documentary was so successful, that's when they passed Mumia rule, right after. And this is done again and again and again in his case. And Lynn has been documenting all of the times they've done that. So, for instance, what Lynn could talk about, if he wanted to, he could talk about how Mumia was illegally on death row. Could you talk about that for a minute? Because I think that happened once or twice, right?
Well, generally, when you get appeals, you're supposed to be pulled off of death row. When his death sentence was vacated, instead of him going immediately into general population, they kept him in administrative segregation for months. So it was still in solitary confinement. In the death penalty itself, as it turned out after 29 years, that had been improperly imposed. So they got rid of the death penalty, and they said that he could get a new hearing, not on guilt or innocence, but rather he should get another death sentence or life in prison. And the prosecutor said, we'll just give him life in prison and move on. But the man is still fighting for his rights to be at least fairly presented in court, which they haven't been.
Now, I want to point out that everything Lynn outlined was before he got hepatitis C, and then they tried to kill him there, according to Mumia activists, in terms of medical neglect. So every single time, so for instance, as a biographer, I've seen this, every single 2 or 3 years, something happens about Mumia Abu-Jamal that they make a special rule just to attack him. I'll give you one example. This is way from the 90s. You remember this, Lynn. There was a benefit concert for Mumia's case. And you're laughing, right? This is why you're laughing, audience. Check this out. There was a benefit concert for Mumia's case in New Jersey with Rage Against the Machine and all these other rock groups or whatever got together, and they had a free Mumia concert, and the money was going to be raised, and the money was going to go to Mumia's defense fund. The governor of New Jersey, and I think that was Christine Todd Whitman at that time. I was in Maryland at this time. But the governor of New Jersey, Christine Todd Whitman, got a law passed that took that money and gave it to the state FOP. Am I right on that one?
Yeah. More of this Mumia exception and laws that are passed specifically for him, which on their, as lawyers would say, on his face, is illegal. You can't use the law or misuse the law in that way. One of Mumia's first court battles was when he was on death row, and he was receiving a subscription of the Socialist Workers Party newspaper. It was for free.
Right.
The prison stopped it, and their argument was that this guy on death row, who's in solitary confinement, 23 hours in a cell, 1 hour out of a cell by himself with nobody else around him in a little dog cage type outside area, him having that newspaper in his cell that he can't even pass around death row created a security hazard for the entire institution. So it justified them not delivering the newspaper to him. And he took it to court, And the court said, well, that does sound a little preposterous, but we defer to the prison people normally. However, since you didn't cross this T and put a comma here, we administratively will have to dismiss this suit. And I mean, again, just preposterousness from the start. This would have been in the late 80s, a couple of years after he went into prison.
I mean, my personal favorite was when he was on death row with a date to die, August 17th, 1995, Marcus Garvey's birthday. All right. And they said, oh, you published this book live from death row. That means you've engaged in a business or profession. And so now we're going to put you on solitary confinement. So you can't use the law library to try to save yourself. Am I mischaracterizing any of that one?
No, it was so bizarre. In 1995, Abu-Jamal had this very pivotal appeal hearing. Right before they were getting ready to have the appeal hearing, the governor of Pennsylvania issued a death warrant. Now, if you have not exhausted all of your appeals, it's illegal to sign a death warrant. But that's what the governor did. The judge who was trying the appeal, hearing the appeal hearing, Judge Sabo, who was biased in the 82 trial, one of the appeal items in 95 was his bias in that trial. He's handling the trial. He sees the death warrant and he says, okay, we got to have the hearing before you're executed. You know, you kind of, I'm sorry to laugh because this is.
You can't believe it. No, because you can't believe it.
So foul that even from 1995, you can still smell it. It stinks that bad. It is crossing to a new.
And these are the kind of articles, Brother Ball, because I want you to jump back in. But these are the kind of articles Lynn has been writing about. You can do a doctoral dissertation just on these articles that Lynn has been writing about for the last 25 years when stuff like this popped up, and it was just for Mumia. It was just to mess with Mumia because they are so upset. Because I want to talk about the Faulkners in a minute, but I want you to come back in. But it's amazing because they literally cannot accept the fact that this man is alive. He's writing. He's making an impact. And they literally cannot accept their victory over him, right? I mean, he's been in jail for almost 40 years. They won. They convicted him. He's in jail. He hasn't seen his, he's barely touched his family in almost 40 years. But they're such sore winners because what they want is him to be dead. And they keep making that clear over and over again. And so they can't get him dead. So they say, well, what way in which we can mess with him so that we can disrupt anything he does because we're mad because he just won't die. And that's really the issue with the Faulkners, which I want to get to in a minute. But go ahead, Brother Ball.
Well, no, but I mean, go ahead, because in a way, what Timothy is raising here indirectly gets to the point I was going to raise. Because one, there's this issue of how does the case even go past Judge Sabo? I mean, when you read just what that man said and is on record as having said, I don't know how. Well, I mean, so on the one hand, legally, it's like, how does this even continue to happen? But this kind of gets to a question I wanted to raise, because obviously he's not being persecuted for anything strictly following the overt law or what is said to have happened overtly. Because Todd, to your point that you raised off air, this whole thing of Mumia getting what everybody gets until they find out later that they can use the politics against him. I don't know if I agree with that, in the sense that, one, he's under surveillance from jump, but then sort of everything after this is not meant to only be to punish him, but to punish the rest of us who might engage in this kind of work politically.
Well, I'm going to explain that point, and then I'm going to get to the Faulkners, but let me explain that point. Okay, let's bust a myth. Mumia Abu-Jamal is not in jail because he was a Black Panther. There are many ex-Black Panthers who are around, who live their lives. They're not in jail. They're not on death row. Mumia is in jail because he chose to pull out a gun in a glove compartment, put it in his hand, and cross a street to where a cop is. Now, what happened? What happened after that? You know, it's up to dispute, and there's all sorts of reasonable doubts, etc., that he should have been out. Okay, but I just want to make it clear: Mumia Abu-Jamal is not in jail because he was a Black Panther. He was not given an unfair trial because he was a Black Panther. He's in jail because he had a confrontation with a cop with a gun. That's just a fact. Now,
and that's why, real quick though, hold on real quick, because that's why people get mad at you, because in the joint that I was just reading from, right, Noel Hanrahan says unequivocally the exact opposite. That Mumia is in jail because he was a Black Panther, and that we need to understand that.
I understand that. But now, here's where I'm going to try to do a little nuance here, and if Lynn wants to disagree with me, he can, and then we'll get to the Faulkners. From the moment Mumia crossed the street with that gun in his hand that he said he didn't have in the 2001 affidavit, he became a victim of the state. And the state then did everything it does to every Black male or everybody else they don't like to set him up to go to jail. He's in Pennsylvania. He's in a state that believes in the death penalty for everything. He's in a state that has one of the most corrupt police departments in the country. He's in a state in which the prosecutor, Lynn Abraham, is like, yes, I use the death penalty whenever I can. She uses the death penalty to brush her teeth. Okay? So the moment he got in that confrontation, he was a victim of the state. Now, did the police officers at the scene at 13th and Locust know he was a Black Panther? I don't know. I just know that they treated him the same way they treated the brother in Baltimore, right? Who they gave a rough ride to, right?
Freddie Gray.
Okay, so Mumia is not special in that regard. Yes, I'm saying that. He's not special. Now, in that regard, now, when they get to the trial, yes, believe it or not, the prosecutor and the judge work together. Yes, they do. That was not special either. What made it special was that the judge was somebody who was a friend of the police, a friend of the FOP, and like Lynn Abraham, believed in the death penalty. So the moment they got him at 13th and Locust, he was going to go to the electric chair. If he had been Joe Johnson, and Joe Johnson had been at 13th and Locust, and they had got him, Joe Johnson would have gone to the electric chair. That's how Philadelphia works. Now, in terms of the trial, we can talk about the nuances of the trial, but yes, the trial was unfair for many reasons, and the prosecutor had all of this evidence, all of this surveillance, the illegal surveillance. Now, this is where the Mumia argument makes sense. The prosecutor had all this access to the illegal surveillance of Mumia Abu-Jamal, etc., but he also had the front page of the Philadelphia Inquirer, where Mumia is talking about revolution, talking about George Jackson, talking about all of that. And that's what the prosecutor uses in the sentencing hearing to scare the all-white jury that they've set up, the way they set up all-white juries in other cases where Black men are guilty or accused, rather, of killing somebody. So, yes, they used the Black Panther stuff, and they used Mumia's background against him the way they would use it if you or I got at 13th and Locust, Brother Ball. So I'm just trying to explain that there's some nuances here. I know there's a political argument people like to make, and the political argument makes sense, absolutely, when it comes into the context of this country. But I just want to point out, I think it's good for us to have some nuance as to why Mumia Abu-Jamal got arrested, why he got the death penalty, and why they continue to mess with him. Now, after he gets the death penalty, then you see the incredible move of the entire apparatus of the state to disrupt anything he does. And this is because he will not bend the way other prisoners who are in that kind of situation bend. Other prisoners accept their fate. They work within the system. If they're prison journalists, they're prison investigative journalists like Wilbert Rideau, right? They're not people who are attacking the system. Mumia had an entire record of attacking the system that, yes, the prosecutors used. Yes, it was a record that was invisible and visible. So it's not like there was some secret conspiracy to put Mumia in jail. There was also the evidence, public evidence, in the newspaper, in the Philadelphia Inquirer, front page Sunday edition, that could be used to scare a white jury into giving him the death penalty they give black men anyway. Now, Lynn, I mean, if you want to correct me here, go right ahead, because I want to go back to the Faulkners.
Well, why don't we just move on? You wanted to talk about Faulkner, and we can address some of those, some of these points moving forward.
Okay.
I mean, you are correct that one of the most unusual aspects of the Abu-Jamal case is that it's so usual.
Right.
The flawed police investigation, the prosecutorial misconduct, the judicial bias, the jury stacking. That happens in so many cases. So there were some elements of speciality. But interestingly enough, when Abu-Jamal was first arrested, the affiliation that was put on him was MOVE, not the Black Panther.
Right. That's
it's the guy with the MOVE hair.
That's right.
Like MOVE. Oh, he's the guy who's been talking about MOVE on the radio.
That's right.
But in terms of the state's response, that wouldn't have been any different, right? That wouldn't have made any difference, would it? MOVE with the Panthers? Or maybe would it be worse to be associated with MOVE in Philadelphia?
Well, at that point in time, an affiliation with MOVE would and did, have its own scare factor, its own guilt by association factor in the minds of many people at that time. Wrong for it to happen, and then after reporters started digging into his background, the Black Panther thing started looming large. He's a Black Panther, he's a radical, this and that. Just taking things out of context, clipping here and there, and they created a media frenzy against this guy. But what did you want to talk about in terms of Faulkner? Because that's
just this question of, just real quick, if you would, just the question of maybe clarify for anyone who might not know who the Faulkners are and were, and then what this role of the FOP is in mucking up all of this whatever.
I would be happy to, because their allegiance has been quite legendary at this point, I think. Maureen Faulkner was a young woman in her 20s who had recently married Daniel Faulkner, who was a street cop. And Daniel Faulkner had a beat. And while on his beat, he saw Billy Cook at a newsstand, and there was some sort of altercation. And it's this altercation that Mumia is seeing. And so, like I said, he gets into his glove compartment and pulls out a gun, not a pamphlet, not a microphone, a gun, and crosses the street to protect his brother.
And as Lynn pointed out last time, that would have been legit in the sense of having a gun as a cab driver.
Absolutely.
Right.
No, absolutely. But I'm just explaining that Mumia's not in jail because he was holding a pamphlet in his hand. Okay. All right. So now, so the altercation happens, and Mumia gets shot. Faulkner gets shot. Faulkner dies at the scene. From this point on, Maureen Faulkner accepts the police version of the events that Mumia Abu-Jamal was the person who killed her husband. So she literally has said the same thing for 40 years in every interview she gives and everything she says. She talks about, this man killed my husband and deserves to be given the death penalty to. Now, I want to point out that she has a book. Her book, co-written by Michael Smerconish, the same Michael Smerconish who's on CNN on the weekends, who delivered, by the way, a blistering editorial against Colin, last name
Kaepernick.
Who delivered a blistering editorial after Colin came out for Mumia, right? And this is why, so many people who are prominent, even prominent in the legal world, don't come out for Mumia because they don't want this kind of attack. In the book that she writes with Michael Smerconish, the book is called Murdered by Mumia, right? And this book is literally a slam book. I mean, it makes no argument about Mumia's innocence, right? I mean, guilt. It says Mumia's guilty, but it makes no argument about his guilt. The book is basically score settling on every single person that has ever said anything publicly about Mumia. It goes after everybody it can, and every chapter ends the same way. And the man who killed my husband. So there is something, I mean, I want to say pathological. I mean, because this woman lost her husband, right? And she has a candidate, right? And so we can understand that and sympathize with that. But there's something pathological about the way Maureen Faulkner and Michael Smerconish and the FOP act. And the more there is a movement for Mumia, the crazier their response is. And see, that's the argument that the activists have right? The activists have the argument that every move Mumia makes and his supporters make, they are viciously attacked by the Faulkners who are representing the FOP, or the FOP who is representing the Faulkners. I remember I remember these websites that have been scrubbed from the web, right? I remember one of the best sites you could go for facts on Mumia case, even though you had to ignore the context, and really the only site that had the trial transcripts online was this site produced by the FOP, funded by the FOP, and I know Lynn remembers this site. It's called Justice for Daniel Faulkner.
Mm-hmm.
And that website was online for a long time. And when Mumia's sentence got changed from death row to life imprisonment, and in Pennsylvania, life imprisonment is natural life imprisonment until you die. That's why they tried to kill him with the Hep C, right? Because in other states, the death penalty, life imprisonment means 25 years, 30 years. See, Mumia done this in another state. Arguably, he would have been out a long time ago. But Pennsylvania is so radical in terms of them wanting death. And this particular case, because of Mumia's outspokenness, because of his articulation, and because, yes, activists, and because of his anti-status quo perspective, and the fact that he refuses to A, die, and B, shut up, and all these people like Democracy Now! And all these people pick him up, and book publishers pick him up.
Or used to.
That drives the pathology of the Faulkners even more crazy. They're even crazier, right? Now, their current pathology is this. And this is something that Maureen Faulkner puts in Murdered by Mumia that I used when I wrote that piece for you, Brother Jared, about Mumia and COVID. She said that her worst nightmare is that a judge shows sympathy on a sick old man and frees him. What keeps Maureen Faulkner up at night is the idea that Krasner or somebody sometime in the future is going to look at this sick old man who has multiple problems, right? Including diabetes, right? And by the way, Mumia was a vegetarian. He was a vegetarian before he went into prison. So, prison, of course, causing illness. We see this in Mumia's case, right? Because Mumia was super healthy and had a healthy lifestyle. He adopted the move of raw vegetables and all that. He did all of that before going to prison. But he was a vegetarian even before he became involved in move, right? So we look at him now, and he's struggling. And he's not well. And Maureen Faulkner was up late at night thinking that, okay, one day, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, someone's going to free him.
Lynn, what do you think? Go ahead.
Crazy.
Yeah, Lynn, what do you think? Because when I hear that, every time I hear the story of the Faulkners and Lynn's work, the first thing I keep thinking of is if she and her folks had worked this hard for universal health care or an end to war, like a lot of these problems, these conflicts might not even be so so severe. Anyway, Lynn, what do you think about any of that?
Well, Todd, I think, used a very interesting word in the ideas that it brings along with it, pathological. They have, when I say they, the Maureen Faulkner, as well as the Fraternal Order of Police. Now, Todd really laid out who Maureen Faulkner is. The Fraternal Order of Police is Philadelphia's police union, a member of a entity nationally. Politically and reflexively supportive of abusive policing. And at the core of Abu-Jamal's case is abusive policing, because this confession that he allegedly uttered that led to contributing to his conviction came out of a investigation into a police brutality complaint that Abu-Jamal had filed. He said the police beat me up at the scene a couple of times and beat me in the hospital before I got emergency surgery. The prosecutor, about a month and a half, almost 2 months after the incident, is having all these officers in a meeting. And the question is, does anybody know anything about this case? He's filed a complaint against everybody. Did anybody hear him confess? And it's like, yeah, I heard him confess. 2 people. out of when you count up all of the people who gave statements, who said they were around Abu-Jamal in that emergency room, you get a number of about 18. And of that 18, only 2 in 39 years have come forward and said they heard something.
And not right away, right?
Huh?
And not right away, right?
No, right away. I'm just saying overall, out of 18 people, only 2 came forward, and those 2 didn't come forward until 2 months afterwards.
Right.
One of them, on the night of the incident, said Abu-Jamal made no comment. He later heard him say, I killed Faulkner and I hope he dies, with a little 4-letter language in there. And then when they asked him, they said, well, wait a minute. On the night of the incident, 1 hour and like 50 minutes after you saw this guy get killed and took Abu-Jamal to the hospital, you said he made no comment, and now you're saying that he confessed? Why didn't you remember that? And the guy said, when I heard it, it disgusted me, and I didn't realize that it had any significance until today. Jared, I'm not lying. That was a verbatim quote from his police report, interview with detectives.
At minimum, he should have been fired.
Type of evidence that has kept this man in prison. That's why people say,
right.
I think there's a little problem with this case.
Right. If anything, at minimum, he should have been fired. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say he should have been fired for if in fact you're gonna go to testimony with that, you should be fired just for incompetence. Never mind.
Right.
How could that not be relevant? That's pretty remarkable. Is that on your list of 22 things that are violations or
testimony of that particular officer, Gary Wageshaw, is one of the appeal items. Now, what I just told you about his statement that he didn't think that confession had any relevance until he was reminded that Abu-Jamal had this police brutality complaint out there. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court said that is perfectly logical. We can understand that he heard the confession, it hurt him so much, and he forgot about it. Well, that's not what he said. He said that he heard it, it disgusted him, and he didn't think it had any importance. So they twisted the words around and cleaned him up. It's just like you're taking a pig out of a pig pen, and you got the hose and say, okay, he's now clean. He can come in and sit down and have dinner with us. No. But this is the type of evidence that has masqueraded as valid evidence. And when it's like the Michael Smerconiches in the FOPs and the Maureen Faulkners, when they get hit with this evidence, their fallback position ultimately is, well, all of the courts have upheld it. Yeah, but how have they upheld it? It has so many holes in it. It is so flawed legally. It should never, ever hold any kind of relevance in terms of ruling, but it has.
And what do you think? But hold on, Todd. Hold on one second. Todd, hold on one quick second, please, because I just want to ask this before I forget. But Lynn, what do you think of Todd's initial point that if Mumia goes over there with a microphone and a camera, that this isn't? Does that mean anything to you? Do you have any issues with how Todd frames that? Like, if he, in other words, if he goes over there with a microphone, isn't all this moot?
No, it's not moot because an officer is dead and there's a Negro who's been shot and sitting near the officer. So he could have had a microphone. He could have had, oh, don't let me go there. He could have had a microphone. He could have had a soda or a gun. It would have ended up the same way. I mean, because some of the core dynamics here is that, you know, the police just ran roughshod over this, and that happens in so many cases. Think about all of the people's cases who have been overturned. There was a guy who just got out of jail after 19 years. He had, was convicted of rape. At the time of the incident, he's helping the rape victim. He's trying to call police. He has a cell phone in his hand. He turns around. There's the police. They shoot him in the front. At trial, the cops say that they shot him in the back as he was, they shot him in the back. But when they got to trial, they said they shot him in the chest, in the front. The prosecutor and the police had the guy's hoodie where he was shot in the back. The reports from the medical office in the hospital, shot in the back. They still took the case to trial. And this is not an isolated case. This is the type of stuff that happens not only in Philadelphia, but in Baltimore, in Washington, D.C., in Richmond, you know, in Raleigh, North Carolina. We'll just stay on the north, you know, the Northeast or the mid-Atlantic states. But I'm just trying to say this happens all across the country, all the time, and it's always denied.
I stand by my statement and how I made it. I stand by my statement how I made it, but I also agree with what Lynn said. And what I wanted to say was about the Faulkners. One more comment is that, and hopefully we can lead into this next part, is that the Faulkners also say to people, "Have you read the trial transcript?" Well, Lynn and I have read the trial transcript, so we can actually talk about what happened at this trial that was recorded. And we can also give Mumia's response, because Mumia does have a response to how his behavior during the trial has been portrayed.
Which is, I'm sure, what the Faulkners are pointing to when they say, or Faulkner supporters, when they say you should read the transcript.
Right. And one of the journalists that Mumia made this point to was a young journalist by the name of Lynn Washington, right? So so we can go into the trial if we want right now and go into the nuance of the trial, because, see, there's only two portrayals of the trial. Mumia acted like this raving madman, right? That's portrayal number one. Mumia acted like this raving madman and disrupted his own trial and did his best to be convicted and sent to death row, right? That's the Faulkner argument. The activist argument is that this was a complete setup. Mumia Abu-Jamal was a complete victim. It was a political setup, and everything about the trial was just wrong, etc. And all against Mumia, and Mumia is this innocent victim who had no power and no agency. Now, the second view is more correct than the first view. I see that. But I think we need to talk about the complexity of the trial, because Mumia, and he hasn't talked about it, and I don't know whether Lynn knows something he might want to reveal or not, because Lynn is the one who's talked to Mumia. I have not. I've only read materials. Mumia seemed to have a kind of a, how can I describe this? Kind of like a Fred Hampton type strategy, a political strategy that he either wanted to disrupt the trial so that he would get a new trial, or he wanted to completely show, like the Rivonia 13 or whatever, right? He wanted to completely show the complete injustice of the system, that it had him in its clutches. So Mumia did some things, some of which worked during the trial, and some of which did not work during the trial. And the trial kind of degenerated into kind of radical theater in which we knew there was only going to be one answer. So the trial is kind of complex. And if Lynn wants to talk about it, you know, he will. And if he doesn't, I'll give my summary of what I think the trial reads like. And then Lynn can tell me his summary of what the trial reads like to him. But I want Lynn to talk about this first.
Well, I think there's, in terms of the trial itself, there's two phases, maybe three. The pre-trial, the jury selection, where Abu-Jamal was representing himself, the trial, which took place with him not representing himself because his right of representation was fraudulently taken away by the trial judge. So now he's really at odds with his attorney. And then what happened after the trial during the death penalty phase. But to adequately understand the trial, here we go on a long story.
No, go ahead.
Go back to the pre-trial where what's going to be introduced, who gets what experts, what gets analyzed and examined. Those issues contribute to what happened at the trial. And those issues
don't his brothers stand up and say this is a frame up and walk away, right?
No, what was that?
Don't a couple of his brothers or whatever stand up during the pretrial and say this is a frame up and then walk away or get dismissed from the court?
Oh yeah, well they were thrown out for disorderly conduct in court, contempt of court, you know, because they didn't give the proper respect to the court. This whole proceeding, irrespective of how people acted at certain points, as Amnesty and so many others around the world, Amnesty International, have said it didn't meet any kind of fair trial standards. And, you know, I could like quote different Pennsylvania Supreme Court rulings, like in 1989 involving a murder, 1959, a murder case from Philadelphia. The Supreme Court declared that every defendant is entitled to all of the fair trial rights, even if the judge thinks that they are as guilty as Cain, and the evidence of guilt is piled as high as Mount Everest. So the case was specifically saying that the prosecutor and the judge can't just violate a person's rights because they think that they're guilty. And you know, the crazy thing about this particular ruling that declared that a defendant must have all of their rights, declared this in 1959 when Abu-Jamal was 4 years old. It involved the Philly murder case where somebody pled guilty and they ran over the person's rights even though they pled guilty. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said you can't do that. So, you know, remember what I was saying a few minutes ago about the Mumia exception? Why didn't that case apply to Mumia? His rights were just destroyed. So, yeah. God, there's so many.
That's
God, just one quick point, just to amplify what you were saying.
Right.
One of the Faulkner FOP strongest argument is that those who support Mumia don't know the evidence, they don't know the true facts, and it is because they have not read the trial transcripts. Three things actually. It's hard to get a hold of those trial transcripts, but even if you did, those trial transcripts run into the thousands of pages. So you sit down and read that. And number three, if you don't have any familiarity with the law, then you're not going to really know what you're reading, because so much of the law is not big evidence, it's rules of procedure. So one of the things that Abu-Jamal points out, he said, well, listen, if you know, in terms of everybody who's reading the transcripts or not reading the transcripts, when you look at how Sabo made rulings on objections, objection, Your Honor, objection, Your Honor. Many times Sabo would say, I will take that under advisement. Now, many of those I'll take that under advisements were objections raised by the defense. So if you see, okay, I'll take it under advisement. Well, he didn't reject it. and then he gave a few support to the prosecution and a little less to the defense. So he's being fair. But when Sabo took it under advisement and didn't issue a ruling, if, as it turns out, he came up with a really obtuse and illegal ruling, they couldn't challenge it in court. They could ask for the trial to be stopped and take an appeal up to another judge at a higher level and saying, did the judge do this right or did they not? And if he takes it under advisement, then they can't have that ability to try to police the trial internally. So again, if you're not familiar with some law, and I don't mean you have to be a lawyer, definitely not a law professor or a judge or a law clerk, but if you don't have any familiarity in terms of how courts proceed, you're going to read the transcripts. If you read all of those 14,000 pages, all those pages, you'll understand what you're reading. So that's a bogus argument. But they make it because it sounds logical, but it's not. This is like we were talking the last in part one when I was talking about the word sophistry. It sounds good, it sounds logical, but it makes no sense. And they've been getting away with that for 39 years.
Let me give my summary of the trial, and then I'm going to give Mumia's response to critics of his behavior at the trial. Because I think as a biographer, I mean, one of the things I like about writing about Mumia is that even when I'm critical of Mumia has responded to my criticism in some way, in some interview, in some article or whatever. So it's really good to get that kind of balance, right? So my reading of the transcripts, since I'm doing a biography of Mumia and since I'm doing a biography about him in the context of journalism, media, etc., this is probably a different chapter of that book because I focus on what he says throughout the entire chapter. So I take everything, pretty much everything he says, and those are the things I focus on in that 2 or 3 weeks. So let me give you my view of the trial and Mumia's response, and then if Lynn wants to correct me, he's welcome to. Lynn is always Lynn has a permanent invitation to correct me forever. Okay, all right. Mumia Abu-Jamal knew from the beginning that he was going to be set up by Philadelphia. He knew this because he went to the press conference of when the 2 officers got off, when the judge, I think, even refused to hear the case, I think, of the beating of Delbert, Africa. And going back to the HBO documentary, the one dealing with Mike Africa, not the one dealing with Mumia, I was reminded of this, right? Because there is a tape that I heard where Mumia Abu-Jamal, as a journalist, is drilling the DA involved in the case of the beating of Delbert, Africa, where these 2 police officers got off, even though you saw it on video, right? You saw it on video or film back then, right? Now, who's the DA that he's attacking? Well, not attacking, asking very critical questions of. A guy named Ed Rendell, who would 2-3 years later be in charge of the case to set him up, right? Which is why I understand and sympathize with Mumia activists when they talk about the frame up, because all the pieces are there, right? And so he's asking Ed Rendell these critical questions, and Rendell is responding, well, the system worked, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there's a part in the HBO documentary on Mike Africa where you see Rizzio really go off on the press, and you hear him say, one day there's going to be a reckoning because they believe what you write, they believe what you say, and one day you're going to pay for this. What they don't point out in that documentary, which I wish they had, is that the person that asked Rizzo the question that got him to do that rant was Mumia Abu-Jamal. So the people who believe that he was set up from the beginning, that everybody knew him, everybody was upset at him, and that this was their perfect situation, even though I personally don't agree with that, there is evidence to say that.
It also makes his absence from that documentary more conspicuous.
and we can argue that. Now, I just wanted to say that before getting to my version of the trial. So the trial in 5 minutes for me goes like this. Mumia knows in the pre-trial hearings that his lawyer is not up to snuff, and literally does an outburst in the pre-trial hearings. He says, "Try the goddamn case." He gets all upset because he sees the setup, and he's been, because remember, he's been beaten, right? He's been, denied access to certain people. His wife complained that she couldn't see him right away, right? So he knows the frame up, right? Okay, so he knows the frame up is coming. So he then gets to the trial, and then he's given permission by Judge Sabo to act as his own defense attorney with the attorney who was there, right? So Mumia does this excellent, incredible interviewing of the witnesses. I'm not the witnesses, the jurors, potential jurors. He does so well, the prosecutor and judge stop it. And they make up a lie, which is so clearly a lie. Even in the transcript, there's a lie. You don't even see their faces. They make up this lie when Mumia was scaring the jurors. No, he wasn't scaring the jurors. He was doing as good a job as the Mumia we know, right? He was doing as good a job as you could do interviewing the witnesses. So it's not surprising that he pioneers a whole discipline of study called jailhouse lawyering, because even before he was a jailhouse lawyer, before he was in the jailhouse, he was so astute to understand how to even interview these potential jurors, right? So that's phase one. And if that Mumia had stayed, I don't know if anything would have gone differently, right? But there would have been less ammunition about his behavior. All right. So let me get to that. Let me get to the middle part. The middle part is the trial itself. And it becomes a bad comedy. It becomes a bad sitcom at some point, because Mumia Abu-Jamal says, "My lawyer is ineffective." And instead of replacing the lawyer with another lawyer, instead of using the community resources, the committee of Mumia Abu-Jamal that was formed, and I got the footnote in the Philadelphia Tribune. You want me to read the names who were involved in that, and the concert they did and all of that? Lynn remembers all of this. And Mumia turns it down because, again, coming from this move-centered consciousness, he wants John Africa. Why? Because John Africa got off a federal charge by defending himself in court. So he's thinking politically. He's thinking like Fred Hampton. He's thinking like John Africa. And he says, okay, I don't want this lawyer. I want to represent myself, and I want John Africa to represent me. Now, Lynn is the person here with the Yale, whatever he says, the law degree that he denies is a law degree, whatever. So he can respond to this when I'm done. But Sabo is saying, okay, you cannot represent yourself without having a member of the bar. And there's a really funny part of the transcript where Mumia says, well, I want John Africa. And Sabo says, is he a member of the bar? Right. And so Mumia's plea is because he realizes that the lawyer is beleaguered and tired. And, there's a little bit of technology here, because the prosecutor, McGill, feels sorry for the lawyer and expresses sadness to the lawyer that he has to have this burden of having this wild, radical, crazy guy to defend, right? And Sabo pretends in the beginning that he's going to be objective and let Mumia talk and all that. But the more Mumia shows that, no, Sabo, I know as much as you, and I know what you're going to do here. The more he shows that, the more Sabo then becomes the Sabo that we've heard of and that we saw in 1995, jailing his lawyers and all of this kind of stuff. So Mumia is then caught in this vice because he can't represent himself and have John Africa with him. John Africa, by the way, never shows up at the trial and never gives any explanation as to why he doesn't show up at the trial. Who does show up at the trial, though, are members of MOVE who get to counsel Mumia using, according to the books I've read, using the strategy of John Africa. In other words, John Africa told the MOVE members what to tell Mumia. And there were times during the courtroom where they would go and talk.
Why didn't John Africa show up?
Well, that's something we got to ask Lynn after I'm done, and I'm almost done. So Mumia did have indirectly the counsel of John Africa through these MOVE members who talked to him. Now, Mumia and Sabo, once that kind of momentum started in terms of them going back and forth, it just became an entity within itself. And McGill was just kind of laughing the whole time because he saw that this wasn't going to work and that Mumia was going to jail. And the poor defense attorney, literally, I mean, there are times he wanted to quit. There are times he literally mentioned, my client doesn't want me, so I no longer want to be part of this case. And Say was like, no, you are stuck to do your duty as an officer of the court. And Mumia makes a big deal over the fact that his attorney is an officer of the court. He's taking that literally because he's saying, you guys are all in cahoots because you all don't care about me and you're setting me up to get killed. Now, there's evidence for that because I forget the conversation that Sabo has with the defense attorney, and maybe Lynn will remember, but there's some sort of like early conversation or pre-trial conversation where Sabo has with the defense attorney, where he tells the defense attorney, well, don't worry about, X, Y, and Z because such and such and such, right? So if you want to make the political argument that they're all representatives of the same system, yes, I see that, okay? But the problem is that Mumia's confrontations with Sabo were so frequent, he was getting thrown out of half of his own trial. Because he would come in, they'd have a confrontation, and then he'd get kicked out. And then the trial would go on without him. And it was painful to read that because I had read, with this incredibly intelligent Mumia that we all know, when he was questioning the jurors, he knew exactly what he was doing. And I was thinking like, wow, had he not just called for John Africa, had he just said, I'll be my own counsel. And this guy who's supposedly my lawyer just doesn't have anything to do. If he had done that, I think we would have had a different behavior in the trial. Now, would we have had the same consequences? There's a 99.9% chance it would have been the same consequences regardless of what he did and didn't do. So I wanted to say that. Now, McGill was clear on the evidence he had to fry Mumia because, even when, for instance, Mumia had all these character witnesses from the community, people who were lining up to be character witnesses because they wanted to explain how intelligent he was, how committed to the community he was, what a great talent he was, and there's no way he could have done this, which is what the character witnesses were saying. One of these character witnesses was Sonia Sanchez, who was just then probably not even tenured yet at Temple University. And McGill starts using all of these statements that Sonia Sanchez has said about America, et cetera, to kind of derail the positive portrayal that Sanchez was giving to Mumia. Now, McGill was doing this because he had an all-white jury, and he wanted to show that Sanchez was a radical and that Mumia was a radical. And they were all radicals together, and they all need to go to jail, right? So that's the middle part of the trial. Now, meanwhile, Mumia is learning about the officer who comes in 2 months later. He's learning about all these other things that are happening in his trial that, we now have a list of 22 things. He's asking for materials. Sabo gives him some materials and some access, and then he denies him others, right? So it gets to the point where the trial finishes, he's found guilty, and the sentencing, this is in July of 1982, the sentence is going to be death by the electric chair. This is how long ago this was. There wasn't even lethal injection yet. He was going to die by the electric chair. So we get to May 1983, and Sabo pulls out this trump card of the front page Philadelphia Inquirer with a picture of Mumia, the same picture that's on his book on the Black Panther Party. And the black journalist interviews Mumia. And this is right after the death of Fred Hampton, Brother Ball. I know you want to know that. So Mumia is in full radical mode, being interviewed as a 19-year-old, 18-year-old Black Panther, and knowing that, one of their top leaders just died, right? So he gives all of the Black Panther, spiel, etc. And of course, Sabo uses all of that, uses the Mao Zedong, power comes out of the barrel of the gun, all of that, to scare the white jury, to make sure that there is absolutely no doubt in this white jury's mind that he should get the death penalty and get the electric chair.
And the all-white jury is on Lynn's list of infractions, right?
Right.
Okay.
Now, even the instructions given to the jury, right? If this was any other case, even the instructions that were given to the jury, there was a mistake or whatever, that would have gotten him a new trial, right? So now let's go to Mumia's defense of his behavior during the trial. Again, Mumia is so ridiculously intelligent, right? So, of course, he knows the best way to defend himself. And here's what he said to Lynn Washington and to others in 1995. Now, this is after the Sabo hearing in 1995, where Rachel Wolkenstein was arrested at one point, where Sabo calls for the arrest of one of Mumia's lawyers. This was the pretrial hearing in which Cornel West said it was like a modern day Jim Crow trial. So all of this criticism of Sabo is coming, including from the Philadelphia Inquirer, who's saying that, okay, this is ridiculous. This is a laughingstock, and you're making us a laughingstock throughout the country and the world, right? So this is after that huge hearing in which Sabo correctly decides, because he has no other choice, because the appeals have not been exhausted, to stay the execution. A couple of days before the execution date, Marcus Garvey's birthday. Coincidentally, also a couple of days before the NABJ convention in Philadelphia, because ironically, while Mumia was being put in solitary confinement for being a journalist, NABJ had to have an internal argument over whether Mumia was a journalist and whether this was an issue of journalism that they could then make a statement about Mumia. And there's a whole thing on that. In fact, I'm going to do a journal article at some point about that, because I have all the resources, including all the stuff, and I'll reveal this here to you, Dr. Ball, and maybe I never even told you this, including documents I leaked to the Black press in New York, internal NABJ documents that I leaked to them to make sure to put the pressure on them in New York and have that go across the country to get them to do the right thing. Because I did three things during that period. I made sure his column got syndicated around the country. I personally lobbied the president of NABJ, personally by fax, Dorothy Gilliam, to look at the First Amendment issues. And Lynn was one of those people who did it as well. A whole bunch of us did this. But the third thing I did was I found some internal documents where they were afraid about what was going to happen at the convention. And I made sure to leak it to the Daily Challenge so that we go on WIB, so Gary Bird would talk about it, so that we get more pressure. I've never revealed that until now. So let's get back to this. So Mumia then says to Lynn and others.
By the way, there was a whole bunch of jokes that I just let pass through in that moment there. We'll have to come back another time. There's just a whole bunch of jokes, this is a whole bunch of jokes. I'm just gonna have to let that.
Well, you can make the jokes after I'm done. I want to hear the jokes.
No, I mean, I don't know that they're appropriate. The time has passed, and I wasn't quick enough, and I just had to, but they're coming quick. But
write them down. Now, so let me get to this final point of Mumia defending his own behavior. So again, being that he's so intelligent, he knew how to defend his own behavior. And this is what he said to Lynn and others. He said, "You've now seen with this hearing what my trial was like. You now see what Judge Sabo was like. You now see what Joseph McGill is like, because McGill is back, right? Doing the same case, etc. Now, you've seen this, and you've seen how ridiculous the concept of justice is, because they're doing this now when they did it to me the first time, it was in a private, almost a private setting, and you just had the Philadelphia press. Now you've literally seen the national and the world press has seen what these people are like. So do you really think the conclusion to my trial would have been different if I had just quote unquote behaved? And I got to admit, that's an argument that I love and I can't answer. And I think because he's absolutely correct, the outcome would not have been different because they were intent to put him on death row and in an electric chair the way they were intent to do that with everybody that came before them, including, Lynn will tell these stories as well, including white defendants, right? Philadelphia just has a death penalty obsession. And so that's my view of the trial. And Lynn, again, if you want to correct me on anything, of course you're welcome.
Yeah, Lynn, come on, because Todd basically just said Mumia's case is no different from any other black or white defendant in Pennsylvania's history. So
I didn't say that exactly, but I appreciate the tag, Dr. R. That's good. That's a good tag. Okay, I did not say that exactly. I'm trying to get into the nuance of this.
No, I hear you. Go ahead, Lynn.
Correct me, Lynn. Go right ahead.
Oh no, the trial was a farce in terms of the way trials are supposed to happen. It was because players on all sides had their agendas, but the agenda was stacked against one side, and that's the Abu-Jamal side. Between the connivance of the police and the prosecution to suppress certain evidence and put on other evidence that they know is flawed, if not absolutely fabricated, and then having the judge that they had, a notorious guy, a guy who, when I say notorious, in terms of his penchant for convicting people, and he at that point was building up his record of having sent the most people to death row of any judge in Philadelphia, and I think at one point in the United States. At the time, by the time the trial got started, Abu-Jamal and his attorney were, like 10 miles apart in terms of the strategy and thinking and willingness to work together. And this happened in large part because of the system putting potholes in front of Mumia's attorney, Anthony Jackson. Can I get some money to get an investigator? Oh yeah, sure you can, Mr. Jackson. Submit a bill, front the money up front, submit a bill, and we'll get back to you in 30 to 90 days with some money. Well, how much are you going to give me? I need this amount. Oh, I think we can do it in half that amount. There's some good old boys out there that's willing to work for you. So one thing after another, efforts to get the courts to suppress this piece of information or not bring this in, all of those are going against Tony Jackson, the case that he's trying to make. Abu-Jamal, understandably, is getting more frustrated. So they're on the outs. Abu-Jamal, when he's doing what they call voir dire, where they're picking people who's going to be on the jury, he is representing himself, meaning that while Anthony Jackson was appointed after he tried to get off the case and they threatened to take away his ability to be a lawyer, to take away his license, he didn't have control of the case. He didn't have any of the documents. So he was just there to stand by. I'm in a backup capacity. If he wants to know what, ukum lukum means in terms of Latin law language, I'll be there to translate. Other than that, I don't know nothing about the case. Right. And when they took away Mumia's right to defend himself and said, okay, and by the way, Mr. Jackson, you're the lawyer tomorrow, get going. Now every week during this time of year in the fall, there's football games. Now, would any football team go out and scrape somebody up off the street and say, hey, you're going to be the coach tomorrow? No big deal. We think you're going to do good at it. That would be preposterous. And that's what Tony was thrust into. So the trial, the actual trial part that started, day one, this is our first day of testimony. It was just absurd. Like Todd said, Abu-Jamal was out of the courtroom much of the time, but the the Supreme Court in terms of apportioning what should have happened. They said, okay, Tony Jackson didn't do X, Y, and Z, but we would have normally given relief because the defense attorney didn't do X, Y, and Z like you're supposed to. But Abu-Jamal was in charge of his defense. Yes, he was barred. He was in a jail cell while the trial was going on, but he was controlling it. But he wasn't. But he wasn't. He was in charge. Again, just absurd rulings, and it's buried down in this little language. You know, these things are like 40, 50 pages long, and they're citing to this and citing to that, and it sounds good. But if you read it and step back a moment and say, this doesn't make any sense. But I'm not a lawyer, so I really don't know, but it really doesn't make any sense. Let me read it again. It doesn't make any sense. It's so easy to see that it doesn't make any sense. And that's why it's so hard to see why appellate judges haven't thrown this thing out. Let me make one point and tie all these things together. There was an issue during the trial of how Mumia ended up with a jury that wasn't his peers. It was predominantly white, and how the prosecution used their challenges to get rid of all of the black people on the jury. One juror that Abu-Jamal sat, something came up, there was some little like racism business. Sabo ended up taking her off the case. Okay, so that was an issue. So during the 1995 appeal, they, being the defense team, said, okay, we have to build a solid foundation that the way the trial jury came about, from how it was composed to how it was picked to moving on, we have to prove that. So during the trial, Todd mentioned how one of the attorneys, Rachel Wolkenstein, was put in prison. She was trying to get Sabo to agree to allow a jury official from the court system's jury office to come in and give certain testimony. Sabo said no. She said, Your Honor, please, we need this. We need this. Well, you don't know what you're going to ask him. You're just making this up. No, I'm not going to do it. She pushed, he pushed back, she pushed back. In the end, you know, when you get in those kind of contents, the one who has the most power wins. Contempt of court, take her to jail. Okay, so that didn't get into the trial. But why didn't it get into the appeal? Because of Sabo. So let's jump forward years and into federal court. It's at the federal appeals court level. In the federal appeals court, when they get to the jury selection part, they create some new law, some more Abu-Jamal exception business. And one of the issues that they said justified them creating this new law and this new ruling is that there was no evidence that there were problems with how the jury was composed. There was no evidence of that because Sabo wouldn't allow it to come in. He actually put a lawyer in jail for a couple of hours for trying to get that evidence in. Now, the appeals court knew that Sabo was running amok during that trial because a part of that hearing was this appeals court saying to the lawyer and the defense and the prosecution, out of the blue, tell us how you think Sabo was biased or not biased. Where did this come from? We want to know the appeals court. So now you have clear evidence of Sabo running amok. Abu-Jamal should have gotten a new trial on the jury selection issue only. Then the appeals court people say, well, we can't rule on Sabo because some lower federal judge, not us, a lower federal judge said some kind of hocus pocus, and we're going to believe that. I mean, when you look at this stuff, it's so twisted, it is sickening. Now, in these new boxes of information that was found, there are notes that appear to be the prosecutor's notes, you know, essentially saying, this is an NIG, in this one and this one, we're going to get them off the case. That by itself should be new trial, get out of jail, just don't come back.
Was caught saying that same kind of thing, you know, calling people in this and in that, and we're gonna assure him a conviction, something like that. I thought Sabo was also.
Sabo said that. And
I mean,
when that information came out, that information came out in the early 2000s.
Okay.
The person who heard it is from a police family. So when it went into court, down at the Philadelphia court level, the president judge says, yes, those comments sound racist, but he didn't act in a racist way in the trial, although he used racist language. And because it was a jury trial and not a judge trial, because the judge was racist, it didn't have any impact on the trial.
Hey, we were just talking about that with Tierney Cherie a couple hours ago. The whole thing with because that sounds exactly like what they just said in a much less important case against Byron Allen. That's what the Supreme Court said, right? They said you could say that you've shown that they may be racist, but you can't show that the racism was the deciding factor in keeping your channel off of content. And I'm like, well, how the hell?
Hey, listen,
so you can sit there with the Klan and the Confederate flag and the Nazi and all of that, but to be like, but you can't prove that this is my matrix of ideas that stopped me from, that stopped you. I mean, it's crazy.
It is preposterous, but this is the type of stuff that has been happening in this country for centuries. Absolutely for centuries. Don't let me go back centuries because we'll get back and we'll never get
But just
back.
real quick, Lynn,
I just want to make this one point about this information in the box. They now have evidence that the prosecutor conscientiously kept blacks off of a jury. So we should not be in court about anything. This evidence was kept from Abu-Jamal for 39 years. That should be automatic. Open the jailhouse door and say, get out. In fact, leave right now.
Right.
We won't collect your stuff and bring it to you.
That's right.
We won't send it FedEx. We will bring it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I just want you to quickly, if you could, well, I don't know if you can do it quickly, but tell us why that John Africa never comes to the courthouse. What do we know?
I'm gonna punt that to Todd. No.
He punted that to you already.
That has been a enduring mystery. I've asked, never got any answers. Got kind of some mumbles that maybe there was some question in Move's mind about Abu-Jamal and the guilt and innocence issue. But no, John Africa never came. Initially, Mumia wanted John Africa to be his defense attorney. The judge said no, so then Mumia requested to just have John Africa sit there. And the judge said no, and there was a big ruckus about that. In an effort to ameliorate things, you make compromises, right? And the compromises don't mean that you're violating any kind of decorum or whatever. So what I'm saying as a predicate is that during the death penalty phase of things, when Abu-Jamal made a statement and then this whole business about you're a Black Panther and power comes from the barrel of a gun taken out of context and all of that, Abu-Jamal noted that at the time when Sabo was denying him his right or his asserted right to have John Africa just sit at the table in the same courthouse a few floors above, a white guy who was on trial or facing trial for beating a Black man with a baseball bat to death. All right, they attacked this brother and beat him with a baseball bat and killed him. This guy's on doing a pretrial hearing. He's there at the defense table with his attorney and with his father, who is a policeman.
Wow.
So another judge allowed a policeman to sit with his racist son, who's charged with a homicide, and they won't let John Africa sit with Mumia. So did Mumia raise some issues? Yes. Did he raise them in a way that rankled the court? Of course. And when you get a racist and you're throwing it up in his face, he's going to get mad. Now, arguably, should he have come in and said, Your Honor, I think there's a manifest injustice going on. I've asked to have John Africa here, but upstairs is blah, blah, blah going on. Could you please reconsider that? And, Sabo's sitting up there, smirking at him, all but giving him the middle finger.
Right.
And Mumia ain't having it. So should he have disrupted the trial? One of the things he told me in that interview that Todd referenced, he said, listen, you know, people were saying I messed up this and, you know, disrupted that. He said, I'm on death row. Everybody else on death row went into court with a suit on. I came in dungarees. We're all on death row. So what are you saying? So it's like, me, I guess I was just answering the question, man.
And let me just say this, and this will probably be my last comment about the trial. At the sentencing hearing, because the sentencing hearing when Mumia speaks, right, Lynn? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right, right. Because Mumia says, I want to read a statement at the sentencing hearing. And then he delivers this statement that's just so powerful. I mean, the only equivalent I can give it, and I don't think this is an exaggeration, but it's like that Mandela statement at the end of the Rivonia trial.
Yeah.
If you remember, he goes this whole thing. And Mandela goes, you know, I've spent my life fighting against white dominations, well, you know, and you know, if it needs to be, I'm willing to die. Mumia gives this incredibly detailed statement on how the justice system set him up to be killed, and he kind of just inputs it into the record because he wants the record to show that the system is completely corrupt, and that and it's the same system that he knew was corrupt when he was a Black Panther. It was the same system he knew it was corrupt when he saw the body of the baby Life Africa, which they talk about in that Mike Africa HBO documentary. Mumia was one of the journalists who went and saw the body of Life Africa, and he said in Live from Death Row in the epilogue, he said that it was around that time I'd beginning to take MOVE more seriously because of the way the system had jumped on them, right? So he like I said, he gives this amazing statement, and you see like all of the elements of his intellect, of his articulation that we then see when he's, you know, live from death row, when he's the Mumia Abu-Jamal that we're introduced to in the, you know, late 80s in terms of WBAI and the mid 90s in terms of Noel Hanrahan and folks at Prison Radio. And so, because see, the trial transcript ends with a very interesting statement. Lynn knows what I'm about to say. Mumia is sentenced to death, and Mumia's response is, "Judge, you have just killed yourself. Long live John Africa. Fuck you, Judge Sabo. Fuck you." And that is the end of the trial transcript.
It's a pretty good ending. And unfortunately, as we start to have to wrap up and come to our own, man, there's still so much there's just so many questions.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, but Lynn, let me just ask if there's anything you would want to leave us with tonight, even if it's as a teaser for part 3.
Well,
and and I want to say, like, unfortunately, I appreciate the folks staying with us this long, and I obviously had hoped Pam would get here. I know she was going to try. Mm-hmm. She has a number of very good reasons why she couldn't, but we'll definitely continue to make room for her, and whenever she's ready, she'll be here. But anyway, Lynn, what would you want to wrap us up with?
Well, just wrap it up is that this is a classic case of injustice. In every couple of generations, there's some case that sticks out, be it Angela Davis or the Scottsboro Boys. Now it's Mumia Abu-Jamal. This case is fundamentally wrong. And it's easy to understand, and it relates to so many other injustices. There's so many political prisoners in this country, and we have to work to make the justice system just. And right now, it as people disparagingly say, just us don't mean just us, And prosecutors really need to understand that their job is justice and not just convictions.
Time to stop convicting the ham sandwiches, right, Ellen?
That's right. That's what the grand jury can. They can indict a ham sandwich. That's what lawyers said. Because the grand jury is under the control of prosecutors, they can indict a ham sandwich. But they seem to have a problem indicting police who fatally shoot Black people under extraordinary circumstances.
Well, And I don't know if I don't know why, for some reason, this conversation is striking me differently or with more focus. What you both have said that, or to the extent that you both have made this point, that there's not enough to distinguish the experience of Mumia from everybody else. And I don't know that I've ever really thought of it quite that way, even as much as I think I've been paying attention to this in related cases and all these issues, that the similarity is, and maybe it's because of out of a biased eye, and maybe others want to believe that there's something particular because of the politics or something about his behavior, or he didn't make the right choice or whatever, but it really isn't. I mean, it's that the similarities are too severe, too stark. And then the point that you made, Lynn, about that Mumia made, that I'm locked up with everybody in the cell next to me showed up in a suit. And it reminds me of the joke I used to make and still make in my classes, that I want everybody to believe the hype, at least temporarily, believe all the mythology, and have everybody in Black America, for instance, wake up on Monday morning and be at the, well, not that we can go anywhere anymore, but it used to be pre-COVID, be at the bus stop and the train station at 5 a.m. Everybody have your suit on. Everybody get your names changed from Barack and LaQuisha to Mike and Amy. Everybody get rid of the cornrows and the braids, and then everybody, do all of these things. And then by noon, by lunchtime, we'll be in the state of a revolution that I always fantasize, because everybody realized that had nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with a damn thing. We're still getting dragged off by the cops. We're still going to horrible schools and horrible jobs and underpaid and this and that. And it's not because my pants were sagging and my hair was this and my name was that. It's not. Anyway, I greatly appreciate the both of you. For years, I've been trying to keep up with your work on this, and I'm still confused and not able to follow everything. And it's still.
Let me tell you, Jared, when I was researching this book, every fifth article about Mumia Abu-Jamal for like a 25-year period was written by Lynn Washington. I even called him and told him so. I was like, you could take a semester just reading everything Lynn has written about Mumia. Forget about what other people have written. Just read what Lynn has written about Mumia in 25 years. We'll take an entire semester.
Well,
my closing remark is that the case is not complicated, but it is convoluted. As God was saying, there's a lot of nuance that gets.
Thank you.
That's why it's nuanced, because it gets blurred over.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you, Professor Ball. Appreciate your interest in this matter and your interest in justice and right and affirmatively being Black.
Yeah, yes, sir. Absolutely. No question. I appreciate the both of you, and to all of you who have stuck with us this long. As always, as Fred Hampton used to say to you, we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody. We'll catch you in the whirlwind. See you next time. Thanks again, everybody.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like.
His time with that program, as well as best practices recognition from the dust off.
What I like, what I like, what I like.
All right, what's up, world? Welcome to another edition of I Mix What I Like Live. I'm Jared Ball, happy to be your host again. IMixWhatILike.org, at I Mix What I Like for all your relevant social media. We have a great program set up we're going to get to in just a minute. I thought it was perfectly appropriate to dust off one of our old tracks from the Hate Harder series, featuring, of course, Pam Africa, who was featured in the 40 Years a Prisoner documentary, the subject we're going to start our conversation off with tonight. There with my man Head Rock, the mayor of DC hip hop, on a classic track that I put together some years ago and thought was again appropriate to dust off here. Before we do get to our guests tonight, and I'm going to bring them up in just a quick second, I do want to quickly remind some folks of a couple of things, including, as we've been trying to do, is continue to highlight some issues with political prisoners. So what I've already put in the YouTube links for, and we'll put it at mixwhatilike.org, of course, as well, are links to a couple of things to highlight and encourage people to follow up on. Not the least of which, again, because political prisoners were the subject of tonight's discussion and of many that we're going to be having here and have been having here. I thought it was appropriate to do that. And I just want to quickly encourage people to once again go to the National Jericho Movement website, but also to this recent article in the SF Bay View about Rochelle McGee, who is not often talked about, but who has sent out a letter that they've reprinted here. We've put the link in the video, for YouTube, and we'll have it at imixwhatilike.org as well. But as it says here, he's the longest unjustly held political prisoner in the United States, under lockdown for nearly 6 decades. Rochelle Cinque McGee was a key figure in the 1970 Marin County Civic Center shootout, but was acquitted of murder along with Angela Davis. We must demand his immediate release now. And for a lot of the discussion and focus that Angela Davis rightly deserves, her, at the time, co-defendant, all there on, at least, involved with Jonathan Jackson, the younger brother of George Jackson, in the attempt to free and to be freed. There was the shootout ensued, Jonathan killed, the judge killed, and McGee acquitted of those charges, but he's been held down for all these decades. So we encourage people to check out this story and get on to supporting him as well. And same thing with just checking out the National Jericho Movement website and staying abreast of all the issues with political prisoners, including the ones we're going to be talking about tonight associated with the MOVE movement and Mumia Abu-Jamal. So let me just get to our guests, one of whom you already know. Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows has been with us many times and will continue to be with us. And please check out our recent video discussion of his review of Obama's recent memoir. Nationally known journalist, journalism professor, independent freelance researcher, drums at the globalvillage.com is where you can find him. And then also someone he put me in touch with years ago, and I've just been honored to be able to be involved with, engaged with. And I want to point out before even bringing him up that he is someone who is emblematic of something that doesn't happen often enough in academia or in the professional world at all. He actually looks out for people and shows public support, private support, working to help them sustain themselves, build their careers, and in some ways stay out of trouble. So it's something that we don't see often enough, and I just wanted to highlight. He's been a personal great help to me beyond just the guidance in terms of his career as a journalist, an activist and spokesperson on behalf of Mumia Abu-Jamal. And that is Professor Lynn Washington Jr., who is a veteran journalist who spent years in Philadelphia covering the MOVE movement. He currently teaches courses in investigative reporting, journalism, law, and multimedia reporting and news writing. He co-created the department's innovative multimedia urban reporting lab. For 8 years, he also directed and co-directed PhiladelphiaNeighborhoods.com, the department's capstone class. Student work in that urban reporting focus class earned nearly 3 dozen regional and national journalism awards during his time with that program, as well as best practices recognition from the Association for Education in Journalism and Mass Communication. Washington also continues to work as a professional journalist for news entities, print, online, across the U.S. and in Europe, for which he has been recognized with awards. He frequently serves as an expert commentator, including appearances on a lot of national and international mainstream media, and he has directed study abroad programs for Temple University School of Media and Communication in London and South Africa. And of course, he was featured in the recent documentary about which we're going to discuss tonight, 40 Years a Prisoner. I want to welcome both of my colleagues and comrades and mentors. I appreciate you both. Welcome to this live stream, to the program. Good evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to say something I've never said publicly. You know, that's become my new thing now, Brother Jared, right? I now admit things that I normally don't admit publicly. You know, normally a person is honored by receiving a letter of recommendation for tenure. I was honored to write a letter of recommendation for tenure for Lynn Washington. And I really didn't know at the time who I was writing that letter for, you know, because Lynn was this, you know, this very humble guy who I met, you know, talking about Mumia. You know, I would call him up and interview him for The Source and for other places. And, you know, he was always very generous. And, you know, like he would do the interview and I would just take what he said and make $300 and be very happy. But I didn't really learn until, you know, as I started to look at his career, how serious this brother has been. And he is somebody who, you know, you talked about how he is important in terms of the personal relationships. I would like to talk about how important he is in terms of his public stances, because to be for Mumia Abu-Jamal and work for a white institution in Pennsylvania is dangerous. And the fact that he has never swerved, never wavered from his support of Mumia Abu-Jamal, no matter what the right wing says about him, no matter what other people say about him, I just have the greatest respect for that. And I have never told Lynn Washington that. So I just wanted to take that minute and do that now.
Thank you, Todd.
Right on, man. And this is why I like the co-hosting and collaboration, because I can't keep up with everything. So that's why, you know, immediately we had to get Todd involved. There's a lot I want to get to. There's a lot to get to. We have this fortunate opportunity to have you both here. Let me just start off with the broad and you know, vague question. Professor Washington, what did you think of the documentary? What is your initial reaction to the documentary, 40 Years a Prisoner?
Well, I found it to be very impressive. I thought it was a good story, well put together. And the thing that, one of the many things that jumped out at me was the archival material that the director was able to pull together. It really tells not only an extraordinary story of that slice of Philadelphia from 76 through 78, 79, but it tells a story that has not been told adequately before. So I was really impressed with it.
Right on. By the way, I just want to let everybody know, if you look at the bottom and you see the scroll, all money raised during this live stream or all money raised in relationship to this live stream will go to either the Jericho movement or something related to the movement more directly. And I'll even ask Lynn Washington for advice on that as well. But I don't want anybody, I do want to encourage people to support if you can. I understand these are difficult times for everybody, but if you can and you have the interest, just rest assured that's where the money's going, or feel free just to donate to them directly without going through us or me. Dr. Burroughs, what did you think of the documentary? What was your initial reaction to the documentary?
Unfortunately, I have not seen the documentary, but I would like to talk about Move in terms of my own research on it.
Okay.
Around that period of time. And I would like to talk about Mumia's relationship with Move and how that came about. Because I think it's a very important story. And I mean, Lynn was going to be there and kind of watch this thing develop. So,
and if I can interrupt real quick, this is important because there's actually two tracks sort of to tonight's conversation, one specifically about Mumia and his case. And there's a lot that I've even just learned recently about Lynn, your involvement in covering that I'm way late to, that we have got to talk about. But then there's also his relationship to the Move organization, none of which was really covered in the documentary. I'm not even sure, other than being pictured in Pam Africa's interview, that Mumia was even mentioned. I'm not even sure he was discussed. So this will be an important bridge for you to quickly build for us.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the foundation. I'm going to put them both in the dirt, and I'm going to let those two things sprout independently. You know, I think I grew up watching Gil Noble, so I'm used to using little metaphors like that in broadcasting. Move is defined in the scholarly literature, and I am going to call you Dr. Ball this one time, Dr. Ball. Move is defined in the scholarly literature as being a techno-anarchist organization. And I thought that was very interesting because I didn't know there was some kind of term for this. What Move did was basically pioneer some practices that are now, you know, considered mainstream, you know, composting and, you know, not ingesting chemicals in your body, using natural, you know, herbs and things in terms of soaps. I mean, all these things that many people who are environmentally conscious do now, Move was doing back in the 70s. And Move had a very clear philosophy. It was led by a interracial pairing, by the way, the guy who became John Africa, and a white guy who later kind of dropped out of the group. They founded this group. And I'm trying to remember, is John Africa's name Vincent Leapart Wynn? Is that correct?
Yes, that was his birth name, Vincent Leapart, and he adopted the name of John Africa.
Thank you. Yeah, Vincent Leapart was known as a guy who walked a lot of people's dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was known as the Dog Man.
Vince the Dog Man.
Yeah, right, Dog Man, is that right?
Vince the Dog Man, that's what he was known as in Powhatan.
Thank you. And so he and I said this white guy, I forget his name, they co-founded the Move organization, which was originally called the Christian Movement for Life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But later they shortened it for Move. And so they started doing practices that perhaps were not conducive to being in an urban area. So if you do composting, let's say in an urban area, and you have things in the grass or whatever, that might draw rats, right? That might draw insects. And see, because Move believed in all life being sacred, even the life of rats and of ants and other insects, they caused quite a stir just as in terms of just being neighbors, right? In a neighborhood. They also caused quite a stir because they had very clear philosophies about nature, and that nature be free. They believed in being completely natural. And so, you know, like for instance, they washed with herbs. You know, it was said that they didn't wash, which is untrue. They washed with herbs. Now, people said they smelled. Well, they smelled like herbs, right? Because that's what they washed with, because they weren't interested in those chemicals. So they had a very, very serious philosophy. And I want to say this, you know, when I started doing research on Move, people act like Move is some sort of crazy aberration that just happened in the 70s, just happened in Philadelphia. There have been groups like Move around for decades, across the country and across the world. And there were several groups in the 70s that attempted to, you know, experimental living, experimental modes of being, etc. So Move got this reputation of being very militant in terms of their denunciation of the system and their denunciation of the very racist police department run by Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo, for those of you who don't know, imagine Donald Trump as a chief of police. That's you have Frank Rizzo, right? It's simple as that. I mean, even down to the loud mouth and all of that, it's all there. So Move occupied this space in Philadelphia. Now, Philadelphia is a black bougie city, right? It's a city that had as an NAACP president Cecil Moore, who literally said, "I am a black nationalist in support of Malcolm X." So imagine having the head of the NAACP be Cecil Moore. Now, Brother Jared, I want you to imagine this because you're a radio brother. Imagine having your top DJ, the one who can organize the black community, as your vice president. And that was Georgie Woods, the man with the goods. So you had a black nationalist president of the NAACP, and you had a brother who could organize the community on the radio in the 60s. So, of course, the national NAACP responded by destroying the Philadelphia chapter and breaking it up so that they wouldn't have that kind of power again. See, Philadelphia is a middle-class city, right? So they respected people like Father Washington of the Church of the Advocate, because what he would do is he would quietly be in support of the militants and the revolutionaries, etc. But they did not like that open, blatant support. And Moore represented that in spades. Now, to get to the former West Cook, right? So here you have Mumia Abu-Jamal, Mumia named by an African high school teacher, right, who gave all of his class students in Ben Franklin High African names. So he's named by this African Mumia. He chooses the name Jamal for his first son after he leaves the Black Panther Party. So he literally has named himself the father of his son. That's how close he is to family and to community. So Mumia Abu-Jamal means Mumia, father of Jamal, right? So Mumia is developing this radio career, but he's very decolonized. He rides around on a bike. He doesn't use a car. He interviews the head of the local marijuana users association and later becomes its president. So by the time he's arrested, he's identified in the Philadelphia Inquirer and other places as president of the Philadelphia Marijuana Users Association. But he drives around, but he rides around the bike. He wears coveralls. He rejects what was then a six-figure job or equivalent of six-figure job in local television. He does a tryout on local television. He interviews Dr. J. There's a famous picture of him interviewing Dr. J with his dreadlocks covered. He gives up this television job because they told him to cut off his dreads, and he refused to do so. Now, to show you, again, Brother Jared, you know that the African experience is nonlinear. It's the same refusal of cutting off his dreads, which allows him to be in solitary for the first 8 or 9 years of his incarceration, his post-conviction incarceration. So here you have Mumia, who is a decolonized cat, right? He's in the 70s. He's in the groove. And he's depressed because of the East Coast, West Coast battle that destroyed the Black Panther Party. And he refuses to ever join another organization again. He did join the Association of Black Journalists in Philadelphia, which is now called the NABJ chapter in Philadelphia. Well, they were founded before NABJ, right? So he becomes president of that group. And by the way, he expands that group to include Latinos. So a young journalist in Philadelphia named Juan Gonzalez joins the ABJ. And, you know, that's how he and Mumia become friends, right? So he's practicing his craft. He's on NPR, the station where Terry Gross Fresh Air comes out of. He's on WDAS in the weekends. And, you know, he starts to cover events in the community. So he goes out and he meets these MOVE members. And these MOVE members touch something very deep in him, touch something very decolonized in him. And so he notices that because of MOVE's stylings, that they don't get really good coverage, not even in the Black press. So, for instance, there is this tradition, and Brother Jared knows this, about marginalized groups going to Black newspapers and getting columns, right? Most famous of this probably is the Amsterdam News, in which Malcolm X would shop around Elijah Muhammad's column across the country, and that's how he did that. Now he shopped around Elijah Muhammad's column because he got in trouble, because when he wrote his own column for the Amsterdam News, it was really a long article that they cut up in pieces called God's Angry Men. It got too much attention, right? But this tradition. So MOVE gets a column in the Philadelphia Tribune, which is the city's most prominent Black papers. And by the way, there's this young rabble-rouser who is loud and profane, and her name is Jeanette. I forgot who Jeanette's last name was. And Jeanette was very serious and dedicated to Move to the point where, you know, she even left her own family for Move, and people wrote articles about her. And that's the person who we now know as Pam Africa. So Mumia gets in this environment. I'm almost done because I definitely want my brother Washington to speak because he lived all of this. I'm just reading. So Mumia becomes attached to this group and then begins to try to cover this group. And he runs into some resistance. I'll tell you one quick story, Brother Ball, because this is important to tell, because this is somebody you remember in radio. He talked, and Live from Death Row, he talks about he went and covered the Move protest in front of the Operation Push headquarters, right? Young Jesse Jackson was having his meeting, and Move people were interrupting it. So he comes back with these wild sound, the sound of fighting with Move, and his news director says, "You can't do this. You can't air this." And he's on black radio. And he's like, "What do you mean I can't do this?" And he fights with the news director saying, "No, I'm going to air this because this is news." Now, who was that director? It was Bernie McCain. You might find that interesting, right? Because Bernie was all around the radio, all up and down the East Coast. And of course, you know, I know about Bernie McCain being in Washington, D.C. and WL. So now Mumia becomes, like I said, he becomes first, as a journalist, he becomes interested in Move and thinks they should be covered fairly. And then he becomes an adherent to Move. And I'm going to hurt some feelings here. I know a lot of people who want to talk about Mumia got kicked off the radio because of police brutality. Not true. He got kicked off the radio for two reasons. One, he was so Move-oriented that he turned his newscast into Movecasts. That was one thing. The other thing was he got kicked off the weekend shift at WDAS, the top soul radio station, because he, quote unquote, did not fit their image. And he wrote this long memo to Cody Anderson, which has been scrubbed from the web, but see, I got it before they scrubbed it, in which he articulated completely his decolonized philosophy, saying, "I can't believe, Cody, that you've been such a traitor and Uncle Tom on this, because you know that I've won awards, I've done all of this kind of stuff." And because Mumia was independent, he was intellectually independent. So he was attracted to Move because Move was intellectually independent. Now, to show you how this can go, again, non-linear, it was Cody Jackson, it was the younger Cody Jackson's son, that Mumia then turns to when he has that amazing press conference when he defends himself against Buzz Bissinger. When Buzz Bissinger was in Variety talking about he confessed, which was not true. So as you see, you see all of these kind of interconnected things, right? Father Washington, whose church is where they have the memorial for Fred Hampton. Right? We just talked about Fred Hampton last week. Well, it was at Father Washington's church where Mumia spoke about Fred Hampton. There's a famous picture of him speaking. So you have that. You have Move. You have Black Radio. You have the ABJ. And you have all these other organizations that Mumia covered on his bike. But it's Move that's at his center, because it's Move that allowed him to look at what he always cared about, which was different elements of freedom. And it's freedom is what we're going to be talking about tonight, I'm sure, in terms of Move and Mumia. I'm sorry to go so long, folks. I just wanted to get some basic things in, and then I know Brother Washington will come in with his first person. So I apologize to you.
And we haven't even gotten to the point where, obviously, where Mumia, is engaged in whatever occurs that ends up having him accused of killing Daniel Faulkner. And Lynn, let me just bring you in here because. And I'm tempted to ask you to do it this way, but obviously, please respond however you'd like, or add whatever you'd like. I found and I've since lost it already, but I found your, I guess, submitted is this testimony about being one of the first on hand to the scene where Faulkner is killed. And you were outlining all of the things wrong with the procedure, the crime scene. So I thought of if you could, and I had never seen this before. And and the way you were describing, you know, walking up to the car, seeing blood, and you're only there a few hours after this event has occurred, and nobody is there. And it seemed like you were, if I have it correctly, almost outlining a context for what Philadelphia was like as it relates to the police and then the Black community. It almost seemed like you were explaining that as you were explaining all that was wrong in this crime scene. And I honestly, I feel terrible having never read that before. I think 2 days ago, but anyway, I thought so. As Todd was laying that out, if we could start there, we could talk about what that was like, and even have that be part of what explains the context of Move in Philadelphia, and Mumia, all of which is unfortunately, or a lot of which is not in this documentary.
Right. Well, the documentary that's out now, 40 Years a Prisoner, really looks at a very specific time period, well, for the better part, and that's the MOVE organization from 76 to around, well, the 78 shootout, August 8th of 1978, and then into their trial, and then it kind of leapfrogs 40 years forward as those persons were kept incarcerated far too long. The document that you were referencing was an affidavit that I put together, and it's kind of ironic that I'm here with Todd, because I had gone to Pittsburgh, because that's where I grew up, and Mumia's attorneys at the time were there, and they were south of the city on, well, don't want to get into too much, etc., but they were there working on the case. So I went down ostensibly to look at the trial records. You know, I had heard about them, had never seen them. I go to this apartment, it's like a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment, and every room was just filled with boxes that were related to this case. So I'm looking through it, and they say, well, could you give me an affidavit? And I said, no, I don't get involved in this. This is not what I do. They said, no, we will never use it. We just want to have it for future reference if we need it, and before we use it, we'll talk to you. So let's be real, you know, the quid pro quo. Okay, I'll give you this, you give me access to that stuff. And after I gave them the affidavit, which delineated what I saw that day, and I'll get to that in a minute because it was highly unusual, that crime scene when I arrived on it, a little less than 4 hours after the incident itself happened, between 4 and 5 hours. But I'm coming back to my mom's house, and I get a call from Todd, and he starts talking about this affidavit, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Are you clairvoyant or something? And he said, no, they've introduced it in court. And I'm like, them lousy rascals, man, you know, just lying to me straight up to my face. And now here I'm in the middle of the case. And you know, again, let's be real. Journalists very often have to maintain this facade of objectivity, you know, and particularly Black journalists, because there's this notion that if you're Black, then you're going to twist things around for Black people. And that wasn't the case with me, and that's not the case with the majority of the Black journalists, but that's the paint that's put on us. So that particular affidavit ostensibly dealt with what I observed when I went to the crime scene on December 9th, 1981. At that time, I was working for the Philadelphia Daily News. I was assigned to City Hall. I was covering City Council. And what would happen with reporters, or at least with me, every morning when I would wake up, I would turn on the news radio station, and whatever story was big, I knew that the Daily News was going to be chasing after it. So I turned on the radio that morning, and I hear a police officer has been killed. And I'm like, oh God, this is like horrible. And the police, and I know what's going to happen today. And then the next word was, and a prominent journalist in the city has been arrested for that. What? Mumia Abu-Jamal. Mumia. And when the police arrived at the scene, they found Abu-Jamal's brother spread eagle against the wall. And I'm like, wait a minute. The cops arrive and somebody's against the wall before they say up against the wall, fill in the blank, you know how they talk. So this thing from the very beginning just didn't settle out right to me. So I said, okay, let me put on my clothes, take a quick shower, run out the house, My wife was saying, "You didn't eat breakfast." I said, "I get around to it. I got to get downtown." So I go to the crime scene. Now, before I got to the Daily News, I started my career at the Philadelphia Tribune, which is the oldest African-American newspaper in the country. And as a young reporter, I got two assignments. One was to cover crime, and I finally learned what the blues was. And I'm not talking about, Lead Belly, Mississippi blues. I'm talking about funk from being in a depressing scene, because the Tribune was into a blood and guts era. They wanted you to go cover crime, and while you were there, you had to take a picture of a body part or some blood. Then you would give it to the city editor. He would blow it up, put it on the front page, put a circle around it, put an arrow in it. And the city editor, that was his day job. His avocation was a minister. This dude was a minister, and he reveled in blood and guts. So I bring that up only to say that I've covered too many crimes. And as a part of that, I understood the procedure would happen with police. So in many crimes, actually in most crimes, the police officers are on scene for hours, maintaining the integrity of the crime scene. And depending on the severity of the crime or the stature of the crime, they may be there for days. So I get there, and I understand, and listen to this, I get there, the crime takes place between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. It was actually, what was it, Todd, 3:54? Or 3:45 or 3:47.
3:45, something like that, right in the morning, right?
I get there around 8:30. There is nobody on scene, not a single cop anywhere. And I'm looking, like, where are they? Are they hiding? I see Billy Cook's Volkswagen. At the time, there had been some reports.
And I just want to stress, this is not just a murder scene, but a scene where a cop is killed.
A cop is killed, right, in Philadelphia, which, as Todd alluded to, Rizzo and, a whole racist, oppressive police regime. And we could get into that later in terms of what's happened in the 70s with this, because that was very formative of what became the move disputes. And the clashes with City Hall was around police brutality, but police brutality related to, some of their lifestyles and some of their actions. So I get there, I had heard that Faulkner and Billy Cook had a tussle. Faulkner had hit Billy Cook with his flashlight, and Billy Cook had gotten in the car. There was some blood in there and whatever. So I go there. So one, I'm shocked that there's no cops around. And that really says something to me, that the police, when they arrested Mumia, felt that the case was open and shut. They didn't have no care of trying to really delve into what happened, and at the very least maintain the integrity of the crime scene. However, in maintaining the integrity of the crime scene, there's a whole history of them not doing it. We're talking about this evening the MOVE confrontation on August 8th, 1978. Well, it took place in this MOVE compound in Powelton Village 3 hours, about 3.5 hours after the shootout and the surrender of the MOVE people and an alleged investigation of a darkened basement that was filled with hundreds of thousands of gallons of water and tear gas and smoke. The city of Philadelphia tore the house down. They destroyed the scene. So here again, with Mumia, years later, actually a couple of years later, the crime scene is not preserved. So I was able to get into Billy Cook's car. Of course, I pulled my handkerchief out before I touched that car, because Lynn Washington's fingerprints was not
right, because you'd have been next up on the thing. Lynn Washington arrested for.
Oh no. So I'm doing like my Columbo thing or whatever.
You could read the headline the next day: Black journalists lead assault against the white establishment of Philadelphia.
Not me. I'm going home tonight to my kids. So I was able to investigate that. Saw that there was blood in the back seat or on the floor in the back seat. So maybe Cook was in the car with bleeding. Took a little stroll around the scene, try to understand what was going on, but really didn't understand what was going on. So I had no context for that. And the next thing I did was go to the hospital where I understood that Officer Faulkner had been taken, as well as Mumia had been taken. Now, the hospital, Jefferson Hospital, is literally 3 blocks, and that's only because of one-way streets from the crime scene. But when they removed Mumia from the crime scene after beating him to a pulp and ramming his head into his telephone pole accidentally 7 times, it takes them over a half an hour to get to the hospital. So it's clear that they, according to what came out later, they were initially told to take Mumia to homicide to be questioned. Now, Mumia has a critical gunshot wound in his gut. He needed to go immediately to the hospital, but they're going to take him to homicide. What I think, and this is just what I think they were driving him around hoping he died. You know, so I go to the hospital and I run into a couple of other reporters, people who work with Mumia, one being E. Stephen Collins, who actually worked with Mumia at WDAS. And he starts saying, hey, man, look, you know, the Mumia's in the emergency room and, you know, they're beating him up back there. And I said, yeah, I tried to get in the emergency room, but the cops were there and, you know, my press pass didn't get me in. So we were able to interview hospital personnel who saw Mumia getting beaten. And then, you know, things just, I was going to say evolved from there, but no, they actually devolved from there. And we can go into that. But that crime scene was not preserved. That was just the first of what now becomes enough information, evidence, and incidents of impropriety that could literally fill an encyclopedia.
And what Lynn is not going into is that Mumia was shackled to that bed, and that he remained shackled in that basement for like, what, 2 weeks, something like that?
Yeah, they shackled him to the bed. You know, he's under arrest. He's charged with murder. And curiously, you know, when we look at the Mumia case and you hear the opposition saying, well, the case is airtight and you know, it's a profound evidence of guilt. Well, if you shoot a gun, and Mumia had a revolver, a 38 revolver with a small barrel, they call them snub nose, because they're 2 inches or less. A revolver, when it goes off, gunpowder sprays off the side. So one would suspect that if a gun was fired, then you would have gunpowder residue on your hands, and there would be gunpowder residue on your clothes. But the police maintained that the Abu-Jamal, who they had shackled to a bed, they didn't think that he would give them permission to do the gun test, the gunfire test on his hands.
But not only that, Lynn, talk about the.
But wait. But why would you? Since when do they wait for permission to do a gun residue test? A gunpowder residue test.
Professor Ball, you hit the ball right coming over the base.
Permission?
The cops don't need permission for that. They don't need permission in terms of their normal practice, and they don't need permission in terms of the law. The law says that they don't need to get a search warrant to take that type of test. And what is even, I guess, compounding this craziness, I had a conversation with Pam Africa just a few weeks ago, and she was telling me about Abu-Jamal's clothes, in the chain of custody of the clothes. The police took his clothes, and they had him for months before they returned him to his wife. So one would think that given that time that his clothing was in the custody of police, that they would have checked it for gunpowder.
Right.
Now, if they didn't do it, that was gross incompetence and undermined his fair trial rights. If they did do it and they didn't find anything because they didn't come into court and say they found anything, then that was evidence of innocence that showed more of the injustice that this man has endured for 39 years as of today.
As of today. But could you talk about the gun test that you did that disputed the official police report about the angles of the bullets and all that? Because
Right.
that's important too.
Oh, yes. And well, you think it's important. Thank you very much. I think it's important. Dave Lindos thought it was important. Michael Schiffman and other people who've looked at this thought it was important. But again, you know, like you just said, you're going to get in trouble with somebody. Let me get in trouble right now. We gave that information to Mumia's attorneys, and they didn't think it was important. What? Let me stop. Well, anyway, the gunshot test. According to the
but Todd is gonna pun intended trump you in a minute, I'm sure, with getting in trouble, because as you were saying before we got started, Todd, the reason Mumia ended up with this bad legal team or this bad legal advice is his own fault, according to you.
And you know who I got
am I getting the timeline right?
And yes, and you know who I got that from? I got that from first Lynn Washington, and then I got that from my own research. Lynn, talk about what Mumia turned down that the Black community offered him. I think it's important to talk about.
Okay, well, let me get to the gun test, and then we'll do that.
Yes.
Like we've, all of us have been saying it during this conversation. There is so much here to get into. Now, in terms of the gunshot, according to the prosecution's case that they put on and what has become the record in this case, Abu-Jamal is driving a cab that night. He had been robbed as a cab driver, so he has a legally registered .38 pistol, and he had a legal right to own it. I mean, it was officially registered. What he didn't have is a carry permit. So in some ways, he was illegal by having the gun. But he's at 13th and Locust in Center City, Philadelphia, which is now it's in the neighborhood. But back then, it was a nightlife area. So cab drivers would go there late at night to get fares from people coming out of the nightclubs who were too drunk to drive home, or they didn't have a car, or they shouldn't drive home. So he was there picking up a fare, and there was a 24-hour diner there that the denizens of the night, congregated around, including cab drivers getting a grub between their jobs. So Abu-Jamal sees his brother in a confrontation with the police officer. And now I'm just telling you the story according to the police. They say Abu-Jamal runs out of a parking lot, runs across 13th Street, pulls out the snub nose, shoots Officer Faulkner in the back. Officer Faulkner spins around, and as he's falling down, he shoots Abu-Jamal, and then Abu-Jamal comes over Officer Faulkner, straddles him, fires 4 shots. 3 of them miss. 1 of them hits him between the eyes. So that had always, I've always found that problematic. Number one, a snub nose pistol, regardless of what caliber, 22, 38, 44, don't try it, but they're notoriously inaccurate. So you have to be a super good marksman to shoot a short barrel pistol like that. And then for someone who is running in a highly charged situation, it is unlikely that he would have had 1 shot and that 1 shot hit the officer. The other piece is that information came out that the shot that hit Abu-Jamal did not come from the bottom up, as would be the case if Faulkner was falling, but it came from the top down. So that was always problematic. And, I know a little bit about ballistics because I grew up around guns. My father was a hunter, and, as a kid, one thing I wanted to be a Formula One driver until I found out that they didn't have Black people in Formula One. And then I said, I'll design guns. I started designing guns. So I've been a part of ballistics all my life. So ballistically, the thing never worked out. So now get to the test. In 2009, Dave Lindorf and I were sitting around, we're talking about the case. And Dave Lindorf is an investigative reporter in this area. He wrote an extraordinary book on the case. In fact, it's still the most comprehensive examination of that case. And he's been following the case for years, just like me. We said, that gunshot, it just doesn't sound right. And I said, Dave, there's no way that you could shoot a gun into the sidewalk and it makes no marks. Crime scene photos, right, show no bullet marks, none. There's this famous photo of a stream of blood, and the officer's hat is there, and the narrative is that Officer Faulkner was slain, he was executed by Abu-Jamal, And here's the scene. But when you look at it, you don't see any bullet marks. We took those photos and we sent them to a scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This guy's job is to take photographs from deep space satellites that go out to Saturn and Uranus and, all the way out to the other side of the solar system, and magnify them to see what's there. So he magnified these photographs on a supercomputer, and guess what he found? No bullet marks. So we said we're going to replicate this study. So I was able to get a hold of a snub-nose 38. It was a different brand, but it was the same kind of gun. We got the type of ammunition that Abu-Jamal had. We got plus P ammunition, what he had in his gun. We got hollow points. We got metal jacketed, and we got the soft lead. We got a 200-pound piece of sidewalk. Where Dave lives in the suburbs, they were building a new school in his community, so they were tearing up the sidewalk around the old school. And we went out, got the sidewalk, struggling. I mean, the construction workers were laughing at these two old skinny guys just trying to get this sidewalk into my Subaru station wagon. Then we went up in the mountains, and to do a test. I mean, you gentlemen have the PhD, and you know how to do research and how the proper protocols are. I'm just a little guy, so I said, let me try to figure out how I can get some authenticity to this. So I got a Penn State University professor, actually a guy I grew up with, who not only knows history, but he knows ballistics. I mean, this is like a mountain man kind of guy. He makes his own bullets. When you go to his house, you go up on his third floor, there's gunpowder and bullets and shells. So I said, I want you to observe this case. So Dave builds a platform that approximates how Abu-Jamal could shoot. Fortunately, and this is critical in terms of how lies have been manufactured around Abu-Jamal. He had a piece of sheet metal where he put a hole in so we could shoot through it, which would approximate where Abu-Jamal was. But at the bottom of it, he put sheet metal down there too. So I performed a gunshot test, fire into it. Every bullet that we use, soft lead, jacketed, hollow points, and just for comparison, my professor friend Arthur, we got his 357 Magnum, which is a powerful gun, just to show, and that just almost shattered the sidewalk. But the point is that every shot that we fired into that sidewalk made a mark. So if that happened in this test, why were there not any marks in the crime scene photos? If in fact he shot 3 times and he missed, those bullets hit the sidewalk. Unless, of course, it was one of these things in the how the Warren Commission that looked at the Kennedy assassination. They somehow
reverse of a magic bullet.
Yeah, the magic bullet. It changes direction in the air. We now live in an era where we have missiles that can be programmed to change directions in the air. We now have ballistics that can just about do that, and even including some artillery shells can do that in a minor way. But back in 1981, if a bullet is shot down, that's where it's going. It's not going to just come out of the barrel of the gun and say, whoop.
Well, my question would have been, and still would be, what bullet fired at a range where someone is standing over somebody and is strong enough to puncture skin, bone, tissue, and all of that and kill someone would not cause a mark in the cement? In other words, what wouldn't do that? I mean, what BB gun fired at close range wouldn't leave something? I mean, that's absurd.
Absolutely, Jared. Nothing shot into the ground is not going to leave a mark. But having done this test, I was afraid that shooting into that sidewalk, the bullet would ricochet and shatter my leg.
Right.
So when I saw that Dave had built that little barrier at the bottom, it was like, okay, thank you, Dave, you saved me. When we finished the test, the kick plate, that little portion at the bottom, was all dented from fragments from the bullets, as well as the gravel and cement from the sidewalk that had shot up from being shot into. Now, when you look at that scenario, that shooting into the sidewalk not only makes a mark, but it kicks up dust, and particles on none of the autopsy reports or any of the property inventory that the police did. Was there any notation that there was gravel, marks, sand, or anything on the clothing of Officer Faulkner? So we, through this video that we actually, it subsequently turned into a video, and it's on YouTube. If you go and put in Mumia Abu-Jamal gunshot test, Lynn Washington, Dave Lindorf, you'll see it. It's 7 minutes long. So that was just one of the myriad of things that we've been able to look at, examine, test, and find to be substantially in variance with physical reality and natural law. No.
Now, I do want to quickly have you make this point about why Mumia ended up with the less effective legal team, but we've already gone for almost an hour, so that I want to make sure we at least get to a couple of other things before we all have to leave. Because there's just so many. Because we're not even going to get to the question that I always want to ask Mumia when this stuff comes up, which is why would the police want to do this if it's so obvious he didn't do it? Why would they be so interested in not uncovering the truth about who killed their fellow officer? But I think we'll have to tease that for a part 2, because I do want you to make this point about why Mumia didn't have the best legal team he might have been able to have, at least initially.
Well, Todd said that he got some things from me, and yeah, I've maintained over the years and watching the legal teams come and go that if Mumia committed any crime, that crime was not being able to select good counsel. His initial counsel was a guy named Tony Jackson, and the some of the leftists that initially gravitated around this case and helped publicize it, and to their credit, they conflated the problems with Tony's representation. Legally, that's called ineffective assistance of counsel. When you as a lawyer don't do all that you are supposed to do for your client. What they conflated that ineffective assistance of counsel is, they say the dude was incompetent. No, he wasn't incompetent. He knew what he was doing, but he was in so far over his head. Mumia's on trial for first-degree murder, which carries a death sentence. And in Philadelphia at that time, they did not allow adequate defense for people charged with this maximum penalty. So here was one attorney against the whole district attorney's office and the whole police department. And when he asked for resources for a ballistics expert, when he asked for resources for this and that, they said, okay, well, here's $100. Here's $100. $100? Really? When he finally got the witness list of all of the people that were interviewed by the police, Tony Jackson got that in discovery. The police had left the name, but they crossed out phone numbers and addresses. So the money that he had for a private attorney was, not a private attorney, but a private detective, that money was spent up with the detective trying to reconstruct the list, trying to put phone numbers and addresses to the people. Tony Jackson goes in, and why was Tony Jackson selected? Well, he was initially selected to handle a police brutality complaint that Mumia had filed. He filed a police brutality complaint based on being beaten up by police at the scene and beaten up by police in the hospital. They were kicking him, stomping him, just wearing him out. And that's what Tony Jackson did. And then there was a petition made for Tony Jackson to represent Mumia. Now, all right, so, truth be told, some of us said that Mumia needs a good legal defense team. He's on trial for his life. So we found one of the best young black attorneys, a guy who was sharp as a scaffold. And he was one of Tony Jackson's boys. I mean, so it's not like we're saying Tony Jackson is a bad guy, because at that point, Tony Jackson was just handling the police brutality complaint. We take this information to Mumia, and he says, I don't want it. Huh? John Africa's going to defend me. Really? You're on trial for your life, and you want John Africa to defend you? You got that. So Tony Jackson starts getting into the case. Now understand, Tony Jackson, in the month before Mumia's arrest, had just resigned from a entity called the Public Interest Law Center of Philadelphia. And Tony Jackson was in charge of their police brutality project. Thus, he's the right guy to get for a police brutality complaint. He was setting up his own office when he was assigned to represent Mumia in the murder trial. He didn't have a secretary. He had a desk and an empty file cabinet. And now he has a murder case. When you're doing a murder case, you can't do much of anything else. So he couldn't do wills, real estate, burglaries, that sort of thing to bring in some money. So he's going broke trying to represent Abu-Jamal. The courts are jerking him at every turn. And Mumia saying, well, you should be doing this for me. You should be doing that for me. And he should, but the courts were blocking him. So him and Mumia get into a tiff. Tony Jackson, goes to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and says, me and my client can't get along. Could you take me off the case? And they said, hell no, you ain't, you can't go. And if you get off the case, we're taking your law license. So now he's stuck. And then Mumia says, I'm going to represent myself. So all of the discovery information and everything now goes to the prison. Tony Jackson's out of it. They said, you'll be backup attorney. Mumia starts representing himself during the first phases of the trial. He's doing well. The news accounts of it says that he was very businesslike and very, persistent and quiet. He's not upsetting the jury. And then one day the prosecutor comes in and says, Your Honor, I've gotten some word from, I don't know who, but I've gotten some word that the defendant is scaring potential jurors. Could you take him off the case? We know he's representing himself, but he doesn't know what he's doing. So just take away his right to self-defense.
And was the method of this terror explained? In other words, was it explained what Mumia was doing that was so scary?
Yeah, he's a black guy with dreadlocks on trial for murder, and the white people were afraid, according to the prosecutor. Now, they didn't do any voir dire, said, is this Negro scaring you? Yes, well then go. Yes, no. They didn't do none of that. It was a naked misrepresentation. The judge bought it. And let's understand, this is the same judge who, before the formal start of the trial, is sitting in a back room of the court, and he's overheard saying that he's going to help the prosecutors fry the nigger. I'm going to help the prosecutors fry the nigger. So when Abu-Jamal's right to self-defense, he was helping him fry the nigger. So the trial just devolved into that. Tony was put on the case at the last minute. He has no preparation, and then the trial goes on. Now, under trial procedure, after you're convicted of murder in a first-degree murder trial, you go into a separate phase called the death penalty phase, and you argue for life imprisonment versus death. Now, during that phase, you usually put on character witnesses. Tony Jackson didn't put on any character witnesses. Show you the bias in the courts against Abu-Jamal. In a time period like 10 or 12 years after Abu-Jamal, this happened to Abu-Jamal, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court granted new trials to 87 defendants because their attorney did not put on any mitigating evidence during the death penalty phase. When it came to Abu-Jamal, they said, well, Abu-Jamal was in charge of his own case, so because he didn't put on witnesses, it's not his attorney's fault. Really? So, I mean, this shows you like the multi-layers of bias in the judiciary against this case. Tony Jackson is off the case. Abu-Jamal eventually gets essentially like a dream team that was headed by Leonard Weinglass. They were the ones that handled the 1995 appeal.
And we also have a question here while you're at it, going through the timeline about the 2001 affidavit. Do either of you have something you can say about that?
I want to say something about it, and I'm not going to bite like Lynn. I'm going to be a biographer. It's something I grapple with because.
Well, tell us what it was first.
Lynn, is it too harsh to say Mumia lied in the affidavit? Like, is that too harsh? I mean, the gun that he had in his hand for the entire time of his arrest, conviction, appeals disappears in that affidavit. He tells a story because the radical wing of the Weinglass lawyers say, look, we have this evidence of somebody who claimed that he shot the officer, and Weinglass and everybody's not using it, and you've been in jail for all this long time, and it's time for you to use it. So, Marlene Kamish and Elliot Grossman influenced Mumia to do this affidavit in which he tells a version of his story in which he's trying to get out. But I mean, that gun is not in the story. And with the, and because his brother also does the affidavit, the brother who was part of the, confrontation with the officer who had never given his story, right? And the anti-Mumia people always talk about he never gave his story. Billy, he never showed up. Well, Billy gave an affidavit too. So this was in my view, and Lynn, correct me, this was a desperate effort for Mumia Abu-Jamal to get out of prison because it was 2001 and he was still in prison. So I want to know what your view of the affidavit is. It's something I grapple with as a biographer.
Yeah, the affidavit, let's just say, has some structural issues. Apparently, Mumia runs across the street, to go help his brother, and everything is just black. I just blacked out. I don't know what happened. Next thing I know, I wake up and the police are pummeling me. I think they're.
He had no gun in his hand, and because doesn't Billy say Mumia didn't have a gun, right?
Yeah, I mean this. Let's just there's some real issues with that.
There's some real issues.
And in all fairness to all sides, even some of the sides that don't deserve any fairness, affidavit that Mumia and his brother put together was not an adequate representation of what happened. However, that doesn't mean that what happened the way the prosecution said it happened.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
The prosecution's case just defies logic. But as we see in this whole Trump phenomenon, we have almost 300,000 people dead, and we got millions of Americans saying there's no coronavirus. We have a landslide election against Trump, and he's saying that he won. And this is the same Trump too, who said that his inauguration was the largest crowd ever. All of us were at the Million Man March, and it was 1 million times plus larger than Trump's inauguration. Ditto for the first and very bitterly cold inauguration.
Yeah, and I would also have to add, we also have a lot of people believing that Biden and Harris are going to be a radical departure from Trump, and I'm afraid that that's not going to be the case either. But I hear you in general. But listen, and I know and nobody agrees with me on that, so I don't want to, But listen. One of the reasons why I was happy to have us take this much time with, as Dr. Clark used to say, talking around the subject to talk about the subject, because it's not even fair for me to say it's a critique, because I think I understand what this documentary, 40 Years a Prisoner, is supposed to be doing. But one of the things, knowing a little bit about what you all have talked about, that was a little bit frustrating watching the documentary, is that I felt like if you're just tuning into this on HBO, or if you're just tuning into this because you saw something on social media, as much as one documentary could try to give some context, we heard almost nothing of we heard about the 78 shootout, but we heard, I don't think, anything of this 1981 killing of Faulkner and Mumia's involvement or alleged involvement. And then we didn't hear anything about the 85 bombing. Correct me if I'm wrong, which I thought, you know, I just felt like if we're trying to understand the context of why this Move 9 and others are still locked up, I thought we should have heard at least something about that, and maybe even some of the other political prisoners, including Mumia, you know, to put again in the context why a Move 9 is being locked up. It's not just in isolation of in a battle between the Move 9 or Move in Philadelphia. There's a broader context of Black liberation and political imprisonment and so on.
Right.
Lynn, what do you think about any of that?
You're right. There was a scant mention of 85. There was no mention of Mumia. But in fairness to what the filmmaker did and what he said he was trying to do was just provide that slice of a short period between, like I said, basically 76 to 79. It was really a story on two tracks. One, the story of Michael Africa Jr., who was born in a prison cell a week to 10 days after the August 8th shootout, and the valiant efforts that he went throughout his life to secure the freedom of his parents, who were two members of the Move 9, and then also their love story. I mean, they were, you know, teenage lovers. They get into Move, then they get incarcerated. They're separated for 40 years, and now they're back together, you know, happy and all of that. There were so many aspects of even what was the focus of the documentary that weren't told. We hear a lot about the Move 9, and all of the Move 9 are out now. 2 of them died in prison, 7 of them are out, and Delbert passed earlier this year, although he was able to breathe free for a couple of months. Forgotten in all of this is that on August 8th, 1978, 12 people were arrested in that house. Todd, you ever hear about that? Just a rhetorical question.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
no,
there were 12 people arrested in that house. There were the 9, and then there was another Move member, Consuela Africa, who's shown in the documentary. There was Davida Johnson, who was shown in the documentary. And then there was another woman whose last name escapes me now, but her first name was Sandra, and she was the wife or you know the partner of one of the Move 9 men. Now it's curious what happened to these people. Now let's understand the testimony from that 78 shootout was only the 5 men had guns, and that the women were only in the basement huddled, holding children. They were all charged with murder and riot and just being, you know, radical Negroes. I mean, I'm just being facetious here and I shouldn't, but, you know, they had a whole litany of charges. Within 10 days, all of the charges were dropped against Davida because she didn't do anything. She was just in the basement, just got in the wrong place at the wrong time. Consuela was put on trial, but unlike the other 9, she was represented by an attorney. And in that trial, a jury acquitted her of all of the murder charges from August 8, 78. She was convicted of riot for an incident that happened on May 20th, 1977. And then the other woman was also put on trial, and she had the same level of culpability or lack thereof of the 4 women who ultimately were convicted and sentenced to 40 years. She was acquitted by a jury. So by all legal right, those 4 Move women should never have been sentenced to those onerous terms that they were, because their level of involvement or lack thereof was the same as the 1 woman whose charges were dropped and the 2 other women who were acquitted because they had some representation.
In fact, Lynn, I made a note for this because I believe it's the judge who says in the documentary something to the effect that he says, at their word, I took them that they were operating as a family and therefore should be punished as a family. But when it came to, and this point is made in the documentary, releasing them, they weren't taken or judged as a family. And to your point here, I don't even remember hearing about, I don't think I've ever heard about these 3, at least not at this level of detail. again, they weren't charged and locked up as part of a family. So it was again another convenient use of the unity of the Africa family.
Well, professors, I'll use one of them highfalutin academic words. What the judge said was sophistry. Sounds good, but it was BS.
Yeah.
Let me also get a professorial a phrase taken from a TV show where it said, "Don't do the crime. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time." In courts, you're supposed to be sentenced based on your culpability.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've seen historically, with political prisoners ad nauseum, they take conspiracy and they just make it elastic to fit anything. So that's what was underlying Judge, was it Malmood? Yeah, Malmood. He didn't like them. They came in. Yeah, they came in as a family. But in terms of who did what, which was never conclusively proven, and the reality is that based on physical evidence and evidence that has been suppressed, Ramp was shot by friendly fire. There was no way, absolutely no way, for the MOVE men who denied that they were shooting, but if in fact they were shooting, where they were shooting from, below grade level, they're in the basement, the bullets are going out this way. How would a bullet hit Ramp and go down this way if it's coming out of the basement, unless it's one of these magic bullets again? It comes out, it changes direction in the air, it hovers around like a drone that they didn't have in 1978, and then it hits Ramp. It makes no sense. In fact, I just talked to a private investigator today who's done some work on the MOVE case, and he was a former highly decorated SWAT officer in the Philadelphia Police Department. And so I asked him, I said, let's play this devil advocate business. Is it possible for the caliber of gun that MOVE had in that basement, for that bullet not to have shattered or degraded coming out of that house and hitting the wall before it hit Ramp? He said it was impossible for a shot to have come from that basement and to have killed that officer. And in 1978, the police allowed 5 journalists to go down on the line with them. And I drew one of the short straws. So I was down there. So I saw this. The first shot came from an apartment building behind me. Everybody turns around and then they turn back, and then, all stuff just went crazy. There was a burst of gunfire. Then there was a lull, some tear gas shot in there, some smoke bombs. This is after they were pumping water in there. Then there was another exchange of gunfire. And what finally drove MOVE out of that basement was water. Fortunately, around the corner from where I was standing, because I was right across from the MOVE house, directly across from it. And, only by the grace of God that, I didn't get my brains blown out. But when I finally realized that it was shooting, you get that little delay. Oh, this is crazy. There's gunshots. Oh, get your butt out of the way. I ran around the corner and hid behind a fire department water cannon. They had this big truck that had a water cannon on it that was used for high-rise fires, and they pumped over 200,000 gallons of water into that basement. So this is, when I was telling this to the private detective today, he said, "How do you know they had 200,000 gallons of water?" I said, "Because I asked the dude who was running it how much water it pumps per minute, and I added up the time that he was pumping it. That's how I get that figure of over 200,000 gallons. Actually, I've come to the figure it was 250,000 gallons. And MOVE people, when they've come out of jail after 40 years and they start telling you what actually happened in that basement, they say that the water was up to their noses. And that's when they started coming out. And then, the media coverage was that they're putting their children out first. They're using the children as shields. No, they're trying to make sure that the kids are safe before they climb out. And of course, as you saw in the movie, Jared, that in the documentary, they said that Delbert came out and he was helped out of the basement by police officers. And then they thought that he had a gun. And he comes out like this. He only has on a pair of jeans. He don't have nothing on up here. So I guess it's like the George Jackson thing. George Jackson hid a 9mm pistol in his hair, allegedly. These lies that have historically been laid on Black people, and particularly Black radicals, we see it writ large in MOVE, not only in 78, but also in 85.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was first of all, so I said what I said about the documentary, but not at all meaning to take away from the very powerful story that is told. It was incredibly moving. It was great to see some of the detail of how MOVE lived. You do get a little bit of that, how they lived, and what their philosophy and worldview was, or is rather. And you get to see what I also liked about it. It kind of almost reminded me of that police documentary I always recommend. Do
Not Resist.
Do Not Resist. Thank you. Because there's almost a cinema verite element to this documentary where they just let you hear from the police and the prosecutors in their own. And and they're just sitting there, just very happy to be saying, look, man, yeah, I would do it all again. I would beat Delbert like that again if I had the chance. I have no qualms about this. These people are savages. That word was used. Yeah. And then one thing, I definitely take the second to say whatever you want to say, but then but they also show the extent to which they try to play the Black community back and forth off of MOVE, trying to get Black people to say they're a problem and then deny Black people in the community who are trying to say they're not the problem that you want to paint them out to be from being having access to media. Go ahead.
Yeah, the media was horrific back then. I worked in the newsroom at the time, and when the name MOVE was mentioned, then somebody would yell "Bowel Movement." I mean, this kind of attitude that was in newsrooms all across the city at that time. One of the many things that gets missed in this is that police brutality in Philadelphia at that time was not exclusive to MOVE. Most dramatic, arguably, but it wasn't. In the 3 weeks before then, police had shot and killed people. There was one guy named Winston X. Hood, a member of the Nation of Islam. Him and his partner were doing some vending in front of a bar in North Philly. There was some ruckus. They calmed the ruckus, but they had on their NOI, their Fruit of Islam uniforms. The cops rolled up and immediately thought that they were the ones that were doing something and start beating them. After they beat Winston Hood and his partner, Thomas Noblen, a police officer, and during this beating, some kicking of Winston Hood was done by a police woman. Now, police women at the time had a lawsuit against the Philadelphia Police Department for gender discrimination. And she's in there, just being as brutal as her boys in blue. But
it could all be happening. She could be suffering the gendered abuse and among her white colleagues in the workforce is still.
I'm sure there's a term psychologically for that.
Golly.
Cognitive dissonance, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, I'm saying this, that, they beat Winston Hood to a pulp. They got his hands cuffed behind his back. A police officer rolls up, jumps out of his police car, runs up to Winston Hood, puts his gun in Winston Hood's stomach and shoots him, murders him right on the street. So the next day there's a press conference, and being young and dumb, I said, well, wait a minute, excuse me. The man's hands were cuffed behind his back. Were they cuffed behind his back before he was shot or after he was shot? Well, it was after he was shot. I said, well, that's not what the eyewitnesses said, but tell me this. If in fact he has a gaping wound in his stomach, why did you exacerbate that wound by sticking his hands and cuffing him behind his back? Well, I guess I got out of there without getting whooped by the cops, But I mean, this is the kind of lies that were going on. And in that particular, there was an instance where the police invaded a high school graduation party in Germantown that was being held in the backyard of a minister. And they beat up kids. I think when Nelson Artist was shot and killed. Guy who was driving a cab, he took the wrong cab out. He didn't steal a cab. It was just, get that cab over there. Well, they wanted him to take, cab 101. He took 102. They reported 102 stolen, and the police shot and killed him. So there was all of this police brutality going on, and things would move or festering, and then they just erupted on August 8th, 1978. It really because MOVE didn't get out of the house, but to show you the levels of corruption and skullduggery by the police department. In the documentary, you see a judge, Alfred DeBona, who was a civil judge, but he was a Rizzo crony. And so he took charge of all of the criminal aspects of the MOVE case. And in the days before they did the raid on August 8th, 1978, they said that, MOVE has to be out of that house. They went all over the city and arrested everybody that had anything to do with MOVE and charged them with being in violation of the agreement. And the agreement was you had to be out of the house. Well, if you arrest them in the Northeast and you arrest them in Germantown, they're out of the house. Why are you arresting them? They being the cops, even went to Richmond, Virginia. Okay? Richmond, Virginia is below Delaware, it's below Maryland, it's below DC, and it's halfway down into Virginia. So clearly those people were out of the house. And when they hauled them into court, they said, you're in violation of the agreement. If you renounce your membership in MOVE, you can go home. If you don't, you're going to jail. Tell me how that's not fundamentally wrong, but that's what they did. And so there's so many things wrong there. And this is the system that's supposed to be making things right and or ultimately making sure that justice is served. But as we all know, justice don't mean just us. And particularly at that point, it didn't mean just them MOVE people.
Can I suggest that when we do part 2, because it sounds like we're going to have to do part 2.
It sounds like it.
maybe we need to do part 2 on Mumia's trial, because Lynn and I are probably two of the few people in the Mumia movement who's actually read the trial transcripts.
All 14,000 pages.
So listen, well, immediately when we wrap up immediately tonight, I will email the both of you, try to set up that part 2. And I'm not playing immediately, but I do want to. There's one question I have for you, Lynn, before we wrap up tonight, and then I do want to go through and get a couple of questions from the chat that I think you can, at least both of you can quickly address before you get out of here. And my simple question to you, Lynn, is what I always want to ask people when I get a chance to talk to them after they've been in one of these documentaries is there anything about your interview or its presentation that was unsatisfactory, or is there anything, is there any, I'll just leave it at that.
Well, the short answer is no. I've been interviewed for just about every MOVE documentary or movie that's been made. So I talked to them for an hour and a half, and then it ended up in the documentary, less than 30 seconds. I get that. I mean, that's the way those things are structured. And like Cecil Moore used to say, the civil rights activist who we talked about with the NAACP, he said, just spell my name right. I know you're gonna get everything else wrong, but spell my name right. So they didn't show me picking my nose or stumbling over words, so I'm happy.
Fair enough. Todd, very quickly, did you interview Mumia for your biography?
I did not. I asked him to have an interview way back in like 2000, and he sent me a very polite handwritten letter saying that he declined to be interviewed and congratulated me on getting my PhD from the University of Maryland. Like, he showed his encyclopedic knowledge in terms of, like, he knew who I was. I'm probably going to reprint that letter, because when I asked him, I said, the response you give me, I'm going to use as an official response, right? I've not asked him again. And I don't know, in terms of what I'm doing, whether I'm going to ask him again, because I think I have some very critical questions to ask that he may not want to deal with. And I definitely understand that. The man is sick. The state has tried to kill him about 7 times, right? He may not want to be bothered with a little guy, being a biographer, right? So I respect that. Let's see, as Frank Matthews says, Dr. Todd, the Mumia Murder Incorporated is fired.
Yeah, because you recommended that the last time you were,
Oh my gosh. I mean, I cannot wait for this 3rd volume, because as I said before to you, Jared, if Mumia had just done these 3 volumes of works, he'd be a legend, right? The fact that he's done all this other work, including, as I like to point out, establishing the scholarship of jailhouse lawyering, right? he did a book where he interviewed people. Now he's in prison. He's interviewing people by mail about jailhouse lawyering, establishing an entire academic discipline. The man is an extraordinary world historic figure, and I treat him very seriously and very critically because I think he deserves that kind of scrutiny. Because as I've explained, up until maybe about 10 years ago, and Lynn Washington can confirm this, Mumia wrote everything that he wrote using either a pencil stub or a pen cartilage, including his master's thesis, which he had to do twice. This is the level of harassment that he has gotten in these 40 years. So the fact that he has done this amazing work is an extraordinary thing. And by the way, I just want to point out, Lynn Washington says, I'm just some guy. Yeah, he's just some guy with a Yale law degree. Okay?
Yeah, I was waiting. I left this comment up there because I am familiar with this article, and we didn't even get to all of that too. But yeah, just some guy with a
just some
with
guy,
a Yale law degree. Yeah.
Well, let me be clear. I respect lawyers. I have a degree from the Yale Law School. Yes. I don't have a law degree. Although I know a little bit of law, but as lawyers say, I know enough about law to get me into trouble, but not to get me out of trouble.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, I'm gonna let that go. I mean,
yeah, me too.
I'm gonna let Yale law degree speak for itself, right?
But again, as we wrap up, and both of us having praised Lynn for more than his work, but his character and his commitment, I think all of that is what is even more remarkable than all the degrees and awards. So Lynn Washington Jr., Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows, I want to thank you both very much for taking this time tonight to wrap with us a little bit. And as I said, as soon as I click end broadcast, I'm going to be typing up an email about when you all are free for part two, because there's so much more to talk about related to Mumia, and I'd love to have a discussion with you all about the transcript, which you apparently are a select few to have actually read. So
we've got to separate fact from fiction, because when you get so militant in your trial, Move tells you to calm down. That's saying something, right?
Yeah.
And there was a point where it happened, where Move literally told Mumia, be quiet.
Lynn, do you have a quick second to say something about this, as maybe even a teaser? Because we got to get to Good, who's going to have to get dealt with a lot when we talk next time.
Well, Wilson Good, God. That might be part two or part three.
That's what I'm saying.
What happened in 1985 changed Mr. Good. He left office, and usually mayors, when they leave office, they go to some big law firm, but he wasn't a lawyer. He went and became a minister. And then he became, at some point, the head of an agency that works to unite families of persons who are incarcerated. So they put children together with their incarcerated parents. He was given the bag of doo-doo. Let me be clear, right? This wasn't his problem. And there are still people today who are upset with Move that they besmirched the legacy of Philadelphia's first black mayor. Wilson Good was elected the first black mayor of Philadelphia 301 years after the founding of the city. So you can tell how racist it is. I mean, Frederick Douglass was railing on racism in Philadelphia from the 1850s down to the 1870s. Wilson Good admitted that he made a mistake. One of the first mistakes that he made as mayor was appointing Greg Sambor as the police commissioner. And that's the guy that carried out the bombing. But during that 1985 incident, the thing that will forever be problematic for me with Mayor Good is that after the morning shootout, when the Philadelphia Police Department fired 10,000 rounds of bullets into the Move house, as well as set off two high potency explosive charges that literally blew the whole front of the house off, there was an effort to try to negotiate a settlement. And the people who were trying to do that was a guy named Jerry Africa, who was the right-hand man of John Africa. And then there was a West Philadelphia civil rights activist, Randolph Means, I think his last name was. And then the other person who was involved in this was a guy named Robert Williams. Robert Williams had just retired or resigned from being a judge. And at that point, he was the Democratic Party's official candidate for district attorney in Philadelphia. And I followed them as they went from house to house to house, trying to get somebody to let them use the phone. Let's understand, this is 85. This is before cell phones. This is even before the first cell phones that were as big as walkie-talkies that the cops used. A woman finally let them in the house. They were on the phone for over a half an hour trying to get Wilson Good, even to the point of calling the Chief Justice of Pennsylvania Supreme Court, asking him if he could get in touch with Wilson Good. The Chief Justice calls Wilson Good, and Wilson wouldn't get on the phone. And Wilson is sitting in his basement with his kitchen cabinet. The friends the people that he, were using as his advisors. He was literally like less than 3 miles away.
Because remember, this is the same police department that stripped the Black Panthers to their underwear.
Yeah.
And had them back up against the wall in their underwear. And what was it, like 30-degree temperature, something like that, Lynn?
Well, it was during the summertime, but they
summertime, right?
Yeah, but Rizzo said that their pants accidentally fell down. But let's understand, not only was it the Philadelphia Police Department that stripped the Panthers naked, it was the Philadelphia Police Department whose vicious brutality against Black people was cited repeatedly in the 1951 petition to the United Nations charging the U.S. government with genocide against Black people. We charge genocide. So Philadelphia has an ugly history of police brutality. In fact, in the wake of the 1918 race riot in Philadelphia, and it wasn't a race riot, it was white people attacking Black people. They call it a race riot. A new organization was founded called the Colored Protective Association, because they said that the NAACP in the city and in the Urban League in the city weren't aggressive enough about brutality. We're talking about 1918. 1978, 1985, and what do we have a few weeks ago? They shot and killed a man who was having a mental health episode, and this just burns me up about the media and so much stuff. If you type in mental health directive, Philadelphia Police Department, you will find the police department's official protocol for dealing with mental health people who are having mental health crises. None of that has ever come up with any of the reporting on the vicious murder of Mr. Wallace. And they delineate steps. They first say de-escalate. And if you don't de-escalate, then you use a baton or chemical substances, mace or something like that. And only when all of those things fail, you shoot somebody. The first thing them cops did was shoot him, and they shot him. They didn't follow the protocol. And then we still have a police department that's now headed by a Black woman who is just dancing around this. And the use of batons, those punk cops did not use their baton on Mr. Wallace. But later that night, another group of cops, and you all saw it, they swarmed around the car of this woman, Rakia Young, broke out the windows of a car, pulled her out, beat her down to the ground, pulled her 16-year-old nephew out, beat him down to the ground, snatched her baby out of the back seat, and then the baby shows up on a video made by the National Police Union saying, but for cops having found this kid wandering around in the middle of the night barefoot, we're the ones that help Black people. Yeah,
and wasn't it picture? Wasn't there a picture of a woman, a female cop holding the child, a white woman holding the baby? Right? Yeah.
Kidnapping. Let's look up the legal definition of kidnapping. That's what that was. So this is a police force that has a history of brutality. In fact, in 1998, Human Rights Watch did an examination of 14 police departments across the country, including San Francisco. Colin Kaepernick was right. Chicago, New York, and Philadelphia. And it said that Philadelphia has a notorious reputation for brutality. And this is the police department that allegedly went to serve warrants in 1985, May 13th, and also to effectuate an eviction in August 8th of 1978. They're murderers, absolute murderers.
You know, we might even have to include in this part too, Mumia Abu-Jamal's FBI files, so that we can talk about Mumia's documentation of this police brutality as a teenager, and how the FBI followed him around, literally followed him around since he was 14 years old. Listing as his occupation in the FBI files, high school student.
I think that's the exact same thing they did with Fred Hampton and as well. I think he was 14 when they started surveilling him too.
What's interesting though is that I gave this to Lynn because I had a copy of this. This has also been somehow scrubbed from the web. It's interesting how things appear on the web and then disappear from the web, and you never get them again.
That's why we need libraries.
Absolutely. Frank Rizzo has an FBI file.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
And Lynn can talk about that too as well. Frank Rizzo's FBI file.
All right. Well, oh man. Okay. Well, listen. Again, the email's coming immediately because we will have to set up part 2. Again, I want to thank Lynn Washington very much, Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows. Please, everybody, like, share, retweet, and all of that good stuff. And check imixwhatilike.org for upcoming discussions. In fact, tomorrow we might be talking to Dr. Johanna Fernandez. We might be talking to Adolph Reed about Black Lives Matter. I don't know for sure. We got a lot of stuff, and a lot of other things are already scheduled. So, and then part 2 of this is as soon as we can figure it out. So, thanks again to you both. I really appreciate you taking the time. Thanks to everybody for checking this out and for any support that you have shown. And we'll catch you in the whirlwind. And as Fred Hampton used to say to you, we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like.
In the the so-called ghettos of Philadelphia and elsewhere, right? And so when I hear that, it's just like, no, this is true what America has been built upon, and we're seeing it more and more. And the fact that he is a political prisoner, again, we're within a country that does not think or believe that there are political prisoners, that they have that kind of situation here. So just wanted to piggyback on those 2 things, because ultimately people are being fed a steady diet of lies from day one, and so it continues to show even in this case around Mumia that many people don't know. Many people don't know who he is, because it's the system that wants to continue to keep his voice silenced and let it be known that he's a cop killer, but not let it be known that that's an untrue narrative and the true narrative is so and so. If many, I believe, and I've always believed this, that if many more people knew about the Mumias and the Sundiatas and the Russell Maroon Schultz and so on, we, and people are at a level differently mentally when it comes on to coming together and uniting, we could be at a level where we would all band and fight against this system in a revolutionary way. But that's to come. And I think that's why Mumia's voice is so powerful, because in spite of what he has gone through, in spite of what he continues to go through, he continues to push that message that we must not give up and we must not fight. And that's exactly what we're seeing with Mumia, even this day, where he has just had surgery and he's still here with us. So I just wanted to leave it at that for now.
Right on. And I keep going back to this the quote in the new edition of his co-written book with Stephen Vittoria, that the state would rather give me an Uzi than a microphone.
Real.
Because he'd be dangerous with those messages. And Johanna, you said you had an update on something?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that Mumia and other political prisoners are punished because they dared to stand up and fight. And of course, Mumia has been fighting from the heart of empire, right? I remember that in the 1990s, he was facing execution, and the massive movement cohered to save his life. I mean, it was a different moment. And Mumia was the face of the movement against the death penalty and the emerging movement against mass incarceration. And he had written this book, Life from Death Row, that became a New York Times bestseller as he was facing execution.
That's right.
So that image and concept of resistance in the face of the most unrelenting state violence against you, like, made him the stuff of legend. He was the Che Guevara of our time, right? Incredibly inspiring courage to not shut up because what you're saying are inconvenient truths from the perspective of empire. But I want to go back to the movement, because even though folks are paying attention to, social media and the navel gazers on social media, when people hear about political prisoners, when people hear about Russell Maroon Shoatz and his stories, or when they hear about Sekou Odinga, right? The Spider-Man of Black political prisoners who literally free Assata Shakur. When they hear about Mumia, when they read about Assata, people, even the most superficial among us, they're like, So these stories are really inspiring, and have the potential to redirect our purpose and our gaze. And so our job has to be to amplify the best stories of struggle, right? Of which Mumia is one. Sundiata Acoli worked for the NSA. Was
I
it
know,
the NSA?
right? That's why. Yeah,
NASA.
NASA. That's right. NASA.
Don't do it like that.
Right.
NASA. Like one of the first Black mathematicians to work with NASA. And he was a revolutionary, and he decided to redirect his labor to build the Black revolutionary movement. I mean, that's the stuff of superhero, right? That's the stuff of superhero comics that we need to amplify. And to that end, I just want to give people a sense of what exactly it is that we're doing. On April 23rd, we're having a virtual event from 6 to 8 p.m. featuring Mark Lamont Hill, Palestinian activists, and writer Susie Abu Hawa. We're also going to have members of Rage Against the Machine perform. And this is going to be a fundraiser. This is all part of a celebration of Mumia's life, because the movement gathers on April 24th and that weekend to celebrate his birthday, which is on April 24th. Then on April 24th itself, we're going to have a rally at City Hall, again, recognizing Mumia's birthday, featuring M1 of Dead Prez, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., Immortal Technique, and there are going to be buses and caravans coming from New Jersey, New York City, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And that event begins at 2 p.m. in the streets, rally in front of Philadelphia City Hall. And then on April 25th, we're having a Maroon Shoatz dedication from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And Russell Maroon Shoatz is a Black political prisoner, also housed in Pennsylvania prisons. And that's going to be at Maroon Garden in West Philly. And it's going to be followed by a march to Malcolm X Park. And the event at Malcolm X Park is from 1 to 4 p.m. And you can find information about all of this at letmumiaout.com. letmumiaout.com. So we've got a full weekend of protest, celebration, and resistance. And everyone and their mother is going to be there. And we ask people to join us, but also join us most immediately at 4 p.m. when you are going to get the skinny on Mumia's situation and what he, his family, and the movement underwent in the last week.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. And it looks like it's about to be up in Philly pretty next weekend. It's about to be a hot weekend in a couple of days. So I look like I will definitely be heading up to that joint for sure, and look forward to seeing whoever's up there with us. Speaking of that point, though, I had one question. I know, Kalonji, you have a lot of experience with this. One of the things that's actually happening right now is just sort of selfishly, is my hip hop class is joining us, or should be. And I do like to point out to them some of what you all have raised, and in terms of Johanna, even talk about some of the folks that you have coming out on that weekend. It certainly, for some of us, brings back a lot of memories of what used to be for a time a Kalonji called hip hop activism. So I can't help but laugh every time I struggle with that phrase, but yeah, I know. Yeah, but hip hop has been a lot, has had a lot to do with promoting Mumia and other political prisoners cases, despite a lot of the bad rap, pun intended, that hip hop has gotten over the years. I'd be interested, Johanna. I know you probably on the clock more than anybody. But if before you leave, if you want to say a word about that, and then anything else, as I know you have to get ready to leave. But
about hip hop activism.
Yeah, about the rap world's involvement in supporting Mumia and political prisoners.
Well, I think the broader question is, what is the relationship between art and struggle? And what leads is struggle. Always. Struggle and revolution create the conditions within which the most creative, piercing, emotional, meaningful art, music is produced. So art, art is usually in the background, and definitely some artists have their finger on the pulse of the moment, but ultimately we need to let artists be artists, right? We need that because we need art. And there are moments when there is this incredible fusion of art and revolution. And of course, there's Hollywood and the music industry, which is predatory in the United States. But if you look at the Mumia movement, there have been some very consistent hip hop artists who do what they do from where they are. And Immortal Technique is one of them. Immortal Technique is always talking about some problem in the world. And he might not be in the streets, although he often is in the streets accompanying us on a march, but he's speaking to broader audiences about political issues who might not be looking for a political, analysis of what's wrong with the world. M1 is going to speak, by the way. I had a conversation with him and I was like, do you want to speak or do you want to perform? Because we'd rather you speak. And he's like, no, I want to speak. M1, you probably know, was hugely involved in the campaign that freed Fred Hampton Jr. He led that campaign. Y'all know that, right? So before M1 was a hip hop artist, he was an organizer. And so every time I hear M1 speak, I'm like, yeah, that's an organizer right there. He might be pretending to be something else right now, but he's got politics in his DNA. Also, I may be talking too much about M1. M1's mother was imprisoned
Yeah.
at a very young age. And so he comes to the politics of imprisonment from a very profoundly personal and traumatic position. And he's also a revolutionary, right? Who's not in a revolutionary organization, as far as I know. But yeah, and then there are all the other people that I agree with you, brother, who are hip hop activists, who, you know, who want to be cute and who are in it for whatever Black Lives Matter could offer them in terms of credit. And I say peace.
Hey, I just want to say,
and if we could use you, yes. And you want to give us some money? Cool.
Well, just quickly, to shout out to this is Revolution podcast of Brother Miles. This is not what I'm talking about, but this is exactly why I phrased the question the way I said it. I'm not talking about the mainstream rap world. I'm talking about the hip hop community, or the politicized rap world that's often connected to political movements. So when and anyway, we can talk about hip hop activism another time. That was, but anyway. So I'm.
Can I just say the first thing? I think
please.
it's, you know what? I mean, I've taken hip hop artists to visit Mumia, like at least 4 or 5 of them. And it is a little depressing because it takes a lot to visit Mumia. Like, you got to be on a list, you've got to be prioritized. It takes cartwheeling backward, fighting with the state, and then these folks don't even like put their fucking picture up on social media that they took with Mumia. So there are, of course, I mean, I think that anyone who thinks that art and hip hop is going to get us to the revolution is crazy. There are limitations, but the best hip hop artists, I think the best artists generally connect emotionally with the world and amplify people's understanding, or amplify a radical understanding of the problems in society. But hip hop artists are not, they're not organizers.
Right on. Kalani, anybody want to jump in on this? Anybody want to say anything? And again, I'm trying to be mindful of the time that you know, anyway.
I'll add on after Kim Brown, because we haven't heard from downtown Kim Brown.
Yeah, come on in, burn it down with Kim Brown.
Unmute that mic, Kim.
Yeah, unmute that mic. There we go.
Oh, it's me.
There you go. You're good now. You're good.
Yeah, I'm sorry I've been quiet. I didn't hear the first part of the discussion, but from what I heard, I absolutely agree with everything that is being said. I mean, I didn't become familiar with the struggle of Mumia Abu-Jamal until I was in college up at Temple, and you know, all my Philly brethren and sistren, you know, to his situation and to what happened. And the thing that always jumped out about me, and it still jumps out to me, is that there is no limit to the extent that the state will go in order to punish Black people and Indigenous people for speaking out and being very vocal about our liberation and taking no shorts about it. And sometimes people be like, oh, well, you know, the ancestors, you know, they died for us to be free. Well, no, we can still die for our freedom. Us dying on behalf of our freedom absolutely did not end or cease at a prior generation, but it absolutely still continues. And what happened to Mumia could absolutely still happen to Black liberation activists out here right now today. It is absolutely still happening with the persecution of activists. We're seeing it in Minneapolis, we've seen it in Ferguson, we've seen it in Baltimore, we've seen it in DC. So I've always very much identified with the struggle of Mumia, and have always wanted his freedom to eventually come. But I remember back in 2015 when, you know, he was commuted from death row, which everybody thought was really exciting, but you know, that was only a a partial victory. You know, his complete liberation, his complete freedom is what needs to happen now. And the fact that he and other incarcerated people have been subjected to this COVID virus intentionally. You know, I had a conversation with a Professor Kia Caldwell from UNC. We were talking about how COVID impacts Black Brazilians and Black Americans disproportionately, and the prison population was similar to that. But what the sister said to me that always stuck with me was, you know, genocide is not about intent, it's about outcomes. But the intent in this incarcerated people being subjected to horrible, shittier conditions during COVID was definitely intentional. And everything that has happened to Mumia Abu-Jamal since he's been in jail has been intentional. So the fact that he is still alive today and fighting for his life is a testament, as the sister said earlier, that he is absolutely on superhero status. But now it's on everybody else that's on the outside to also don them capes and to make sure that we push it all the way to the end and make sure that he gets out of jail.
Right on.
I'd like to add on to what Dr. Fernandez was saying in regards to the artists. Back in the day, there was a more serious drive for Mumia. You had songs like Free Mumia by KRS-One and Channel Live. You had Chuck D and Public Enemy talking about Mumia. Even Nas, chilling on a VI with Mumia, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it was cool and fashionable, just like now when you talk about so-called Black Lives Matter. You know, so but as Che Guevara pointed out, the role of the propagandist is just as important as the role of the guerrilla. We look at folks like Paul Robeson, who was one of our most important revolutionaries, who happened to be a singer and a actor, you know, but he was a revolutionary, and he was an international revolutionary, a communist when it wasn't fashionable, an outward communist. You know, you have a number of different artists, and I think as Jared was pointing out, we have to allow people to get in where they fit in, and not allow them to dictate what the movement is about, but at the very least help to push and push the propaganda in regards to it. But at the same time, we as organizers, it is our duty and it is our job to politicize these artists when they come in our midst. Oftentimes we utilize these artists for our different concerts, our Black artist concerts, and we do a thing, Poets for Political Prisoners. We utilize them, but a lot of times the organizers and the activists, they get caught up in the fanfare. You understand what I'm saying? They get caught up in cult of personality. I'm a revolutionary. I'm not a groupie. So I'm not into personality. I don't care if you skywrite my name or it's anonymous, as the roots would say. You know, at the end of the day, it's about this work. So oftentimes, you know, seeing that we work with a lot of different artists, folks always asking, well, did they donate any money? Did they go out to this rally? Did you donate any money? And did you go out to that rally? And did you go out to burn it down? Because of the fact that it is your responsibility. It's not the responsibility of Little Yachty or Little Wayne or Little Shithead or whatever their name is. You know, it is your it's your responsibility. Now you could push up on them and you could hold them accountable, like Chairman Fred back in the day with Richard Pryor and Nipsey Russell and all these other artists. But we have to be realistic in our people's liberation movement and struggle. We have to be forthcoming, and we have to be sincere about how we move. And it has to be the people over profit, you know, and we can't, again, I'm not looking, I can utilize some of these artists who we don't necessarily agree with, but we know to let them off at a certain stop on the train station, at a certain train station. You know what I mean? So let's be clear about that. And that goes for a lot of different activists and organizers out there as well, because there's a lot of them that's just as full of shit as some of these artists. But I'll hold my tongue for now. This is about Mumia.
Just to be clear, specifically for some of my students, so that they're clear what we're talking about here. When I mentioned the phrase hip hop activist, I'm talking about the last 20 years or so of folks who have been arguing that hip hop could be this vehicle, almost as a racial, ethnic, or culture or national designation to lead us towards liberation. And then, you know, so, and I always struggled with that phrase and that approach. But then I also, you know, so that's one thing. Then I just was trying to point out that there are politicized, underground, often non-commercial artists who do a lot of their cultural work to support these politics that don't get the attention. So I wasn't trying to just talk about the commercial artists that come parachuting in from time to time, or those who are legitimately trying to become politicized and radicalized. I was really trying to acknowledge that hip hop as a cultural expression beyond the commercial mainstream has actually said quite a bit about not just Mumia, but political prisoners and some of the politics that we're talking about here. So that was the point I was just trying to isolate or draw out. And then when you mentioned some of the rappers that would be on hand for the event, or the events on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, I just wanted to, you know, quickly highlight that wing of the rap world that has constantly been on hand to support this kind of work. So that was it that I was just trying to point out there, not trying to romanticize or condemn unduly any amount of the broader hip hop community or you know, community in general. But Johanna, again, I keep trying to be mindful because I know you got it. But so if there are any last words, I know you got to get set. But I really appreciate obviously all the work you continue to do. And we look forward to hearing from you some more and hopefully having you back again for some more discussion and some better news, of course, and some victories maybe to talk about. But anyway, thank you very much and take good care. Yeah.
Well, there are 2 soldiers here who are left behind. I don't know how much longer they have, but I just do want to acknowledge something that was acknowledged previously, which is that Bob Boyle has freed quite a number of Black political prisoners.
That's right.
Like,
That's right.
Singular. I mean, I probably the attorney that has been involved in the most campaigns and legal work to free political prisoners in America.
Hey,
So that's, you know, that's a book that's waiting and a movie that's waiting to be made and a story
and
tell.
and a set of extended interviews here on Black Power Media.
Yeah.
I would quote.
Thank you very much. You know,
Hey,
there's
I'm
a
going
lot
to
of
first, Jared.
there's
So
a-
I'm
you
going to
know,
interview him first. Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh,
I
of course,
said it first, so I need to interview him first.
no doubt.
But
We'll
there's, you know,
wait our
there's,
turn.
there's, you know, I'm proud to also be a part of. We used to call us a cabal of lawyers, you know, and you know, and I'll mention, you know, there's been many African American Black lawyers who have been involved in this work, but there's also this cabal of white lawyers, radical lawyers, and I come out of that tradition. And you know, they trained me, and you know, of course, I have to say, Daruba bin Wahad trained me since I met him when I was 20 years old, and I'm still sane. At least I think I'm sane. But you know, there's a small and could be bigger, you know, legacy of, you know, radical attorneys who have, you know, William Kunstler, Charlie Gary, Liz Fink, Bob Bloom, you know, who were there when people were under attack and who were attacked themselves. Lynn Stewart, you know, who I represented, you know, were there, and we need more of them, you know, and you know, that's
She
part
got
of our
punished
job
herself.
too,
Yeah.
is to, you know, set forth for the next generation, because we're, you know, it's time for us to turn it over to you young people, you know, and get the young people energized. So that's what we need to do.
Although, Bob, I'm sure you feel like, as many of us do, that once we get this round of political prisoners free, that kind of work will then be moot, right? There's not going to be any more political prisoners that need that kind of legal support going forward, right? I mean, this is
As
it,
you
right?
say with your tongue firmly in cheek. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, you know, I mean, it's a different world now, but there's going to be similarities, and as long as there's movements of resistance, there's going to be political prisoners. There's going to be people mowed down in the street, you know, and we have to be ready for that.
Right on. Right on. Thank you both very much, Professor Fernandez. Again, Bob Boyle, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate you both.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing
Thank
more
you.
from
Thank
you.
for
Yes,
your
indeed.
work, and thanks. And it was an honor to be here with this whole panel.
Absolutely. It's an honor to have you. Appreciate you. Take good care.
Likewise.
Be safe
More
out
soon.
there.
Yes, indeed. Be safe. Take good care, everybody. All right. All right, people. Sophia is still with us. I believe she's endeavoring to stick with us. Got a number of good people out there in the chat and the comments, of course. Kalanji, I'm just a little behind the scenes of the programming here. I want to shout you out for and particularly credit you for making sure Bob got on here. You know of his work a lot, more closely certainly than I do, but just indirectly through, obviously following Mumia and talking to Daruba from time to time. I've had the pleasure of being in contact or indirectly or, offline with Bob, and a lot of fascinating work. So I just wanted to shout you out quickly for making sure he got here, because we do need to big him up while he's still here and try to bring him back on, after Johanna gets her round of interviews. We definitely need to hear more from him as well.
Without a doubt. If I would quote the aspiring capitalist 50 Cent when he said Eminem is his favorite white boy, Bob Boyle is definitely my favorite white boy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. A real quick story, man. We were doing we did a piece down here. I'm not going to name all the folks who were on the bill, but it was a bill with some narrow nationalists, and Daruba was on the bill. So Daruba brought Bob to the spot, to the venue, and his brother pulled me to the side. He's like, "Yo, who's that white boy? Whatever, so on and so forth, man. Such and such ain't gonna want to speak if there's somebody white in the audience." I said, "Listen, man, don't go." I said, "Don't." He said, "I'm about to go talk to Daruba." I said, "No, you're not." I said, "I'll go talk to Daruba because you about to get your feelings hurt up in this motherfucker." So I worked it out since I was the host. I didn't tell Daruba. I said, "Yo, D, I know y'all got to rush to the airport first. You want to go in and speak first?" So he was like, "Yeah, okay, cool." But I was like, but when I got up there to address the audience, I'm like, some of you get so caught up in what a cat looked like. When you talk about our freedom fighters, a lot of black folks, a lot of black attorneys dropped out early, and some came in late and they got credit. And there's been folks like Liz Fink, and there's been folks like Lynn Stewart and Bob Boyle and so many others that put in work. And of course we've had
Ron Kuby,
without a doubt. And these are folks who got people out. And definitely salute to Chokwe Lumumba and all our brothers and sisters who put in that work as well. But the thing is, we deal with truth. You know what I'm saying? We can't we can't just say that because of the fact that we don't like white folks. You know what I'm saying? We're against white supremacy indeed, but we also accept whatever assistance we can get in the liberation of our brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? So let's not get it twisted. Some of you get caught up in in the bullshit. There's some black folks out here. There's some grave diggers, grave robbers out here right now that's getting this money in the name of brothers and sisters who have been murdered in the streets. And we'll be talking about that on Renegade Culture tonight with Jared Ball.
Hey, but listen,
a few other folks.
Because I know that Sophia, I know that you're up on the clock here too, and I wanted to make sure you got a chance to give any of your last thoughts for this discussion on what's happening today and what anything else you need us to know from your perspective on any of this, obviously, but particular to Mumia and the work you're all involved in right now with mobilization for Mumia.
Yeah, I definitely thank you all again for this great programming. I'm just listening and trying to digest and take it all in. I think this may be my first time tuning into your program in such a deeper way. So it's been fascinating to hear the many topics and the connections with hip hop and all of that good stuff, which is also a big thing of mine. But this went deeper than anything I've heard in a minute. So thank you all for that. And I think just going back to the aspect of today and Mumia, I think it's just important that people continue to send as much solidarity, love, prayers, and well wishes for Mumia, and really realize that we're anytime you're so close to victory, there's always these things that come into the way that would have one believe that, yeah, this, have people become negative about things. I'm really hopeful that he's closer to freedom than he's ever been, because we're clearly telling the system that this movement will never stop. It hasn't stopped for 40 years this year or so. We're not going to stop now in the midst of Mumia going through such a important surgery, but even beyond that, just the other day, not even probably a month now, just getting through COVID and going through that aspect, and he lived through that. So I think I just want to do my best to remind people that this movement is strong as ever, and Mumia continues to be the voice of the voiceless and continues to stand up in the face of serious resistance, even in the midst of his own resistance, and he continues to speak for others. So let's tune in all at 4 p.m. Again, the flyers are out there. Let's tune in. It will be a great press conference. I think this is going to be a press conference where there's much energy and hope and victories to come from this. So I hope people will tune in and bring their whole team and their crew with them, because ultimately we have to continue to show this corrupt, rotten system that Mumia will not die on our watch. The world is watching, and people are going to be uproar when Mumia does come home, and ultimately the system is now on trial when everything comes out in the open. So that's what we're all looking forward to. And so we continue to say 2021 is the year to free all political prisoners. So I'll end with that before I try to start to babble a bit. But thank you again for this time on this amazing program, and looking forward to more opportunities with everyone here. Thank you.
Anytime, Sophia. Thank you very much for your work.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Likewise. Take care. Peace. And everybody, you see right there, letmumiaout.com is where you can you see the press conference at 4 o'clock Eastern, and we'll make way, of course, by then, and support, all of that. To our crew here, Kim, Kalanji, the only thing that I have left on my little list of an agenda for this sort of pre-conference or pre-press conference discussion is to actually make some calls on behalf of Mumia. I haven't made mine yet today, so I was going to actually save it, because when we used to do radio, it used to be kind of fun to do this live on the air, to call the authorities. So I was going to do that here, but I obviously want to make sure in the time, we got a little bit of time, but the time, if either of you got something you wanted to make sure we got to or bring up or get into, please jump on in. I'm going to share the screen just while you do that. Sorry, just so that people can see what I'm doing here. Yeah.
But I'm having some technical difficulties over here. I think I'm
right on.
Some bad energy in the air. I'm about to burn some rosemary as soon as we sign off. But
okay, all right.
I mean, there was so much said, and I'm so deeply appreciative to these people that continue to work to free Mumia even after all these years, especially after all these years. And again, it just strikes me so personally about the precariousness of our freedom as we're trying to advocate for our freedom, right? Like the white supremacist system is vengeful and determined and relentless, and so many of us have had to be under that thumb of either the state violence or just even like societal violence. It's just really it's both disheartening and encouraging, like the fact that this man has been able to survive all that he has survived in jail, and then as he's at this point in his life where he's dealing with illness, you know, to not even barely be treated with the lowest standard of humanity by the state and by the prison system. But the fact that there's so much support for him out here on the outside is really a testament to the validity and the realness of his struggle. You know, like people wouldn't be out here rallying for him en masse for now decades if they didn't believe in the work that he had did, in the persecution that he had suffered and continues to suffer. So it's always an inspiration. The fact that Mumia has survived all that he has, but it's still not over, right? Like he has to get out. Like there's no second prize for this. Like he has to walk out of that jail for all of us. You know what I mean?
Right on. I'm just getting the number here. I'm gonna put it on I put it in the chat, but I meant to put it in the banner here if people want to call.
Yeah, so all the folks that's in the chat, you know, right now we're looking like we have about 133 people on. So we want to issue a challenge for everyone in the chat right now to make this call to the governor, Tom Wolf, and Philly DA and Pennsylvania.
The governor's office cannot process unemployment compensation or pandemic unemployment assistance claims.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's all good. Yeah, call the governor's office. What I'm saying.
And you know, was it Kalanji? Did you make the point about the New York General Assembly outlawing the death penalty? Was that you who said that earlier?
No, I believe that was Bob.
Customer service.
They got a customer service line for Mumia.
That's what's happening. I mean,
That's them trying to discourage the situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they changed that joint. Didn't they change it?
Oh, they did. They get more savvy every year. Trust.
So they changed it just since this thing got set up?
They colder than the white man. Oh, they are the white man. My bad.
By the way,
Mumia being free is not a pie in the sky kind of dream, y'all. Like, I mean, just think about all the things that has unfolded, like over the past, let's say 5 to 10 years, shit that you thought you would never see in your lifetime. Like stuff that has completely blown my mind. So everything is within the realm of possibility. So y'all keep the hope alive, man. It's not over.
Okay, we ain't gonna be quoting Jesse up on here, but I get your point. and to me, I just want to say to the people, because I keep hearing the whole thing in our lifetime, I got a wicked ass mind. So if you can see what's in my mind, the things that I expect to happen before we leave, you know what I mean?
Hey,
you wouldn't even understand.
Hey, up with hope, down with dope. Come on now.
Yeah. Okay now.
But
she from DC. Shout out to DC.
I'm from Maryland, man.
Oh, you from Maryland? Oh, okay. My bad.
You can't claim to be a Washingtonian when you are a Maryland Bama. That is not.
No, it's not. It's a dangerous. That's dangerous and problem causing.
No doubt. Shout out to all the comrades that's out there, man. I see a lot of you, Gabe, Safari, Troy, a number of you folks out there that I know that put in that work. Appreciate you, man. And everybody else who I can't read right now. We together on it.
I think all of them set this up differently.
Oh yeah.
There's no voicemail. There's no.
It's a discouraging tactic, man.
Wow. I thought on a weekend that it had took me through all that rigmarole, but no. Apparently they have made this a much more difficult process.
Usually you can get someone in the office, you can get a voicemail. The last time I remember we did this when I was doing radio some years ago, we did this on the air and we got was it the governor's office? Like she was on the phone with us. We were talking to her live.
Yeah.
And she was like, you want to free who? What?
Man, listen, man.
Now you know who we talking about.
Yeah. No, they that's their MO, man. But
they probably got a big poster on the wall saying, never free this dude.
Ever. And that's the whole thing. I think that, our people have to understand that these are assassination attempts on their lives. This ain't just, this is death by medical apartheid. You know what I'm saying? This is an execution attempt. It's not just, they don't want to treat him. I mean, they don't want to treat him because they don't want him to be here, And one of the things I think Johanna mentioned about the whole shackles. We were talking about so many brothers and sisters.
Chip.
But about Chip, being shackled. Yeah. I mean, that's the MO. When Katherine Johnston, 92-year-old, was gunned down here in Atlanta, they handcuffed her and left her in a pool of blood after she was already deceased. You understand what I'm saying? So these bastards want you to live and die a slave. They want you, if there's an afterlife, they want you to go fill in them shackles. But we don't die, we multiply. We're gonna keep this thing moving.
Kim, just real quick with because I did want to, one of the reasons we were very happy that you were joining us this afternoon is because we are trying to build this working relationship between BPM and Burn It Down. So we're very happy to have this initial collaborative run here. I just wonder if you would say a word or two about Burn It Down and your approach, or maybe over the time you've been doing the show, to this kind of work, to political prisoners, anybody who, the few people who might, not be familiar with your show, who are familiar with this platform, or those, I don't know, maybe who are familiar with you, haven't heard you talk most recently about Mumia. I don't know exactly, but where have you been, or where are you on these issues of political imprisonment and to your point, similar to mine. I mean, Mumia was one of the first political prisoners that was sort of the focal point for some work as a young man myself, once upon a time. And unfortunately, to Kalanji's point, he's still there, which is crazy. And I'm not such a young man anymore. But anyway, I just wanted to give you a chance to riff on some of that, Kim, if you had any thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, I actually had the great fortune, the great opportunity to speak with Mumia. Maybe this was 2012. I was hosting a radio show in DC, and he had the chance to call in, and it was really one of the highlights of my have the chance to speak with him and to hear directly his voice and us interact back and forth. But the plight of our political prisoners, especially our elders right now, it's dire. Like this is urgent, because I mean, this is a generation of our soldiers, our revolutionaries, our foundation layers to our ideas of Black liberation look like. Like these are the architects of that. So to see them, I won't say languish, but really suffer behind bars because of the punitive cruelty of the U.S. government, is something that should really incite everybody. And so on my show, on my platform, Burn It Down with Kim Brown, I basically try to talk about stuff, politics, social issues from a perspective of, not non-political party affiliation, basically. It's so ridiculous how a lot of times political discourse is just boiled down to, Democrats, Republicans, when really our problems are far beyond the resolve of either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. So I like to think that maybe like I talk about the same stuff as y'all, but I'm just not as smart. I just cuss way more and just
whatever.
And if you cuss more than me, you're gonna get whiteballed on Black Power Media.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm not in that race. I have to admit that, but there's a race to the cuss line on this channel. You might be. I don't know if you're gonna come in first or not. It's good.
Yeah, I think I'm in 7th place right now, right?
You are all you. It's like KRS said. I'm not number one. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
That's right. Yes. So
you're cool, brother.
there's a good amount of cussing going down on my channel, and right now, so let me bring y'all up to speed and we make this quick because I think my phone is about to do something I don't want it to do. But so on my Tuesday show, we were talking about obviously the uprisings that are happening outside of Minneapolis in Brooklyn Center as a result of the murder of Daunte Wright. And one of my comments I said was picked up by conservative media. Like, it's been run on the Daily Caller. Like, these motherfuckers is coming out the woodworks up furious because I said, you know, I don't care if it's the Dollar Tree, if it's the Advanced Auto Part, if it's the Target, loot that shit, loot all that shit. Because the bottom line is there's nothing in none of them stores that equal the life of Daunte Wright, that equal the life of George Floyd, or equal the life of any other person, Black, Indigenous, Latinx, whatever, who have been murdered by the state. Fuck them stores. I don't give a shit about them stores. Fuck them stores. Burn them, all them bitches down for all I can. Or take as much out of them shit as you need to, as you see. Because
look at Kalaji, she got him.
No mas. Hey, she trying to take the crown in.
That's what I said. I told her.
Don't ask.
Hey, the sisters on BPM don't give me no slack, brother.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a struggle. I watched that episode, Kim, and I was cracking up because I was thinking we got the riot starter. We trying to bring it to Burn It Down, and for those who don't know, Burn It Down has multiple meanings for that show.
Thank you.
Yeah. But anyway,
I think Kim and I got to do a show together.
Oh, no question.
Yes, please. I listen. I need some brothers. I need some reinforcements. I need some backup over there, guys.
They're gonna shut everything down.
Doug,
that'll be the last show.
Immediately.
These trolls they have left hundreds of comments under that show talking about how they have reported me to YouTube for terrorism. I'm like, terrorism, nigga? Terrorism? Really? Okay. Is that not the pot calling the kettle black? And we're gonna do a whole show on Friday about Manifest Destiny and how that was just OG looting. Since these
wow
frontaled about looting. Let me tell you a little story about y'all ancestors real quick. Since y'all got so much offense to looting, let's talk about looting on this continent. Let's go there. Sorry.
Wow.
Now, Jared, you know this is your fault, right? You said you was bringing on, so that I just want you to know when we all get white ball.
I just responded to the energy. And it was like, hey, welcome aboard, Kim.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Very happy to be here.
Yes. See, there's some things I want to say, but they say I go too far, so I'm gonna let you get loose, and then I do mine publicly.
Listen, Kalanji, God would not have laid those words on your heart if it was not meant for you to speak them, sir.
Shamalama Zumalama. Amen.
All that. Say it.
We got it.
Hey, look, because I know we want to make sure because Kalanji got to go get his Uncle Nearest break before the 4 o'clock event starts.
You better know it. You're gonna drink black.
You know what I'm saying?
And smoke green.
And I was gonna say Kim probably about to roll something before the 4 o'clock thing gets started. So we're gonna get everybody a chance to get their breaks before we head over to letmumiaout.com and check out this press conference and get Mumia out of here. Kim, Kalanji, definitely thanks for joining us this afternoon. Really appreciate you jumping on here for this BPM special, man. Really,
I
good
gotta
stuff.
say free Ma'am Jamil as well. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no
One of my
question.
leaders, Ma'am Jamil Alameen, formerly H-Rap Brown. I won't be able to go back to the community if I don't definitely say, you know what I mean? We're going to have to come back and do an episode on Imam Jamil as well because of the fact he's one of our hardcore freedom fighters who, when you talking about burn it down, when you talking about burn, baby, burn.
Please.
A friend of my uncle told me one time in Bridgeport, Connecticut, he said he was stationed in the military in D.C. And he said whenever H-Rap Brown would get within a 50-mile radius, they would get 50 caliber machine guns in the back of trucks and the whole 9 because of the fact that they was afraid that H-Rap Brown would burn it down. You know what I mean? So Imam Jamil is a political prisoner right now. One of my favorite freedom fighters, one of the people who has inspired me to do what I do. And, we're going to free them all one way or another.
That's right.
Right on.
Free Keith Davis Jr., y'all. Don't forget about Keith Davis Jr. in Baltimore.
No doubt. No doubt.
Hey, absolutely. Free them all. Everybody, hit the like button, share button, subscribe button, join button, all that good stuff. And thanks again, everybody. And as always, as Fred Hampton used to say to you, we say peace only if you're willing to fight for it. So peace, everybody. Catch you next time here at Black Power Media. Thanks again to everybody. Dr. Fernandez, Bob Boyle, Sophia, Kim, Kalanji. Thanks, everybody. Johanna, yeah, I think I said her, but I hopefully, if I didn't, say it again. Thank you, Johanna, again.
Ready
Right,
for revolution.
Right
Yes.
on. Peace. Yes,
Peace.
indeed. Yes, indeed.
And then when they say, nigga, and I'm going to say, and I don't apologize for it. They put a black man in the BPM. And black person, he went the first PA that came to the mill, they wouldn't stand up. This motherfucker wound up being so corrupt, they knocked him up. The next one they come in here, people are still looking for a fucking hero. Turn around and look at the hero. You're a fucking hero. This is a white liberal. You ain't helped some people. You ain't been at some demonstration and been the lawyer thing and all, you know, just to get where they got to get to that position that he's in. He said he was here and all for the exposed injustice. What the hell about Mumia? You gonna let 17 out and 17 more than that exposed Mumia. But the thing is, he hasn't let Mumia out. Rosicon has investigated and found out that when an appeal, you know, when they released him, when Judge Tucker called for an appeal on Mumia, there should have been an immediate call for bail. Release on bail. That's not it. Okay, I gotta go. And but look, the Jamal Journal, all the newspapers of this movement, the entire thing is all the information is there. But we need y'all to help us put pressure not only on the politicians, but the brothers and sisters in here that will not do the right thing because they think that this motherfucker is for them. They're going to find out like they found out with DA Seth Williams. They're not for you. You cannot sit in that cesspool and be for the people for real. They're playing games with us. I got to back up. I overdid my time. But rise up and turn this motherfucker out.
What's the call?
Free them all.
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 That's right. Are we going to bring Mumia home?
Yeah.
Are we going to bring Mumia home?
Yeah.
That being said, we got a couple more folks before we take the streets. Maybe I didn't hit it. We're going to take the streets. And Mumia Abu-Jamal. Let the whole city put up, you know why we're here. That being said, I want to bring up my brother because a big part of the movement, y'all, is the music, is the culture, is that right? So we're going to bring up my good brother elect. Check for him, y'all. You know for y'all. Let's get free, y'all, okay? Make some noise, y'all. What's up, y'all?
There is
it's going to be. It is escalated to the first state. You better relate to it because you might be next. Color doesn't matter to the roots of rhetoric that they feed you, the truth, what the people will start to see too. We're not confused, we're sleeping on our intellect, thinking we don't recognize the levels to their disrespect. That's why I'm hoping and keeping your eyes open. World sees. I'm not alone, I'm not the only one who's angry. I want to see some justice. The system wants to hang me. Because I'm a young black threat in America. Land of the liberty, home of the dead. I just want a chance, I just want to see my 30s. I don't want to take another plea from an attorney. I just want my people to be free for the first time in this hemisphere since 1493. We keep going on it. The rap broke Chamberlain, never gonna lose. I got a vision. I came to win. Play this tape again and you'll get everything I'm mentioning. My melanin is not a sin, so you better tell a friend. Say it loud. I'm black and proud. A million people marching. I was there to lead the crowd. Justice or else, is it just us and nobody else who can help us get out of this hell? I don't want to sell, I don't want to be sold, I don't want to see yourself, so I'm gonna be bold. You cannot control me, I might be loud, but I'm free to have my voice, so I'm gonna move this crowd. My sound won't be drowned by no gunpowder. Hands up, don't shoot, arms like a touchdown. I touch ground international, worldwide, black people everywhere, open up your eyes. And I surmise the minds I impact are for the better. Don't say that I don't give back. I'm running laps around your concept of rap and how many other cultures identify as black. Identify as black. Yeah, we're gonna say Black Lives Matter. Say it again. 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 Black lives matter, my life matters, your life matters, our life matters. We got this from Mumia though, we got this from Mumia. Yo, I said free Mumia! 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 Free soul! Free soul! I said free Mumia! Free Mumia! Free Mumia! Free Mumia! Free Mumia! Free them all! Free Mumia! Free them all! Matters. Our life matters. Thank you. That was BLM. Yeah, my name is Alette. This next song right here is called Hope. So we got a lot of hope that's driving our energy today. That's driving out that negativity. Ashe. Let's go. Yo, I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll be together. Leave that relationship behind. I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll see forever. Life in peace. I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll be together. Leave that relationship behind. I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll see forever. Life in peace for all mankind. Yeah. I got hope I'll take your bracelets and pass a joke. You'll be smoking, we think I'm peaceful but not provoked. They're using cars as weapons against all protesters. The police are standing on the sidelines and they just arrest us. Whose side are you on? Protect the people, the troops are wrong. And aiming at your sisters, brothers, fathers, and your moms. We've got no bombs, we've got no weapons, we've got a voice. You keep defending all oppressors, you've got a choice. White supremacy perpetuates the real evil. They think they own the land and stolen from the real people who used our blood, sweat, and tears to build the foundation of America, the great uncivilized nation. And I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope to be together. Leave that relationship behind. I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll see forever. Live in peace. Yo, I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope to be together. Leave that relationship behind. I got hope we gonna make it. I got hope we gonna shine. I got hope we'll see forever. Live in peace for all mankind. Some call me optimistic. Some say I'm realistic. Some say I got the vision, but it's cause I seen a mystic who told me everything I think is a reality. That's why I care about this work more than a salary. It's about the people. Until we all are equal. You really got one life to live, and no, there is no sequel. Haters, I see you. I hate the way how they see you with me. Start reading people are satisfied till our status higher than any steeple. Evolution is what we do. Papito.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. What's up, world? Welcome to another edition of I Mix What I Like. I Mix What I Like.org for more on this conversation and more. At I Mix What I Like for all your relevant social media. Again, I'm Jared Ball, happy to be your host. Joining us once again is the indefatigable, longtime revolutionary Pam Africa of the Move movement and longtime fighter for the imprisoned political prisoners, and specifically Mumia Abu-Jamal, about whom she has joined us to talk a little bit about this morning. Pam Africa, thank you very much for your work, and of course, again, for joining us here on the program.
Thank you. On the move.
So if you would, we just talked a little bit last night, and you were updating me, and you wanted some help getting the word out. So we're going to do, of course, at I Mix What I Like, what we can to support your work. So give us the update on Mumia's condition and the legal struggles involved, the medical struggles involved, and then, of course, we'll talk a little bit about what you would like folks to do and support.
Okay. I want to start off by thanking you for first, number one. And but Mumia's health is one where it's declining. Last year, we almost lost Mumia twice, and due to the prison mistreating him for hepatitis C. He had hepatitis C, and even today they're treating him knowingly that he had hepatitis C. And they're treating him for a skin rash, and with a drug called Otezla. And if anyone's seen the commercial on TV, it tells you the side effects of this drug is loss of memory, and suicidal tendencies, and diarrhea, several horrible things. It goes on and on. They're treating Mumia with this, and let me tell you, I was shocked to find out that Mumia was taking this Otezla drug. And after him explaining why, well, he didn't really have to explain why. And all you have to do is understand the symptoms that Mumia is going through. And Mumia has been itching severely, and for over a year. And he had torn all his skin up. People had seen, the pictures of Mumia where he had gained weight, lost weight, his skin, looked like the skin around a chicken's neck. His ear was coming off from his face. We fought and fought until they actually started doing something for Mumia that caused this disease to slow up. Now it is starting back up, and which is actually, killing Mumia, as we sit and talk. Mumia filed the lawsuit to get the hepatitis C cure. And the reason they get the hepatitis C cure. And in it, we found out in the lawsuit, when we went to court, we found out that the protocol for hepatitis C, we tried, for 6 months to get the prison protocol on hepatitis C, and they refused to give it to us. A judge forced the Department of Correction to give us the protocol. The protocol is this, that in order to get the hepatitis C cure, which is available now, you have to be bleeding from the vessels in your chest, the veins in your chest. You have got to have bleeding from the esophagus, and your liver has got to be mostly contained with cirrhosis of the liver.
Right.
And you have to be just about 60% of your liver has got to be that way before they put you on a list to get the actual cure. The judge was horrified by this. And we knew it was horrible, the protocol, but we, didn't have any proof. But when the proof came out in the courtroom, the judge later made a decision that affects and helps people throughout the United States in every prison. He said that protocol was unconstitutional. And because you have to be tortured and you have to be darn near dead in order to get the actual cure. Mumia's liver last December had already started hardening. Right now, Mumia is suffering from diarrhea that he had for almost 2 months now. His skin is beginning to change as well. And what we're asking people to do, because it's clear, it's evident that this government, the Department of Correction, along with the governor of Pennsylvania, should be charged with a conspiracy to commit premeditated murder and abuse of power, because they're refusing to give Mumia this cure and the 6,000 other inmates in the prisons in Pennsylvania. We also found out that 46,000 people in the city of Philadelphia, not the state of Pennsylvania, in the city of Philadelphia, had active hepatitis C and cannot also get the cure. They begin to give the cure to some people in the prison within the last year. And since they started giving the cure out, 5 people have been treated for hepatitis C. And one of the most famous cases in New York, upstate New York, is a political prisoner by the name of Seth Hayes. And he was darn near dead. We were all praying for his life. They finally gave him the hepatitis C cure. But what has happened, and because they allowed it to go so long, he has several other diseases, and that is causing his life to be an unbearable one while he's still on this level. What we need people to do is to, number one, give us a call at 267-760-7344, and the line be busy a lot. And but there's a number that you can leave, leave a text message to get in contact with us, and to aid in what it is that we're doing. We're planning on filing the murder charges, the premeditated murder charges, and abuse of power, and to the government here, the city and the state government, because knowingly, and they're trying to force us to sit back and accept the fact that they are not only killing Mumia in the prison, but several other inmates. There are inmates in the prison whose conditions is far worse than Mumia. But Mumia filed a lawsuit which exposed everything that was going on. There is another lawsuit with other prisoners, inmates, that haven't got as far as this one has. But this constitutional violation that the judge is saying, is a good move for all the inmates inside the prison and the people on the outside as well. So, we want people to get in contact with us on December the 9th and leading up to it. Get in contact with us so that you can get the information and also that you can educate people around you, and join with us on December the 9th. This is the night that they tried to kill Mumia, December the 9th, 1981, when they failed to kill Mumia, and they framed him, put him in jail for 30 years. He sat on death row, and, they desperately, darn near every president in the United States and governor was a part of trying to kill Mumia. But when we say ain't no power like the power of the people, when the power of the people don't stop, and we forced them to back off the death warrant, and under a constitutional violation, which they should have let Mumia go because there were several, they gave Mumia life in prison without the possibility of parole. We knew then that the intent was to try to kill Mumia. We didn't know how it was going to come, but it's coming in this form of medical neglect and a clear-cut conspiracy to commit premeditated murder.
So just to be clear, Sister Pam, just to be clear, so folks listening and seeing this will understand what to do. So we're gonna provide that number that you made available for people to call. to get in touch with you and your crew to support your work and get caught up with the information. And then you're asking for people again to come up to Philadelphia or come down or come over or come out to Philly on Friday, December 9th. And more information will be made available about that event or that day's events, where and when.
It'll be in Philadelphia, and we'll be starting at the Rizzo statue. The other place that, we're going to march from 3 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, we're having an indoor event. And the exact place for that indoor event is sort of up in the air right now, but there will be an indoor event. And, I'll come back and, give more detailed information on what it is that we're doing. But we're asking people to go to our sites, the campaign to free Mumia, go to prisonradio.com.
.org, prisonradio.org.
Okay, I'm so right. Thank you. .org and get the information and educate people about what is happening to us, because this protocol that they have in the prison is darn near the same protocol that they have on the street. And thanks to Mumia, we do have at this point, and this is the president's setting, where a judge has stated that the protocol for inside and outside the prison is one that is unconstitutional. And we must push that and fight that. And the cure is to educate people about hepatitis C. Because if you looked at the map of the United States and hepatitis C, the person standing next to you suddenly have hepatitis C and don't know it, because you have to take a special blood test. Babies that are born and have this liver problem where, they have to give them a transplant, and others, it comes from, this started in 1946, and this, the hepatitis C, but it's been blown to as an epidemic. So we must educate ourselves and not only work on saving the life of Mumia, but ourselves as well. And we do have this tool where it is clearly stated that it is unconstitutional and for them not to give the people the pill. And we must make this a reality other than just words.
Well, Sister Pam Africa, we greatly appreciate again your work and your willingness to help us keep informed and to help spread the word, to get others informed. So again, we will post the number and encourage people to be in touch with you and the websites as well. And then encourage folks again to be out there in Philly, 3 o'clock at the Rizzo statue, Friday, December 9th. And we will update folks when you have more information for us about that day. So Sister Pam Africa, again, thank you very much for this update. And again, that tireless work.
On the move, and thank you.
I mix what I like.
Conservative deputy.
Signed up at blackpowermedia.org and following all the and stay abreast of, and there are constantly updating and changing developments, and we have to make way because at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, shortly after, shortly or more or less after we finish here, our comrades Luke Ma Nation will be here to sort of extend the conversation in terms of dealing with all of these related problems and why Pan-Africanism is important and plays a role. So stay with Black Power Media as much as you can, and then of course when we finish with these lives, go catch up on all of the previously produced videos, of which there are many and more coming all the time. So that said, I'm joined by two comrades, one very well known to me and to us, Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows, and one less so, at least to me, but it's a pleasure to meet Michael Schiffman from across at least several ponds, I believe, somewhere on the other side of the world, but connected through this struggle over the defense of Mumia Abu-Jamal. So I want to welcome you both. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and evening.
Thank you very much. Michael, I want to point out how strategically placed Dr. Ball's books are in back of him. It's a wonderful thing. And right in back of him, under him, you won't see it, but it's a picture of his picture with Asada Shakur. Is that right?
Okay.
We can neither confirm nor deny that, but I don't, so I don't know what exactly you might be talking about, but the books, for sure people should make note of.
Michael, I was hoping that it was his picture of his father with Kwame Ture. See,
right.
So
well,
we're talking
okay.
about we're talking about a serious background here. Now, in terms of Michael, Michael was basically my Wikipedia on Mumia before Wikipedia, created this big entry on Mumia Abu-Jamal. It was Michael's research that I used as a reference for my own biography. But I do want to get right to it because we're being very jovial right now, but the situation actually is very serious. Mumia Abu-Jamal has the following. He has a skin rash that he's had off and on for several years. He has diabetes. He has cirrhosis of the liver. Now, how did he get cirrhosis of the liver? He got cirrhosis of the liver because they refused to give him the hepatitis C treatment that he needed. And he had to sue the prisons. The activists had to sue the prisons, not only to get him hepatitis C treatment, but everybody hepatitis C treatment in the prisons in Pennsylvania. Again, this is just yet another instance of the Pennsylvania Prison Authority trying their best to institutionally kill him. In addition to all of that, he now has congestive heart failure, which, as we know, is a very slow death sentence. And on top of all of those things, he now has COVID. And because he has COVID and he has all of these pre-existing conditions, it is very easy that he can be taken out, which is the goal of the state. It's very clear. I mean, they've said it. I mean, we're not talking about symbolically here, right? It is the goal of this state of Pennsylvania to kill him, right? So they are very near their goal. And activists like Michael and Johanna Fernandez and Pam Africa and others have been meeting and organizing daily, almost hourly. Julia Wright in France, hourly, trying to get people to organize to get him out. Michael, is that a decent summary of what's going on?
Absolutely. The situation is absolutely critical right now. And Mumia's situation right now remembers me of the line in Violeta Parra, the Chinese poetess, who said, how much pain am I still going to have to suffer? So the pain really doesn't stop. And this is really the year where we need to get Mumia out, because otherwise we will clear his name posthumously, and that's not what we want. And,
so what? Sorry, go ahead.
Just a moment. As you just said, we really we were in the process of organizing when the news about heart insufficiency and COVID with Mumia hit us like a ton of bricks. And after that, on last Saturday, we had a very successful global virtual street meeting, which makes me very hopeful to organize even more. And what's in the planning is to have something right in Philadelphia, hopefully live, which will be a second Mumia tribunal after there had been a first in 1997. And this tribunal will really not just try to inform the public what this case has been about, but it should also be a critical step to get him out.
Well, what would you like to see happen? What is it that you and these other organizers and activists are trying to actually get to have happen? What kinds of pressure or what kinds of actions are you inviting people to do? I know that there's at least this call that has gone out where people are being asked to send as a template this email or to make calls to and emails to Governor Tom Wolf and the District Attorney Larry Krasner in Philadelphia. But to you, Michael and Todd, what are folks being asked to do? What would you all like to see happen?
I mean, these two addresses are the most immediately important ones. For one thing, Governor Wolf has been saying he's going to release prisoners because of the COVID situation. He's going to release 1,800, and so far it's just been a trickle, just a couple of dozens. So he hadn't even made good on this, and 1,800 is, of course, far too low a number. So that's the governor angle. So because he has the power to do that. The other angle is Larry Krasner, as most listeners to this show probably know, ran on a progressive platform and basically on a decarceration platform. So we have to ask the question, when is the time for decarceration, if not now? With the absolutely critical situation around COVID, and with particularly in Pennsylvania, many older prisons having been in prison for decades, and they need to be released because most of them have not been sentenced to death, but their current situation amounts to a sentence of death. And that could very well also be true for Mumia. So we have, even from a purely humanitarian angle, we have a lot of things going for us, and these two are the most important addresses, DA Larry Krasner and Governor Tom Wolf. Apart from that, two other important addresses would be John Wetzel, who is the boss of the whole carceral institutions in Pennsylvania, and the bosses in SCI Mahanoy, where Mumia right now is incarcerated.
And I just want to add, Mumia fits basically all of the categories to get out, right? He's over 65. Yeah. He has, pre-existing conditions. He's been a model prisoner. We can incidentally talk about the 21 constitutional violations, right? But we've done that already on this show, right? Yeah. Brother Jared had myself and Lynn Washington on, and we spent hours literally talking about all of the constitutional violations with Mumia Abu-Jamal and all the attempts to kill him. So, I mean, if there's an argument to be made for compassionate release, the man is going to be 40 years in jail under lock and key on December 9th, right? If there's ever a case for a compassionate release, it's this. Now, we know that the entire state runs a legal system, but then when it comes to Mumia Abu-Jamal, they make up extra rules, they make up extra obstacles. So we understand what Lynn Washington is called, of course, Mumia Exception, right? Yeah. In this case, Mumia is not exceptional, right? There are many older prisoners who are nonviolent, who are model prisoners, and who are ill and who need to get out before they get COVID and die. So Mumia can just go right into that group, and that would make a lot of sense to people. It wouldn't make sense to, of course, the Fraternal Order of Police and the state correction facility, and that's the problem that we have at this hour.
Yeah, and I would invite people also to check all of our discussions with Dhoruba bin Wahad, but particularly those where he's discussed this issue of the police unions, which are a real problem. But by the way, have the authorities offered up an official response as to why they haven't released Mumia? Do they have an official position or statement, or are they just being quiet and not doing it?
No, so far there has only been stonewalling with Mumia, with regard to Mumia in particular. There was an online event, as I understand, with Eric Resner, where a few people from our people got on and asked questions, but he basically evaded the question. He said this, that, and the other thing, but actually he refused to even deal with the case of Mumia.
Krasner is on tour because he has a very laudatory documentary film done on him. And he's being looked at as the, a rising politician. And as far as I know, because I haven't been to all the meetings, Michael's been Michael's been to more of the meetings than I have. But what I understand is that the strategy is that wherever Krasner goes, virtually or physically, there's going to be a Mumia supporter who's going to press him on this issue. So we need constant pressure by phone, as well as this kind of a presence, because the only thing these people are going to respond to is pressure. We learned that when Johanna Fernandez found out that Mumia had hepatitis C, and of course, bum rushed the prisons, and people called the prisons until he got the proper care that he needed. That happened because people just wouldn't stop calling the prison, and the prison officials got tired of it and then gave him what he needed. When he sued, the prisons understood that, okay, they were in an untenable position, so they had to give hepatitis C treatment to everybody. So these are people that we see respond to pressure. So the pressure has to be consistent and it has to be strong.
Well, usually we stop here and make pitches for people to hit the like button and the subscribe button and do all of that stuff. But we definitely want to invite people now to even if that means peeling themselves away from this broadcast, to send off an email or make one of these phone calls. We talked earlier, honestly, I can't remember which conversation it was around, I want to say Sophia Elijah, when she was on to talk about the Sundiata Acoli campaign. But they confirmed, as you did just now, Todd, that these to a certain extent, the calls and emails have an impact. We don't want to overly fantasize about them, but they do have an impact. So I don't want to, I wouldn't want anybody to think, well, those three on the discussion right now, they've sent in emails and called, so we don't have to, or I know someone else in the chat will. We want everybody, certainly who watches this or is watching this now, to make a call, send in an email, and do it. I really is a kind of a bare minimum to support this man to get him out.
And this bare minimum around the world would result in the prison authorities doing something, because they just, in other words, just to stop having the thousands of phone calls every day. I mean, they would do something if they knew that the phone calls would stop. So if the phone calls are overwhelming, then we're in a very good situation to help him, because right now, the last we heard is that he was in the infirmary. Now, this is the same infirmary that didn't diagnose his hep C correctly. Mm-hmm. So the fact that he's been moved to the infirmary is not exactly the greatest news in the world. He needs hospitalization. He needs independent doctors to check him out and to set up the next steps. And the only way he's going to get that is through these calls.
Can I just say, Michael, I know you wanted to jump in. Forgive this interruption, but I will forget if I don't do this. Because to Todd's point, if people want to make value out of this Judas and the Black Messiah film, remember the scene where the brothers engaged with the shootout with the police, and he's taken it to the hospital, and they won't even let his comrades in to see him. And then you can only imagine what happened in real life behind those closed doors. This is exactly, I think, the kind of analogy we need to draw to the current real life situation of Mumia in the infirmary. This is not a necessarily safe place where the people care and want to care for him and make sure he gets the treatment he needs. Michael, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I couldn't agree more with that. And the other thing, first of all, what you said, Jared, asking the people to really do that, because it does have an effect. It really does. And we have proof of that. So this is not symbolic politics, feel-good politics, it's do-good politics. And the second point is, I'm very happy that Todd mentioned the international dimension, because when there was the critical hepatitis C situation in 2015, there was also a lot of international pressure, even from the German parliament, from the German Bundestag. And guess what? We even got some of the conservative deputies from the Human Rights Committee of the German Bundestag to intervene for Mumia, and I'm sure that had an effect. And to come back from the international scene, this is also another thing that we need to be organizing right now, because there are people who conceive of themselves as progressives on the Philadelphia City Council. We need to go to these people and say, make good on your claim that you are a progressive and a humanitarian. And we need to do the same thing in the Pennsylvania State Parliament. So there are concrete persons who can intervene, and whose intervention will have even more of an effect than our own. So we go from the bottom right to the top. And that's the next task we need to be organizing, apart from having this email and fax campaign.
And I just want to add, for those of you who are wondering, well, where is Pam Africa in all of this? We have sad news to report that Pam Africa has been struggling so hard with all of these cases, Maroon, Mumia, etc., is that she was very near a stroke. And her doctors advised her to calm down and to stop a lot of these activities, because I was surprised to see her at the event on Saturday, but I think she wanted to make an appearance. But that was like her first appearance in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
because her doctor.
We'll definitely show her love and tell these motherfuckers to let this man go for her in her absence. So these motherfuckers need to let him go. Yeah,
I'm sure she definitely appreciates the MF word there, right? So I mean, the Philadelphia people are trying to organize as best they can, but let's remember, Pam has been the heart and soul of this movement for 30, 40 years, and move even before that, so like almost 50 years. And so with her temporarily and somewhat sidelined, it's even more imperative that the people step forward to do that organizing, because she's not there to do that, or not there to do that in the same capacity.
Yeah. Listen, well, Michael, I did have you kind of touched on. I did have one quick. I did want to ask you quickly, what does Mumia organizing look like in other parts of the world, or where you are, for because there is this. Yeah. Anyway, there is this ongoing debate about the value of internationalist politics. So I was just curious to if you could say a word or two to those of us who might not be so much aware of what's going on, where you are throughout other parts of Europe or other parts of the world that you may be more focused on.
When I researched my own book about Mumia, Race Against Death, I discovered that the international dimension of the anti-racist struggle in the United States has always been a big one. That was already the case in the 1950s even. So at the time, that was the height of the Cold War. And the United States needed to look good with regard or vis-a-vis the countries that then came to be named the Third World. And with that terrible record of lynchings and racism, that was, of course, a hard task to fulfill. And so the international pressure that came from countries in Europe like France, Germany, England, but also from Africa and other parts of the world, was a very substantial contribution to the anti-racist struggle in the United States themselves. And the same thing seems to be true from what we were able to discover all by ourselves in the case of Mumia, because what they are always saying, and they would say that, wouldn't they? Well, we don't give a fuck about what a bunch of demonstrators and radicals in Germany say. But when you listen to and sometimes you can, when you listen to the internal conversations that are going on in the embassies of the United States, for example, in Germany or in Vienna, in Austria, where there has also always been a big movement for Mumia, the picture changes radically, and they do have to report everything that happens about Mumia to Washington, and they are very concerned about these developments. And of course, the concerns is proportional to the movement that they find in the streets of the countries they are in. So I think there is definitely a contribution to make, and we wouldn't be making all that fuss and be devoting all this time to do this if that were just symbolic politics. It isn't.
Right on.
Mumia has 2 streets named after him in France, by the way.
Yes.
Correct. Yep. How many does he have named after him here?
Don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if there are any comments. I didn't see any comments or questions, or particularly questions in the chat. But if anybody has any for our guests, please either submit them or resubmit them. Honestly, I don't know what else that I can invite you all to say. So please, I'm not
I want to say
rushing you, but I just want to make sure that you all get out what you need to. Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
No, the only thing I want to say is that since we have Michael on here representing the European perspective, is I want to make a plug for Mumia's 3-volume series Against Empire, the Murder Incorporated series. I know it's a little early to talk about his legacy, right? But Mumia is going to go down as one of the top Black intellectuals in the late 20th, early 21st century. And the analysis that he did with Stephen Victoria, the filmmaker who made the film Long Distance Revolutionary, A Journey with Mumia Abu-Jamal, he co-authored with Victoria this 3-volume set about the American Empire, which takes apart all of the conventions of Western society, history, white supremacy, manifest destiny. He talks about the development of war and how war and the CIA develops. And he talks about the corruption of American institutions, such as the Supreme Court and the mainstream news media. So the reason why there are 2 streets named after Mumia in France, I mean, anybody who's been to France knows that, their newspapers are intellectual vehicles, right? They argue about politics, about policy, about philosophy on their television screens. And we know that Germany, because of Germany's past, has a very serious human rights record that it wants to promote. So Mumia has a attraction to people in Europe, because people in Europe understand the purpose of intellectualism, and in terms of intellectualism being a critique of society to hopefully the dismantling of society. So it's not surprising to Europeans that somebody like Mumia Abu-Jamal would be in jail for 40 years. Whereas in America, the first response is, of course, I mean, every article I've written about Mumia in the last 25 years, the only comment I ever get is, well, did he do it?
Right.
And whether he did it or not, 21 constitutional violations. Okay, any one of those 21 constitutional violations would have gotten anybody else off. Okay, that gives you the answer that America is interested in. So there is a very serious relationship with Mumia and people around the world, because I think they understand better how he fits in the history of world revolutionaries and world intellectuals. And I just wanted to add that.
Michael, do you have anything else you want to make sure we focus on or talk about? Again, I'm not rushing anybody. I just, I'm go ahead.
A few things. For one thing, I agree with Todd. With all that Mumia has produced from the prison itself, from the bowels of hell, so to speak, he already has a legacy, regardless of what's happening in the future. Ironically, that of course is also one of the reasons why they don't want to let him out, because his potential effect on the outside would even be greater, and they know a true radical when they see one, and so he needs to be incapacitated by either by keeping him in jail or, in the best case, for them killing him. So that's one thing I want to say. Another thing, without wanting to be smug about the record of Europe, which is still terrible in many respects, I think it's quite important to get that perspective from the outside of the United States, namely that a criminal justice system, even if we accept that, if one accepts that one has to have one, and doesn't insist on total decarceration, even then, there is a difference between the perspective that is purely punitive and basically says lock them up and throw the key away, or restorative justice, as we, at least in theory, have in Europe. So if you hear that, so in the United States, you have almost 100,000 people with life without parole. And that's something that's really unheard of in Europe. Only in totally exceptional cases you keep people in prison for the rest of their natural life, because they are supposed to be subjected to monitoring, even murderers. After 15 years, and we had so-called terrorist groups in Germany and in France, they got out after 25 years. So these sentences, such as Ruchel McGee, who has been in prison for more than 50 years, or you mentioned Yeda Akoli since 1973, or Jalil Muntakin, all those cases, that's just unthinkable, and rightly so. And one needs to remind, with regard to that, the United States of their better past, because that was not the case in the 1960s. It's a relatively new development that came around with Richard Nixon and then with Ronald Reagan, when the number of prisoners per capita increased by a factor of 7 or 8. So in the 1960s and early 1970s, the United States was sort of high on the spectrum, but not totally off. And it could return at least to that kind of humanitarianism. And from that, it's good to have a perspective from the outside. And
yeah, Michael, let's return us to Nixonian humanitarian levels. We can't get back down to Nixonian. No, I hear you, man. I just that's crazy to consider that after 8 years of Barack Obama and all that was supposed to mean, and all of that we have to try to get back to Nixonian levels of humanitarianism. That's deep. Although, we don't want to be giving Europe too much credit around here either. No, I'm just messing with you. So again, all right, well, look, we'll just make another appeal to have everybody check out these numbers and make these calls and send these emails. I hate to say, but I'm admittedly at a little bit of a loss in terms of what to say next, other than to continue.
Well, this is changing on the hour, so I mean, you're up to date for this hour now. I will pretend to rest Michael's arm, in back of his back, to get him back here. But I don't think I'm going to have to do that. And we'll be returning. I mean, I hope we'll return with good news. Mm-hmm. But either way, we're going to be returning and updating. So I mean, this is good for this hour right now.
And Michael, at some point, to be fair, we should have you back to talk specifically about your book. Again, and please do say the title again.
Race Against Death. It's also on my website. You can even Google it. Type in Michael Schiffman and Race Against Death. You will be steered to it, and you can read it.
Right on. Well, all right. Well, listen, I appreciate you both for coming through again on such short notice as well. And I do hope arms can be twisted, bent, or whatever to come back as soon as we, have some other information. And please feel free to spread within your networks that this platform is available for these kinds of discussions and reporting whenever folks want. And again, I thank you both for your work and for coming through. Really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you. I don't need to twist my arm.
Right on. Fair enough. That's what's up. Right on. All right. Well, Michael, Dr. Burrows, thank you very much. More soon. Okay.
More soon.
All right. All right, everybody. Just one last appeal. Please check the numbers on the screen and the addresses on the screen and reach out, make that contact. Please also come back to the channel at 5:30 Eastern time for a much needed discussion of Pan-Africanism and what it can be brought to bear on these and related situations with the Lukmans. And much more coming up. We just taped the next Friday's edition of The Last Dope Intellectual, so that's going to be fire for Friday at 7 o'clock. So anyway, thanks to our guests, Michael Schiffman and Dr. Todd Stephen Burrows. Everybody, please do what you can to support getting Mumia out and consider even going above and beyond the norm at this point. So anyway, that said, as always, as Fred Hampton used to say, we say peace if you're willing to fight for it. Certainly as Mumia has been for all these years. So peace, everybody. We'll catch you next time right here at I Mix What I Like and Black Power Media. Thanks, everybody.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like.
For more than 30 years, supporter of the MOVE movement, former Black Panther Party member, and still practicing broadcast journalist Mumia Abu-Jamal has been incarcerated. Despite his imprisonment and recent struggles over institutional abuse and denial of adequate health services leading to his deteriorating physical condition, Abu-Jamal continues to be among the most vigilant and productive voices exposing injustices the world over. And now he has a new book just published on City Lights Press called Writing on the Wall, Selected Prison Writings of Mumia Abu-Jamal. Joining us now to talk about the book and update us on Mumia's condition is Dr. Johanna Fernandez. Dr. Fernandez is a professor in the Department of Black and Latino Studies at Baruch College in New York, from where she now joins us. Welcome, Dr. Fernandez, to the program. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so very much for having me on the show, Jared.
So one, I just want to thank you publicly for the continuing good work you've done in maintaining a relationship with Mumia and making sure the rest of the world continues to know about his work and his struggle. So I just wanted to thank you for that very publicly as we get started, and then ask you if you would just update us on first his physical condition, and then let's talk about the new book that you edited.
Well, Mumia's condition remains quite dire. I visited him approximately 2 weeks ago, and his skin condition is of special concern. His skin is completely blackened. It remains itchy. He looks like he's got alligator skin, essentially. He has open wounds in his legs. His feet were very swollen. And the demand of the movement is that he be allowed to have his own doctors review his case. He still has a problem with diabetes. We're talking about a whole host of problems that he's experiencing, but that other prisoners experience daily. across the country. And part of what we have to say is that we live in a system that is barbaric because it is willing to kill prisoners through medical neglect. So we're asking supporters to continue to muckrake, to continue to be vigilant on this issue, but also to call the Department of Corrections of Pennsylvania and the prison. And I have those numbers to share with you at the end of the program.
Okay, great. And we'll also encourage people to check out his continued work, his commentaries at prisonradio.org, and to see the documentary Long Distance Revolutionary for more on the background of his case and his work as a journalist. And it is the subject of that work, I believe, is the subject of that work is, I believe, the subject of this of your new book, Writing on the Wall. And we've known over the years that Mumia, again, has continued to publish books and radio commentaries, and to also have those commentaries censored, whether it be from National Public Radio or other venues as well. He still struggles to have that work reach the mass audience it deserves, despite having such a broad audience and network of followers and supporters all around the world. What is it that's new in this book? I understand that there's some unpublished material and some fresh things that he's been writing. Tell us what we can find and expect in this latest volume.
Well, this is a collection of approximately 100 of Mumia's radio commentaries. They're eloquent, they're incisive, and they're about the crisis in American society and in the world in the post-civil rights and Black Power movement era. These are his earliest writings, beginning with those he wrote immediately after his incarceration in 1982. And the first of these writings is important because in this commentary, Mumia declares his innocence and talks about his own case.
This is the Christmas in a Cage?
This is the Christmas in a Cage. And this is important because, as you know, Mumia has dedicated his entire life to writing not about his case, but about the crisis of mass incarceration, the problems of war, the problems of U.S. empire, and the crisis of capitalism. So we see in the first of these commentaries a rare example of Mumia talking about himself, his case, and what happened on the night that Officer Daniel Faulkner was killed, which led to his incarceration. The first 9 essays are unpublished. They appeared initially in a pamphlet produced by the movement in the late 1980s titled Survival is Still a Crime. And this volume is essentially a Black radical counter-narrative to the ruling ideology of the last 40 years. He offers a radical counter-narrative to what we hear about the absence of racism in society following the civil rights movement. He offers a counter-narrative to American empire and the war on terror. And he really exposes the bankruptcy of capitalism. We're going to read about the emergence of Reaganism, the role of Obama in contemporary American society. There are essays about Katrina, incredible essay on Ferguson. We read about Haiti, about Palestine. So really, this is an introduction to Mumia's writings and a rich syllabus for those Black and brown activists who are coming of age politically today to understand the world in which they live, but to also imagine not just a fight against the society in which we live in, but a struggle for a completely new society.
Absolutely. Well, Professor Fernandez, we thank you very much for joining us. Let's go ahead and have you give out those phone numbers. And while you're pulling those up, I just want to say very quickly that I want to encourage everybody who sees this to be in touch with Mumia and other political prisoners. Mumia has been gracious and always responding. The few times, unfortunately, the too few on my account that I've written. He's been gracious in response. He was the first to respond with his essay to our volume critical of Manning Marable's Malcolm X. And I mean, he stays in touch. I mean, so I would encourage people to not only make the phone calls you're suggesting or requesting, but also be in touch with me and let people know and let him know that people still remember him and are appreciative of his work. But Professor Fernandez, before we go, please do give out those numbers.
So those numbers are the number to the Department of Corrections in Pennsylvania, and to the head of that department is John Wetzel. That's the head of the Department of Corrections in Pennsylvania. And his number is 717-728-4109. Once again, that's 717-728-4109. And then the superintendent at SCI Mahanoy, the prison where he's housed, his name is John Kerestes, Kerestes, and that number is 570-773-2158. Once again, that's 570-773-2158.
But because as I continue to encourage all others to as I continue to encourage all others to do, I've signed up for years now to the prisoner newsletter at the Freedom Archives. I did just see this story from the other day that the FBI is still opposing Leonard Peltier and his freedom. And of course, this argument, as is said here in the Huffington Post in a story by Jennifer Bendery, is full of holes. So as they said, they've been covering, the Huffington Post has been covering Peltier's case for a long time, and sent a routine request to the Federal Office of the Pardon Attorney about the status of the petition for clemency for Peltier, and they did get a response from the FBI, which reads in part saying that the FBI remains resolute against the commutation of Leonard Peltier's sentence for murdering FBI Special Agents Jack Kohler and Ronald Williams at South Dakota's Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in 1975. We must never forget or put aside that Peltier intentionally and mercilessly murdered these two young men and has never expressed remorse for his ruthless actions. Peltier's conviction, rightly and fairly obtained, still stands and has withstood numerous appeals to multiple courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court. No amount of prison time changes the facts surrounding Kohler and Williams' deaths, and commuting Peltier's sentence now would only serve to diminish the brutality of his crime and the suffering of their surviving families and the FBI family. Getting past the strangeness of the FBI responding to an email not directed to the FBI, which is an interesting point that I'm glad they bring up. It was something to get a statement from the FBI at all. The agency has previously declined to comment to the Huffington Post about Peltier. It was, after all, the FBI that sought to put Peltier in prison in the first place after two of the agents were killed in 1975 shootout on Pine Ridge Reservation. Its new statement affirms that it still wants the now ailing 77-year-old to stay there despite decades of outcry from international human rights leaders, including Pope Francis, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, the Dalai Lama, Desmond Tutu, and Coretta. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. All respect. He should be free, but that list. And Coretta Scott King. Let's see. Opposition from the FBI remains the biggest obstacle to the freedom of Peltier, who is considered by many America's longest-serving political prisoner. You know what? That's right, because Rochelle McGee, well, I forgot the numbers on that, but anyway. The problem with the Bureau's argument for keeping Peltier in prison, though, is that it's full of holes. Let's see, virtually every sentence of the FBI statement is outdated, misleading, or flat out wrong. Take the first line. The FBI remains resolute against the commutation of Leonard Peltier's sentence for murdering FBI agents Jack Kohler and Robert Williams in 1975. While it's true Peltier was convicted in 1977 of murdering 2 FBI agents, his legal team discovered in 1980 via a Freedom of Information Act request that the FBI had intentionally withheld evidence showing that a ballistics expert had unequivocally ruled out Peltier's gun as the murder weapon. The revelation struck at the heart of the U.S. government's case. After this bombshell, the U.S. Attorney's Office changed its story. It dropped its argument that Peltier had murdered the agents and said he aided and abetted whoever who did. But the U.S. government now claims it doesn't know who killed those agents. Peltier's 2 other co-defendants were acquitted based on self-defense, and there was never evidence that Peltier aided and abetted anyone. He has consistently maintained that though he was present at the shootout with dozens of others, he didn't shoot anyone. So I'll make sure that this is linked in the show notes, and folks can continue reading the entire story. It's pretty long and goes through Peltier's entire case, showing, as it just started right there, that basically everything the FBI claims in this most recent letter is wrong, out of date, or just a lie. And that, as I remember, having followed this myself for some time, they've admitted for a long time, we don't know who shot our agents, but we got to put somebody away. And they, of course, don't even want to get into the question of why were your agents there in the first place, and why were they there armed, and why were they there with their guns drawn, and what was, and then of course, why are these people on a so-called reservation, and all of the other extending onion peeling questions. They don't want to get into any of that. So it's just that 2 FBI agents were killed, and they are resolute in their own word to make sure that someone pays for it and will pay for it forever. So.
Right. So this last weekend in a think tank, we was having a conversation around like political prisoners, just prisoners in general. Now, granted, nobody thinks anybody should be in jail who didn't do something or whatever. But what we was talking about is how reliant we are on this concept of innocent or guilty. It's almost like we're riding for people if they are innocent or if they are claiming to be innocent. But what about the people who actually literally they did it? Like they did do this. Like they were attacked by law enforcement or whoever, and they fought back. And so I don't know what you think, what you two think about that, but I think sometimes it seems like it spent a lot of time trying to say, oh, good, this person was innocent or this person's whatever. But what if the person did do it? Like how support do they get? What kind of support do they get? For example, the brother in South Carolina who's going to be supposedly killed by a firing squad, like reading through the story about like he went into the store to actually rob the store. The man pulled a gun out of him. He took the gun away from him. And then the man pulled another gun out of him and shot him. And then he shot him back. So it's kind of like a, I don't know. I don't know what y'all think about that.
Diallo?
Yeah, well, I oppose the death penalty. I don't think the state should have the power to murder people. So even under all conditions, I am a death penalty abolitionist, and I am also a prison abolitionist. I don't. It's obvious whether you're rearing a child or governing a nation. Punishment it just doesn't work. It doesn't make citizens safer, and it doesn't. There's no evidence that punishment deters or diverts people from a life of crime. I think Ward Churchill put it best when it comes to individuals like Leonard Peltier and even Mumia, that they're not in jail because they're guilty or innocent of a crime. They're in jail to demonstrate the arbitrariness of power, so that it can demonstrate to the rest of us that the power and conviction that those in power have to sustain the status quo. Because when Leonard Peltier they were actually armed to fight against other Native Americans. The American Indian movement was a leftist Native American liberation group, and the government funded what was called the Goon Squad. And Goon stood for Guardians of the Oglala Nation. And there was a string of murders, vandalism, and arsons that were being committed against those Native Americans who were fighting against, genocide and oppression. And also, the transcripts state that the prosecutor said during the trial that we don't know who shot the agents. The prosecutor admitted that he didn't know who was actually responsible for shooting the agents, and it's a very flimsy case. So I do think the innocence is relevant in this case, simply because not necessarily to exonerate the victim, but to convict the system, and to understand what the system is willing to do, and and to let you to inform the rest of us that our lawfulness will not protect us when we challenge power, when we challenge the status quo, when we do things to actually steady our innocence will. So I think to when we bring up the obvious or the strong case for innocence of a political prisoner or of any incarcerated person, I think it's more so to convict the system than to exonerate the person. Because I do agree that the brother that, and it's funny how the certain factions of the right are against the death penalty, the firing squad, because they want a more humane means of murdering people, and they've got a prisoner in Texas that they just brought out of the intensive care unit, who's I think 78-year-old with chronic heart failure, and they just brought him out of the intensive care unit to execute him. It's absurd. It is utter madness. So I just think that any humane and civil person should oppose the death penalty across the board.
Man, I'm drawing a blank. People, anybody in the chat familiar with WPFW in that community, please. But there was a brother, a lawyer, and he used to make this point all the time that we should assume that they're guilty and defend them as vociferously as anybody, as a prisoner of war, if anything else. But I'm also very Daruba on this, and shout out to Daruba, and shout out to Eddie Conway, and I hope to whatever extent possible he's doing better or okay, or finding some peace in his condition. And I can't help but bring it up, but I got it. This was, it caused me problems at the Real News Network when Daruba made this, and they censored the segment where Daruba made this point, where he said he was very upset at a discussion that had taken place on Democracy Now! Between Amy Goodman and Angela Davis, where they talked about Assata Shakur as being innocent and deserving to have the warrant lifted and her exile lifted and all of that. And Daruba's point was, when you make that argument, you take away the agency and the consciousness and the clarity of the activity of those who were knowingly engaged in revolutionary struggle. And I get it. I get the discomfort, because it's easier to say, it's easy to make an appeal for their freedom on the basis of innocence, as opposed to the basis of justified political activity. But Daruba's point was, from at least as I take it, from our perspective, it should be, don't make the argument based on the innocence, but make the argument based on they are prisoners of war, were legit in their activity, and should be freed. In fact, he said in the interview, he said Angela didn't train Assata. He said she was a better shot than me. So I mean, but anyway, so I just want, in any event, what in general, I tend to support the endeavors of those organized around a specific prisoner's case. And if that's the approach they want to take or think is then I generally support it. But I like but philosophically, I'm very much where Daruba and this brother is, that I can't remember, unfortunately, who I'm thinking of, but that we should be defending them as prisoners of war and on the basis of the righteousness of whatever they were accused of having done. But anyway, go ahead, Diallo. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think there's also an understanding in that, where a person committed the act that they're accused of committing, but still be innocent of a quote unquote crime. I think those aren't two exclusive states. Yeah.
No, right on. Absolutely. But specific to Geechee, to your question, that's just my humble position on it. But I get it that as I've always read and understood the case specific to Peltier, I mean, he's saying, but I didn't do it. Like, and maybe he would be saying my argument would be different if I did do it, and I would, I don't know. But he's saying I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You can't prove who did do it. You were unjustified in your presence there in the first damn place. But and so on and so on and so on. Oh no, brother Jamu, it's always a pleasure to easily represent the correct analysis that others have developed. So it's my pleasure. Why not?
I mix what I like. I take what I like. How about that?
Yeah.
So listen, I beg everyone's forgiveness and I welcome everyone. But I don't have all my fault and responsibility. I have no bios prepared. I have no proper introduction ready. Yane, please, if you would say a word about who you are, what you're here representing. If you would say a word about our other guests here as well, and whoever else is coming or whenever they and if you would do that, perform that for us, please. I would greatly appreciate it, as I happily admit being unprepared or underprepared. But anyway, please tell us a little bit about who you are and who we all are here welcoming and here to talk about.
Sure. So my name is Yane Indigo. I use she, her pronouns. I also like us-we pronouns. And I think Ty is having a hard time hearing us. I think that's
really?
Okay. The way that she is looking. That's why she left the studio and came back.
So she's not hearing us? Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me. Okay.
I'll continue my introduction, but I think
sure.
With Ty. So
she is.
So I am in Lenape-Hoking, part of the territory of the Lenape and so-called Philadelphia. And I am an organizer here. I've organized with a few groups, Black Lives Matter Philly, the BLM 10, with Black Alliance for Peace, which is such an important group in Back Philly. I work on a range of issues, including the effort to, and as part of the prison abolition movement, working to also to bring our political prisoners home and focus and that particular emphasis, while also supporting and working on the prison abolition work in general. And I work with a group called Ubuntu Freedom, which recently released Principles of Freedom called, they're called the Principles of Freedom, and they can be viewed at a website, tinyurl.com/principles of freedom. And what we're here today to talk about is Curb Fest. And I'm at this point an OG organizer. And so, but I am blessed to work with a number of like super brilliant young organizers. And at one point, I think Ricky was the first one that referenced me as her mentor. And I was like, what? I'm your mentor? I thought you were my mentor, because she's just so brilliant. I was like, there's something here. So we started, I wanted to pull some of these really brilliant young people together so that they could know each other and begin to be able to build an amazing organizing community and space amongst them, and then be able to connect them with some of the OGs, and to really remind us that wisdom does not only come when you are, about to to kick the bucket, that people have wisdoms at various times in their lives, and in particular in this stage, within the context of this generational reality, our young people are killing it. Our young people are killing it and they're kicking it. But you know, even when you look back, you can look at someone like Jonathan Jackson, who 16 years old was out here just incredible with his brilliance. And so wanted us to remember that there's a lot of wisdom that comes from our young people, and create a dynamic where the wisdom that the young people have can also benefit the movement, while they are also able to benefit from the work and experience of some of the OGs. And so we have Mentor the Revolutionary OGs. It's a group with young people and some OG organizers. And we have been working together on a few different projects. And this first big project, some of the OGs had come together, and we had a project we couldn't handle. And so Ty was like, you know what, why don't we let the young folks do it? And so that is how Curb Fest launched. And it was actually the first actual project of Mentor the OG Revolutionaries. And so that's how we're here. I love to I don't want to introduce Ty and Erica because they can introduce themselves. And so I would like to pass it over to Ty to introduce herself and follow her by Ricky.
Right on. Welcome. Welcome.
Hey, nice to be here. My name is Ty, and I don't know, how do I identify myself today? I guess I am just I call myself a baby organizer because I spend a lot of time with the OGs and tapping into the knowledge that the OGs have. The only clique I claim is Ubuntu Freedom, but I spend time in a bunch of other spaces, and I'm really just pleased to be a part of this Mentoring the OG as we push this Curb Fest and this intergenerational project together. So yeah, I'll pass it over to Erica.
Right on.
Hey everyone, I'm Erica, also known as Ricky. And,
I know they like, why are you not in the chat?
yeah, you know I love this channel. But I'm a member of Black Alliance for Peace. I'm also a member of Eugene People's Progress Party, and I go by she, her, hers. And yeah, I don't know, my bio is just, it's annoying because I feel like it's just so many things. But I'm very grateful to be welcomed into this space. They hit me up and told me about this, and I was excited about the opportunity to do it because I do call Yane my mentor, but I say that about a lot of people in BAP in general because of that intergenerational dynamic. There's a lot of struggles that happen intergenerationally that I learn a lot from. So especially Yane is such a super dope organizer and such a super dope community person. Like the way that she gathers around community and for community and shows up is something that I definitely take notes from. So yeah.
Well, you know, I'm a little confused because usually when I see at least two or more Black women situated on a screen, y'all are usually yelling and arguing and stuff. That's usually what I don't, not that I watch that stuff, but I'm just saying, so I'm a little bit confused. So y'all are talking about organizing. I'm used to seeing all this disorganized and wild behavior. So can you explain yourselves?
I want to just say, I don't know what you're talking about, because when I see two or more Black women on the screen, I see magic, I see power, I see brilliance, collaboration. That's what I see. So yeah, we must be looking at different channels for sure.
Because he watched Channel Zero. He watched
that's what happens.
Old school Public Enemy. But I did want to ask Erica a question. In terms of organizing, you said intergenerationally. I think that's a very important point. Could you talk a little bit more about the lessons that you've learned about intergenerational organizing?
I feel like anything that I brought forward towards organizing, all of my skill sets have been sharpened just by being in the company of these people that I'm allowed to organize with. And then there's people younger than me who are like 18, 19, still in college, that are like super sharper than I was at 18, 19. And the fact that we all get to continuously be in these conversations really has helped elevate conversations, I believe, especially around political prisoner work. Because for a long time, it was certain specific sets of people, and so because it's error based, so there's been people who've been doing this work for a long time. So now we're seeing more and more youth get involved, but I think that that's a credit to pushing forward that intergenerational aspect. Staying in community, political education, building, being able to listen to one another. I think the dynamics of listening and communication has changed tremendously. So I really believe in it, and Kurt Fest, I believe, will be proof of that.
And there's a speaking of intergenerational, the main thing that I think about is like the technology now. Like, before, people would make phone calls, you might have had to make a flyer, like a paper flyer, and so some 3x5s or some 8x10s, and so nowadays, the flyers is for the most part digital, so it's what are some of the things you mentioned working with older and younger? What are some of the things that, and this is for any of you, what are some of the things that you all have learned from the people who are older that you can bring forward to yourself, and then maybe some of the things that you also learn from younger organizers as well? Because a lot of for instance, some of the old school people may not necessarily be all that familiar with the internets and the face chats and all, as they call it. They call it that. I'm not calling it that.
Ty, you want to go ahead?
Sure. So there's like this little porch fest thing that happens apparently everywhere, not just Philly, but that's kind of where this first little idea came from. And I pulled up to the porch fest that was, highlighted on the political prisoners. And I was like, this is beautiful. This is amazing. I'm getting so much information, but this pamphlet has a lot of information. Like, how can we make this digestible? How can we make this something that I actually want to read? How do I support? How do I tap in? Like, can I involve my phone in this process at all? That's kind of what Kurt Fest. So we created this toolkit, this digital toolkit, to kind of speak directly to what you're talking about, to take a lot of the OG's information, because they have the information, they had the brilliance, they were there, they had their four OG revolutionary information that they brought, with them into this current modern situation. So it's like, how can we take all that information, all that brilliance, all that knowledge, all that wisdom, experience, and kind of jump it into the digital age a little bit? So that's where the digital toolkit has been really important in the work that we're doing. And like you can see from the website, it's very clear, very straightforward, a lot of minimal sentences, things that are straight to the point. You can, identify the prisoner, identify their plight, and then easily use QR codes, links, widgets. Yane was up to forever last night trying to make sure this website was clickable and acceptable for young people, and even the OGs. Like, it's user friendly. So that's kind of one of the main things that we really thought about, and getting away from the tripod pamphlets and paring things down. 140 word character maximum was definitely a challenge, but I think it's worth it. And as you can see from this page, you can get like a really good understanding of who these individuals were, the work they do, the work that they're doing now, and how to uplift them and support them and contact them and write to them and all the things.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so the idea with Kurt Fest, what happened, just a little bit of a background, is this all kind of started around Mumia's birthday, indirectly, because we had a great birthday weekend celebration, and one of the things that we did during that weekend was, on the Sunday, we had an event that was a tribute to Maroon. It was a community cleanup at Maroon Garden. And then we marched from Maroon Garden to Malcolm X Park, where we had a remembrance of Walter Wallace Jr., who was murdered in October of last year. And so on the 6 months after, we had an event. And so we pulled together, there were Maroon folk and Mumia folk and and Walt's family, we all came together, and people were like, let's continue to stay together and continue to do some work. And so the next thing we decided to do was that Porch Fest for political prisoners as this collective group. And some more people came in, and we don't really have an actual formation or anything. We are going to start talking about that, but we decided, Russ Schultz III, who you had on here recently, had the idea that this Porch Fest that's already existing, why don't we plug into this thing and expand it? It usually happens in the more gentrified part of West Philly. He decided, to organize a Porch Fest. So the Porch Fest is usually live performers. He shifted it to DJ performers and did it in a Black part. One of the parts of West Philly that's still more Black. And there was an organizer from Boston who was like, how can I be down to be a part of this? And so started thinking, how do we make this accessible for others? And so the reason that we ended up building a website for it and not just having flyers and doing it ourselves is because we want to actually make this something that is an easier lift for other people to do. So actually, Boston is going to be organizing a Curb Fest. We've already been reached out to by organizers in Trenton and in Oakland that are interested in doing a Porch Fest. And our interest is in people doing Porch Fest all around the country. And so the cards that you were just displaying, we've actually printed, we have printed copies of all of those cards, and as well signs, a sign for each of those. And the Curb Fest is going to have 8 different DJ stations, and each station will have will focus on certain of those political prisoners. And so they'll have the cards there, they'll have the signs there, and there'll be a political educator in each location that will call out to the community and say, hey, this is for you, welcome, come on over, get some cards, and we'll start in one place. They'll get a map, and they'll be able to go to the different locations that are all within 2-block walking distance to each other. And we will encourage them to get a card for each of the political prisoners so that they have that information, they can go back. And the hope is that they'll see the information, they'll consume the information. And so these are not necessarily people who are already invested, to the point that Ty was making. Some people, if you're already invested, then you'll dive in to that information regardless of like how it looks, how it comes to you. These are what we want to do, is we want to expand the revolutionary consciousness of our community. So we want to be reaching people who are not already in the choir. And so this way, they're not invested, but they get information that's really a quick bite that maybe makes them get invested. And then they want to go deeper and get into like that Jericho website and find the individual and learn more information and figure out how to get involved. And then we also they'll be interacting with organizers through this whole process. So it's a way to get them connected to the organizing community, because I have run into a lot of people who say, how do you even get involved? How do you even do this? And I was not connected to the movement very well for a long time because I didn't know how to find those people. So we have to do a better job of connecting with our community, the people who are not already in the movement, but not wanting to go to another rally and see all the same faces hearing a new version of the same message. We need to be talking to new people. And that's the spirit behind Curb Fest. So our hope, my last thing to say is that our hope is that by next year, there will be Curb Fest happening all over the country. And we did a lot of research about for each of the political prisoners. We did a lot of work to pare that information down. We've done all that work for people. All they have to do is download the digital tools, get them printed and promoted in their own communities. And so the digital toolkit will be more available as a download or as like a Google Drive or something like that right after our Curb Fest. But right now our Curb Fest is tomorrow. So we have to just make sure we get all of the things together for making sure that happens right.
So let me ask this, because this is dope. But practically speaking, how does one go from I want to do this to actually doing it? In other words, is there a procedure you all advocate in terms of how to set it up, what permits you have to get, who you need to contact? Is it at that level, or is it literally just show up, plug in or turn on and rock and distribute? Like what is your suggested or preferred method for all of this?
So as you see on the flyer and on the graphics, Curb Fest is a protest against repression. It is called a protest. and it is a protest. And so in Philly, at least, we don't get permits to protest. You know, we're not one of those groups that say, whose streets are streets? Soon as we get a permit. No, these are our streets. And so we just out here doing this. So for another group, they may feel that they want a permit or something like that, but we are creating the materials. We have a form on the website, so a person can go on, complete the form, and then we can talk to them about our experience. But another thing about this group, and this is also the way that Ubuntu Freedom operates, we operate with the understanding that wisdom is collective and that we build and grow together. So we don't come from a place of like, yes, it's true that one can know everything about a certain thing, but this is our first Curb Fest that's happening. So we've got a lot of information that we've gathered through the process of doing the Porch Fest the first time and as we've gone through doing this Curb Fest. But we expect that as other groups do it, that we'll learn some more things from them. We'll be able to continue to refine it. We expect that we may be able to do multiple Curb Fests even in one city. And it doesn't have to be all us. It doesn't have to be this group that does the next Curb Fest in Philadelphia. So yeah, we just want to make the materials available. If people want to do it, they can connect with us so we can give them whatever support we're able to. And at the same time, we want it to be really something that people can do on their own, just with their will. We have the resources and they can take that and run with it themselves, but stay in touch with us so we can continue to learn together. And we will put, if there's a Boston Curb Fest or when there's a Boston Curb Fest, we'll put information about it on the website. We will support any fundraising they're doing. We're also in the midst of fundraising. So if there's any extra funds that come, which we are not at an extra funds place yet. We are at a need more funds place right now. But if we end up with extra funds, then that will be great because we can use it to support another group with their printing or something like that. So, it's very organically being developed and we're able to learn together. Yeah.
Well, as folks may be seeing, I'm filling it out now. The very easy to use website. I'm trying to be down. So I love it. Forgive me if I'm stepping on anybody. Did anybody else want to jump in and respond to any of that or add or anything?
No, I was going to say the thing that you're filling it out because we're, as John is saying, we're going to be attempting to bring it here to Baltimore. We have organizers in New York that's a part of putting the Philly together. So it's not just Philly organizers putting Curb Fest and Philadelphia together. There's organizers from other cities that have come together to do this. Sorry, excuse me. It's probably my mother.
No, that's cool. I mean, I put Baltimore on my form, but I could just as easily do something in DC or work with folks in DC, right. And maybe even out here in these tree-lined streets in Columbia. Why not make some noise out here? So I just, right. But because I used to fantasize, like I had my fantasy plan, man, this is probably 20 years ago, was I wanted to buy a van, strip it out of the back and put like DJ equipment. Kaba, you're muted, man. I don't know if you're trying to jump in real quick.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't talking about the running back and forth between DC and Baltimore. That's what we were talking about before, a long time ago. You talking about the render? I just want to make sure that you're clear on what you're talking about here.
This dude this is a mess. You're a mess. No, what I'm saying is strip out the back of the van, empty it out, and put DJ equipment, get like mics and stuff, and do just this kind of thing, like roll around and pop up in somebody's neighborhood, have my man Hetty or somebody jump out and start rhyming and do a whole street politicized thing. I just never got anywhere with the plan. So this is way better. Way more organized, got a fly website. I really hope, I've signed up already. I hope others do the same. And I hope that, to your point, by next year, there's hundreds of these all over the place. I think this is a great idea. Anyway, sorry, Erica, did you want to say anything else? I didn't mean to cut you off either.
I just want to encourage people to just think about and actually go forward with, replicating this in other cities. Because it's already being done in other cities as we're doing it tomorrow.
Right on. And who's going to be there tomorrow?
I'll be in Philly.
And Right on. And do you are like, is it already clear? Like you have artists or DJs or what? Do you already have a whole thing lined up? Is there that?
Yeah, we do. Ty, do you want to talk about that?
So we have like 8 different stations. We have like amazing DJs at each station. We have multiple performers who will be hopping around from each station or stationary. We'll see how that goes. We have some spoken word artists. The first part is the station part. Like I said, you'll be able to hop around from stop to stop. And then we're having an after party. So we'll just be kicking back and enjoying and spending time. Yes, we have a whole lot of local artists coming out, local DJs. And yeah.
And Ty, please talk to us about also the fundraising and live streaming and all of that as well. What's going on with that?
So we are gonna be, I see, we are pushing hard for fundraising. Please, 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 please support this movement. This is all out of love. We are not a, nonprofit, whatever. This is love and dedication and good consideration that is being poured into this project. So you can help us out at CurbFest via Cash App. So the Cash App sign, CurbFest, and then PayPal is liberation@curbfest.com. And we will be live streaming, I believe, through Sunny and Unicorn Riot. Do I have that right? So you can find us on the website. Hopefully, you can find us on Yane's IG. Her IG page is Yane Indigo.
Yeah, Sunny explained that the IG won't work, but that we can do multiple. We'll do multiple Facebook and multiple YouTube channels. So Sunny is Hate56. So his Facebook and his YouTube and my YouTube will be used, and we will also use our Facebook accounts. So we'll be streaming through all of those, and I will try to see if there's a way to. I know there's a way. I'll see if I have if I have time to put it onto the curbfest.com website, so people could go there to find, at least to easily make sure that they can find one of the live streams.
Hey, if you all want, we can talk about working with you on that too here. Definitely, holler at me afterwards if you want. If you want another outlet, I don't see why we can't do that here as well. But at minimum, people can go to curbfest.com and get all the relevant particulars and more, including the contact form to show how they want to get involved. So please do that. Absolutely. Definitely appreciate all efforts to support political prisoners, and this sounds like another great effort. And I'm not rushing anybody, but just as we start headed towards a close, I want to make sure if there's anything I didn't invite you to say that you want us to get to, please.
I just want to mention that, we recently lost Chip in prison. We have Maroon, who just turned 78, is at hospice level, and we still fighting to get him out, because that one individual had the discretion to make the decision all on her own and made the wrong decision, because somehow she can value her life, but she can't value this man's dying breaths, and his right to be able to be surrounded by family and friends, and the impact that has also on his family, his friends, and his community. Right now, we're in a place where we can't just decide. Like, our community members are in the hands of other people, because we don't have all the power, that we haven't embodied the power that we have. We have to pull ourselves together and do the work to make sure that our people don't die in prison, and we have to get them out so that they actually can live outside of prison. You have Delbert Africa, who was released and died 6 months after his release. You have Chucky Africa, who also came out with stage 4 cancer. So we don't want to wait until they are at a hospice place to get them out either. We need to get all of them out now, and we're not going to be able to do that as effectively. We'll do it with or without anybody else, but we're not going to be able to do it as effectively and as quickly if we do not have more hands on deck. And so we have to do the work We have to do the work of getting more hands on deck. It's our job, the ones who are already knowing this and who are inspired to do this, it's our job to expose other people to this work. There are still people in our community who do not know that there are U.S. held political prisoners, and that's our fault. Anything that's lacking in our general community, it is the fault of the vanguard, it is the fault of the organizers, it is the responsibility of the organizers. Any misleadership, we let that misleadership happen. So this is one of the ways that we want to really expand, as we were talking about before, and these are the reasons, this is the motivation. I just want to speak the names of Chip and of Chuck, of Delbert, of Maroon, of Mumia. I want to speak the names of our family members who we have lost, or who are ill, sick and ill, and who are old, who are aging, so that we can be inspired to do this work. You know, we have people who have been held for 50 years, people who have spent decades in solitary confinement. These are the people who put their lives out there and on the line so that we can have freedom. And so we have an absolute obligation to fight tooth and nail to get them out. And that's what this is about. And so I just would like to leave us with some of that inspiration so we can make sure that we do all that is our responsibility, which definitely goes beyond talking to each other. We have to expand the community and get our people out.
I wanted to ask, first of all, about the Curb Fest, the Cash App. Is that the correct one, the $ Curb Fest?
Yes.
Okay, because for some reason it's not allowing me to access it here, but we'll keep trying. I think that this is a great idea. One thing that you said, Yane, that I thought was great was you talked about the not waiting for a permit. And I think for me, what I took away from that is that you all are taking on the idea that this is not just an event, that this is a movement, and this is something that people can do every day. You know, it's a lifestyle. It's a way of life. It's a way of living. So it just sparked in my mind, you know, if the community, and you talked about this a lot, if the community, the neighborhoods, and so on and so forth are organized, what a lot of people would call a protest, or even an event, can be something that people just see every day, and it's not necessarily just situated in a particular way. So I just think just that alone is just a brilliant idea. So I just wanted to just shout you all out for that. That's amazing. I'm definitely going to look into. I filled out the application as well and get ready to send it here. In terms of hosting, I'm definitely interested in hosting here. If any place needs a Curb Fest, it's right here in the belly of the beast of Washington, D.C. So.
Hey, and I'm down to work with you on that. So we already got a 2-person DC team developed right here.
Don't forget your young people, because I feel like y'all OGs. Yeah, I mean, y'all.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. Who you calling? Wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
I have to take it because I was even at the high school football game with my daughters the other day, and I was getting up to move.
She lost
one of these young One of these young bugs came up. He was like, "Oh, my bad, OG. My bad, OG." I was like, "Oh." Anyway,
it makes you feel some kind of way, don't it? It makes you feel some kind of way.
Hey,
we gotta think of different ways to come out with our people. We can't just try to bombard them with the same old thing that they obviously didn't appeal to them already because they're not here. So we gotta think of.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about specifically. Like when you set up. Like tomorrow or whenever, when you set up, I'm always open to more tactical, practical advice. When you set up and the music and this is happening, that's happening, people come by and you got their attention. What is the elevator pitch? Like, how do you approach? Or like an example of an approach to get people from being attracted to the sort of spectacle that you've created to moving into the substance?
So we've been very particular about the political educators. So as Ty was describing, every table has a DJ and with its own sound system and everything, and they all will have particular cards for political prisoners, and then each one will have a political educator / MC. So the people who we chose are people who can engage community and can do it organically. So it's just a matter of like, you see, like one of the locations is a massive bus stop, lots of people coming through constantly. So, you know, the person who will be there, she'll be able to just say, hey, y'all, come on over, bring them over, get them in place, and then talk about, like, our community knows, like, they know what we suffer. So all we talk about is what we go through, and they automatically start clicking and starts connecting. And then you can just talk about, like, one of the people there that may be of interest, talking about, did you know that there were U.S. held political prisoners? When we were giving out, we printed 11,000 flyers that we were distributing around the communities. When we go into, so that's another thing that's really important, is actually not just having a digital presence, because if there are people who are not already a part of your digital circle, then you don't touch them. They don't know about it. So we went into the community, and when we went into our community, like, people were like, yo, this is important. Thanks so much. People were really, really excited. People respond because they already know that are getting our asses kicked and we need to come together. So it's not really that hard, you know, at least not someplace like Philly. In another location, you know, I know that different communities, you know, we're lucky that we organize in a city like Philadelphia. It's such a great organizing community. And speaking of which, I see you got Free Ant, the Free Ants t-shirt
That was
on.
my next question. I need an update.
Yeah, well, you know that Ant's case was continued. They're rescheduling his date again. So, you know, that's the update. And also they're continuing to fundraise. The Free Ant concert is actually the day after Curb Fest on the 19th, and Yane will be amongst the performers. I'll be singing in that concert. Yes, but you know, Ant. He's in the classroom. You know, he's actually now teaching in the physical classroom. He's moved out of virtual, so he got his class together, and he's really excited about that process. And you know, and we're all as a community just doing our very best to remember to keep Ant cared for, keep his spirits up while he is under these conditions. It's not an easy thing to have not done anything, but to be limited in the way that he is. And the website for Ant is freeantphl.com. And so, you know, people can go there to get consistent updates about what's going on with him and to show him support in ways that the defense committee would lets people know.
I just wanted to pull up your website just in case somebody doesn't know, they can go know. You know, because if they see you in the capacity of an organizer and don't know the full scope of your skill set, just go familiarize yourself with that, please. But anyway,
what's the website?
No, I appreciate that. Huh?
What's the website?
Oh, my bad. I thought it.
I didn't.
Indigo.com. My fault. I thought it was there. I thought you could see it. My fault. My apologies. I am not clear what can and cannot be seen. Sorry. Is it not? I guess. Okay.
YaneIndigo.com. Yeah.
So I'm sorry if it's not.
I haven't updated that thing in a while. I was surprised to see it. Like, oh my.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, still got stuff on there though, but you know, there's newer stuff. It's newer things.
Okay. All right. Right on. And then of course, as you mentioned, the Free Ant campaign, because unfortunately, you know, they want to continue to make political prisoners. This is an attempt on their part to do that. And sort of the trauma of making him wait in sort of limbo is I know can't be good either for his trial. But anyway, we'll continue to link to all of that in the show notes for this and other videos as well. So, but any other or concluding thoughts, or any other thoughts we didn't get to, anything else we need to cover or make people aware of? Definitely invite folks to check out what we have here at the bottom of the screen and show some support. And I know Kaba and I look forward to getting involved and designating some younger folks to help as well.
The Cash App, somebody asked, I'm sorry, in the chat, if the Cash App comes up as Freedom Fighter, and it does. That is the name of the Cash App.
Okay. Right on. Very good. All right. Well, I appreciate you good folks for coming through and for setting up this work and sharing it with us. And obviously, if we can be of any help here, BPM, let us know, including with the streaming tomorrow or anything going forward. And definitely thank you for reaching out and coming on. Appreciate all of you.
So real quick, it says black tie, and then is that black tie, and then $ Freedom Fighter? Is that what it says? That's what I'm looking at on the Cash App.
You're looking at black tie?
Well, when I put in Freedom Fighter, it says black.
No. If you put in $ Curb Fest, then the person, like if you put in my Cash App, which is $ Yane Indigo, it tells you who that belongs to, which is also Yane Indigo. If you put in the hashtag, the $ Curb Fest, which yes, Ty, I wanted to say that Cash App symbol, it's a $. But the $ Curb Fest, it should pull up the person name is Freedom Fighter.
Okay. And in my own defense, I know that I was previously described as an OG. I just want to say I am technically literate. I do understand Cash App. I have used it before, but for some reason, and I know I'm sounding like an old OG in this case, but for some reason it was not working just then. It's working now, and I'm fitting this in mine. Okay, so I just don't be laughing at me now. I'm just saying that there was something wrong. I don't know if it's the phone or what. I'm just saying. And y'all don't believe me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
I think that's a big part of this work, just having patience for the OGs, and it goes back and forth though. It goes back and forth, Yane has been very grounding for me in this whole process, but it's okay. We're used to it.
So
I love my young people. I tell you, people come, sometimes they want to come for these young folks, and I am not having it. They are way better than we were. I don't want nobody to try to act like we was as thorough as these young cats are. We was not as thorough as they are at the age that they are. When we were their age, we were not killing it the way they're killing it. Our young people are the only hope for saving the humanity and building this better world. So I'm all here for my young people.
Better than we were, though? No.
Yes. Yes. I learned so much from them. They're so tight, so brilliant, so on it. I love my young folk. They killing it.
No, they are, because of course they had us to benefit from in advance. So you're welcome, young people who are better than us, and I'm glad you're better than us. And for the other OG on the panel, I was successful in my first attempt at the Cash App, so I just want to put that out there. So there it is. So I have signed up. I have donated. I have done everything this morning to support Curb Fest. We expect everybody who sees this now and later to do the same, and we expect to hear a whole lot of boom bapness all over the country for these political prisoners in the very near future. So again, thank you all very much. Definitely appreciate you all coming through and the work you're doing, and can't wait to hear it. I'll be listening from down here with the sounds coming from Philly. I know it's going to be that loud.
Yes, indeed.
All the way down 95.
Tomorrow at 1.
Right on. All right. Well, appreciate you. Thank you all very much. And please do come back and let us know how everything went and whatever we need to do to support in the future. So peace to all of you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for coming, I think.
Thanks so much for having us.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. another thing that I wanted to talk with you all about, again, while we're waiting for our BAP comrades to come through, there's a couple of things that are really very important. One of which is the issue of political prisoners, which is something that we cover here on a routine basis and are noting the absence of coverage in many other spaces. And one thing that I noticed, which I thought was very interesting on a number of levels, is that this piece here came out the other day, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I've reached out to a number of folks on the white left who I don't think have said word one about the issue of Mumia Abu-Jamal, or certainly this brother here, Sundiata Acoli. But it's something that we don't see enough, period. So to the extent that anyone is, ourselves included, it's not happening enough. So we want to continue to shed light on it. But what I'm finding very interesting, and I admit in my tendency towards the petty, I watch a lot of white left outlets, and over the last several months, I've watched a lot of beef rise between the white left and some of their superstars and this outlet here, The Intercept, which was co-founded some years ago by, of course, Glenn Greenwald, who is no longer with The Intercept because, as he's been pointing out, they've become increasingly more neoliberal and conservative, and attempting to censor the kinds of journalism that he wanted to do. So he left. But to my point, Glenn and his comrades who all lined up in defense of him, Jimmy Dore, the Gray Zone, a lot of folks, I watch their stuff all the time. And I really enjoy it. We've interviewed some of them here. I appreciate their work in many aspects of in what they do, but when it comes to this, they seem absent. So I thought it was interesting, and I've reached out to them and asked them, could you cover more political prisoners, specifically the issue of Mumia on his deathbed, more or less over these last few weeks, and desperately not only needing of health care, but his release. I haven't heard word one. A lot of people talking about Julian Assange. They're not talking about, the political prisoners of the Black liberation struggle, not even the white ones like David Gilbert, who's still locked up. So while they're hating on The Intercept, here's this story that comes out yesterday talking about Sundiata Acoli, who is now 84 and, should be getting some pandemic relief and getting released. So we certainly support that. We had Sophia Elijah on, and the Free Sundiata crew come on to talk about his case. He's in poor health, and as you might expect, after enduring 48 years in prison at the age of 84, the prison has effects on his body. His conditions include advancing dementia, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, emphysema, glaucoma. Acoli is a serious COVID-19 infection last year, which left him 30 pounds lighter and more infirm. So he obviously is deserving of gaining his release. Now, I also think it's interesting that when the Intercept does its story covering all the people who have covered this story, they didn't mention us. And I know that we can't be, swallowed up by that many who have been covering these issues, certainly more than we have. But, it's all good. But I, did notice that, by the way. As I mentioned, as I, tend towards the petty from time to time. But like Acoli, Herman Bell, Jaleel Muttaqeen, who we're in touch with, and Renegade Culture got the first interview with, which is again why I'm saying I think it's interesting that we're not mentioned here. Like, this is not a link to that interview. And they do mention Mumia here, Russell Maroon Schultz, Mutulu Shakur, all Black elders whose ongoing imprisonments constitute an excess of carceral cruelty. Each of the men has at some point in the last year contracted COVID-19. Schultz has stage 4 colon cancer and was reportedly held for 10 days in the gymnasium with 30 other coronavirus. By the way, forgive me for taking this long to mention this and jumping in and interrupting myself. I was alerted to this, not because I follow The Intercept. I don't. I was alerted to this story because I am subscribed to the Freedom Archives, freedomarchives.org, prisoner newsletter. So make sure you've signed up to that if you haven't already, and then you won't miss these alerts either, which is another reason why I'm almost sure, and it's possible I missed something, and I'm happy to be corrected, especially if this coverage has occurred. But that's why I'm almost positive I have not missed, or I have not seen this level of coverage in these other outlets that were both critical of The Intercept for becoming more conservative, but who themselves can't seem to give any coverage to these issues, even when people like me reach out directly to them and they respond, or at least acknowledge receipt of the communique. So anyway, Laura Whitehorn, co-founder, who you can see interviewed with us on at imixwhatilike.org, or on the channel, the I Mix What I Like playlist at the Black Power Media channel. Laura Whitehorn, co-founder of the Release Aging People in Prison campaign, in behalf and herself a former political prisoner, tweeted that Akoli, Abu-Jamal, Schultz, and Shakur Mutulu, that is, among others, remain behind bars while Judas and the Black Messiah win film awards, referring to the recent Hollywood. By the way, this is again the point I'm getting at, and a point I'm going to come back to in just a moment, when it relates to this issue of people keep continuing to say, don't be too critical of popular media, because many uses can be put towards that commercial pop media product. It's being used by many others. And here's the point. The Judas and the Black Messiah film is not being used to spread awareness of political prisoners and encouraging their freedom. So I'm going to pause there, because it looks like we have... I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. And not intending to put you on the spot, because this was not planned at all, but just knowing that you move in certain spaces and you know a lot more about a lot of these things than I do. Well, I'll ask it this way. Why do you think, and if I'm wrong, correct me, but why do you think that it is so hard to get people in these alternative media spaces to talk about political prisoners here in the U.S., as opposed to any number of other issues? Am I tripping here, man? Is this blind spot not as real as I see it, or what's going on? What do you think?
No, I think you're right. I think it's very real. I think it's because it's alien to their experience. I mean, and I don't necessarily mean that in a negative way. I mean in a sociological way. I mean, I think for many of us, our entry into the movement was predicated on either direct experience with, or sort of reading the history of the Black liberation movement in and of itself, of its heroes, of its strugglers. I mean, when I started first getting political, one of the first issues I connected with was Mumia. Now, of course, it was one of the bigger issues in the country, but, because I had started to get interested in radical ideas by reading about the Black Panthers, reading about SNCC or whatever, his story really spoke to me in a huge way. And when Millions for Mumia came about in 1999, that was like a revelation for me, to see all these people coming together for this, completely railroaded but brilliant leader who had played such a major role throughout time and was continuing to push it, that it has such a home truth to it, because the political prisoners really do and really are
the forerunners of our struggle, the people who, if we said we lived 40 years ago, we would at least hope we would be the most like. Maybe we can wish sometimes. I mean, I think the level of sacrifice those people made, I would never compare myself to them. I think for a lot of people who have become radicalized in the past 20 or 30 years, it's coming from a different cultural space. And I think a lot of the people in alternative media, and again, I'm not saying this in a negative way per se, you are who you are, you come from where you come from, but from Occupy Wall Street, from the upsurge of the labor movement, from, even I would say the context of the movement for Black Lives, in which sort of the leadership forces divorced themselves from the history of the Black liberation movement and decided to chart a different path in terms of how they viewed themselves. Now, some of them are sort of retroactively trying to act like they care, but let's just be honest. I think the early upsurge of the movement for Black Lives, it was very much like, this is not our quote unquote ancestors movement, and was basically 100% critical of past movements. And I think that created a space where a lot of people who were even radicalized around wanting Black liberation were radicalized in spaces that were not openly promoting political prisoners. So I think that people don't come from a space in many of these alternative media spaces, not that they're hostile, but that it doesn't have the same, like, why, I always say no national liberation movement can survive without its political prisoners, right? Palestine, Ireland, all these other places. The Black liberation movement, I think, has been less successful in, keeping that at the forefront of the movement itself, and other movements don't have the same relationship to it. So people aren't educated in a way that makes them feel like this is critically important. And I think, if you push people, you can get them to say one or two things, but you have to push people, because it's not something they're constantly thinking about. We got to do something for our PPs. We got to do something for the POWs and all those other pieces. So I think a lot of it comes from, maybe to summarize, 'cause I'm all over the place. I mean, the destruction and co-option of the radical section of the Black liberation movement that left us with too many misleaders. I think the ideological confusion of the past several years that has, for whatever reason, resulted in a deep disconnect between the Black radical sort of liberation tradition and sort of the current upsurge and moments. I think just the overall reality in America of it's been quite some time, since there's been a true synthesis and understanding of the relationship between the national liberation struggle and the struggle for socialism. And that maybe is a bigger piece than I'm even making it right now. I'm making maybe an analysis, but my own view is that in a context in which the Black liberation movement is seen as a struggle against racism, it's going to be difficult to understand the political prisoners as a part of the broader movement against capitalism. Because to understand the relationship between capitalism and racism, you have to understand the Black struggle as a struggle for national liberation, and create a synthesis by which the national liberation fighters then become the tribunes, not just for the Black movement, but really for the broader anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement, which is who they are, and what they are, and the politics that they represent. But I think it's not necessarily seen as that because of what I think has been backsliding on that issue. So I'm throwing out a lot of random ideas, but those are the things that lead to it.
I mean, again, we didn't plan this. It just, just something I thought to ask as we were talking, and I appreciate the response. So, well, Eugene Perrier, man, thank you very much again for coming through. Breakthrough News, the Punch Out.
The Punch Out.
The Pushback
is also a great podcast. Aaron Monte, great sound.
I know, but that's also part of this spectrum, this constellation of folks that don't talk about political prisoners that frustrates me a little bit, even when I ask them to. So maybe I'm taking, I've even reached out to them. I'm saying I've asked them all to, do a segment at least, anyway, just to please help.
No, I agree. And we have to double down on pointing that out. I mean, it's just, like I said, what is the Palestinian movement without the prisoners? What is the Irish movement without the prisoners? The political prisoners, the POWs who are held behind. You see what's happening with Sundiata. A genius, you know what I'm saying? A computer scientist now suffering from some mental challenges, and we have to get these people out. It's unbelievable that it's not at a higher level and a higher flag. So I'm all for it. Me, Jared,
that's why I'm asking, because I know.
But on this one, we have to call people out because I think it's crucially important.
like I don't get mad at other spaces when they do well in their lane. Like I don't expect Aaron and Ben and all of them to do certain things, and I know what they do well. But for instance, Aaron will step out of their lane to interview Peniel Joseph about Stokely Carmichael, which infuriated me, and I politely reached out to him about that. Or they'll step out, or they'll do all the brilliant, when they talk about Julian Assange and make all the points that they make about Julian, every single one of them is applicable to Mumia. Mm-hmm. In terms of the journalism, the critique of the state. For instance, you don't even have to talk about it in terms of racial, national oppression. You could talk about it in the context of state, of liberationist journalism and state critique.
Yes.
Or just do an interview segment with someone. Again, if you can grab Peniel, who isn't even in this area of politics, to talk about Kwame Ture, then you can certainly grab Eugene Puryear to talk about Mumia. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying. Especially in a moment like these. That's all. So that's anyway. So
yeah, that's more than fair, and it's right. It's all for it. And we have to challenge people to deepen their politics. If you want to be in the anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist space, you have to be challenged to deepen your politics. Now, if you want to ride the fence, that's fine. I mean, I had the debate with Aaron about voting for Joe Biden, and I'm not just trying to randomly jump on him, but I mean, look, to me, there's a connection between those two things. Maybe I'm just being cynical. There are people who supported Biden, I know, who do support political prisoners. They tend to be black, but it does feel like, they're. It also goes to me, Jared, too, is like, what is your connection to a political movement for social change also? Because I think that, the task of freeing political prisoners seems much more important when, you could be the next political prisoner. And their example is an example not of something in the past, but of what happens when you start to succeed in a big way in challenging capitalism and imperialism. And, it's not just to honor their legacy, but really it's a piece of the struggle to protect the contemporary struggle, to struggle against the political. This was the whole thing with the Irish hunger strike, was for political status, that they are not, in fact, quote unquote, criminals, but that they are prisoners of war and have to be treated under the Geneva Convention, and which provides a whole new level of protections. And I think applying that standard to our political prisoners here today is an important standard to our struggle today, if we're serious about moving it forward. But, I think that there sometimes is a disconnect between the media lane people want to occupy as a career and what that implies to their political commitments. I think, everyone wants to be a commentator on left media, and that's fine. Everyone wants to do their reporting for left media and get people to share it and, cover their Patreon and do all this. And again, that's fine. But the reason why we at Breakthrough News say that we're the media arm of the movement, now we're not the only one, of course, Black Power Media and other people who are out there, is because we're in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we're implicated in it, and we're not trying to separate ourselves from it. And so when we say donate to our Patreon, it's not just like so we can survive and have a career. It's because we view what we do as directly a part of these movements. So, and I'm not saying other people don't, and maybe that's unfair. Maybe some of them will text me later today or something and say they didn't like it. But I think we have to question everybody. I'm not single out anyone. Everybody in this
right on
YouTuber, Patreon, Substack world that wants our money because they're associating with anti-imperialist, radical, revolutionary ideas. Well, then, like, okay, we got to question you then on some of the choices about what is going on with the content, and we have to push you. And I think if people are threatened by that, then that's the problem. I think if people can embrace it, we don't have a problem.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like. who is currently a member of the Department of Black and Latinx Studies at Baruch College, part of the CUNY network. And his teaching and research interests revolve around African-centered theory and methodology, with an emphasis on social and psychological theory. And of course, his focus is often on political prisoners. Brother Carol, good morning and welcome to you. It's good to see you again. Thanks for doing this.
Good morning, man. You know, I get a text 7 a.m. or whatever it was, and I'm like, I said to my wife, I was like, but I'm gonna do it, okay? As a matter of fact, everything that I'm supposed to be on break this week. Everything I've done this week has been about political prisoners. So I said, if I had a chance to talk to you, we could do this and try to figure out what the plan is going to be moving forward.
Right. Well, you know, again, a shout out to our sister, Dr. Iyeli Ichile, who hosted you as part of her series this past semester. And I watched this presentation you did on political prisoners. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, you know, because this is something I'm always wanting to talk about. Why don't we just link this up? I mean, there's no reason. You're always, you know, tweeting about, you know, reminding us about these folks. And so why not just make so my point was, what I'm suggesting and still inviting is that whenever you are, because you are, you know, among those in you know, that I'm associated with, you are constantly attuned to what's happening and what has happened with these political prisoners. So I'm, you know, whenever you have something you want to say or need to, you know, share, I would love to host it and invite conversation with whoever shows up around that. So anyway, that's what I'm suggesting. And with
Listen,
the live, you know, anyway,
I'm down for it. I think that attention and the right attention needs to be given to these folks who've been locked up senselessly. Some of them, you know, 40 plus years. So anytime that I have anything that I know that I can share, and you know, this platform is available, I will be able to try to do that, because, you know, I'll just tell you, like, I came to political prisoner work through my prison education work. Like, I was teaching classes around African history and culture in prison, and then I was reading about this dude named Anthony Bottom. And then I found out that Jaleel had gone through a school that I was teaching at and gotten degrees there. And I was like, it's just crazy, because when I left graduate school, I wasn't doing any of this type stuff. I might have been teaching in prisons, but not thinking about more specifically this work around political prisoners.
Yeah, I hear you. And again, my bad, man. Real quick, I just wanted you to see if you could I don't know. I thought we had it adjust a little bit, because I don't want your face to get blocked by your name. I want people to see both if they can.
I'm leaning.
Yeah, I hear you. Right.
I'm leaning.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, that's something I would want to come back to. Maybe we'll talk about that in you know, as we go over time, because I know we don't have all the time in the world this morning. But just the experience of teaching in prisons, which I've done a little bit, but not nearly as much as I know you and others have, and it's there's a lot to be said about that. But you know, one of the reasons why I certainly like to focus on this, not only politically and philosophically, do I agree with most of these political prisoners, and usually we're talking about the ones that come out of the what's loosely described as the Black liberation struggle, is because is that as I look at a lot of alternative media, particularly among the white alternative press, when they talk about what they would consider political imprisonment, they're usually talking about Julian Assange or Chelsea Manning or Ed Snowden, all of which I think are righteous cases that we should be paying attention to more, because of not only because they I think they're important on their own, but because of what I think they portend for us and the political prisoners we reflect on. But they don't ever talk about the political prisoners that we talk about. And I've always thought that was among the many a massive problem and contradiction. And I used to say when he was still alive that even when they were always focused on then Bradley Manning, that he wasn't even the first and white Manning political prisoner, that there was a Tom Manning who has since passed on, who was locked up for his political work in service of some righteous struggles in this country as well. But they never talked about him at all.
Right.
So anyway, so who are some of the folks that you are focused on most immediately right now, that you might think, and feel free to respond to anything I just said, but who that you might think we need to be? I mean, there's so many still left, unfortunately, but who you might think, or who you are looking at right now, or some issues coming up for, or anything. I don't know. You know.
So I mean, to go back to the first point about who gets the attention and focus. I mean, I think that, you know, our political prisoners, the ones that have been committed to the liberation of African people, they were like going against the state in a very direct way, with the solution being liberation, separation, or whatever. When you deal with Chelsea Manning and so forth and so on, they're just opening up issues with the state. So I think that there's a difference, and that's one of the reasons why they're not going to include us, because we're like saying this whole thing is corrupt, and these other folks are like, well, that little point right there, that's the issue right there. So as far as the people that I'm focusing on, honestly, everybody, but it's right now, I think it's folks like Ed Poindexter in Omaha. I think 40 plus years. Sundiata Acoli, who else? Matulu Shakur, H-Rap Brown. Those are just, Russell Maroon Schultz. Those are the folks, you know, right there. And when you go through them, at least 4 of the 5 names that I've mentioned, they've all had a bout with COVID.
That's right.
And this is the thing that, like, you know, a reason why this becomes extremely more important is, like, you know, number one, they shouldn't be locked up. Number two, they shouldn't have been locked up this long. But now when we have this COVID thing running rampant through these prisons, these brothers are getting it. And, you know, luckily they're able to beat it, you know, but they shouldn't be in there to be susceptible to getting it in the first place.
Didn't Mumia get COVID too, or he was? I know he was dealing with several things, but
he was dealing with several things. I'm not 100% sure. You know, to be honest with you, like, everybody talks about Mumia, so I'm like, you know, I let him do that.
Okay, fair.
Because I know that there is something that recently happened with his case, and I don't know the details of it, but yeah.
No, yeah, we were just talking about him too, but I just not specific to the issue of COVID. But yeah, that's I'm glad you make that point. You know, when I went back to you know, I was thinking about the last time we saw each other live at that march, and I went back just this morning and watched you know, just a 7-minute interview with Laura Whitehorn and Albert Woodfox, and there was something that he said that I don't think that Woodfox said that I don't think. As much as we all talk about the 13th Amendment and it not abolishing enslavement and just requiring imprisonment or conviction of a crime first, I don't think about, anyway, he said it in a way that I don't think I've thought about it in this quite, anyway, but he said that what the 13th Amendment did was transfer the ownership or the rights to controls in the process of enslavement from private hands to the state and federal control. And I thought about that. I thought that was interesting that because, as I know, some have argued historically about the history of this country, some have said we need to reframe the so-called Civil War to understand that this was really, certainly some Marxists have said this, for instance, that we need to understand it as a colonial takeover of the mother country North, conquering its southern natural resource producing colonial territories and getting rid of the plantation class as the intermediary. So I thought about that as he said that, because also then I said, because then it has been reprivatized, that is through the state and federal government, in many cases at least, to private equity groups, you know, corporations, hedge funds who own so much of the privatized prison industrial complex now. So anyway, that was it. I was just thinking about how interesting that was, and I thought I would just raise that with you. You know, we didn't have a plan this morning, but as I heard that, I just said, wow, that's kind of interesting. And then to your point, these Black liberationist political prisoners, without maybe labeling it that way, we're saying we need to address ourselves and destroy this system that would allow for this process to continue. So part of what they were doing was looking to attack that very process. Now, of course, it has ensnared them, and we're trying to still highlight that. So anyway, any thoughts about it?
Brother, listen, I wish you would have told me that before we came on.
Well, I didn't. There was no time. Honestly, it was literally like click, click, and then we were talking.
I have no words at this point. I mean, what Fox's analysis is on point. And like you said, these political prisoners that were challenging the existence of the state as we see it. But I think I would also stress that a good portion of them were advancing the idea that we just give us the Republic of New Africa. We take in New Africa. That was the solution. And I think that's another component of political prisoners that we really don't deal with, that ideologically they were saying, no, we want to leave this. We want to be able to have our own space to determine how we're going to move forward as a nation. There's a couple of things, like when I think of political prisoners, what comes to mind, to circle back, and we'll probably talk about this in more detail later. You know, one of the things that annoys me, especially within Africana studies circles, is that we don't talk about political prisoners the way that we need to. Like, we got Jalil, we have Russell Maroon Schultz, we got Safia Bukhari, who lived struggle and theorized struggle. And this is the thing that like, when I started reading Jalil real closely, I was like, why am I not talking about this in my graduate education when I'm learning about the history and experiences of African people? We're not. So like, one of the things that I've tried to do is infuse political prisoners whenever I teach the Intro to Africana Studies class, whenever I teach a lower level division class, because these students may never know that we got people locked up for their ideas, because they were a threat to the state. That's the only reason why they were locked up, okay? And then later, people want to try to pin bogus crimes on folks. So, you know, again, the political prisoner stuff goes through my head, and this is what comes out.
No, I love that. And in fact, before I forget, since I'm just taking over the intro to African diaspora studies at the class this spring at Morgan. And again, anybody at Morgan need a class, sign up. It's gonna be dope, especially since I'm about to ask for Professor Carroll to share his syllabus with me for his intro class, because of exactly, well, for a number of reasons, but specifically because of just what you just said. First of all, I'm serious. Please do share that syllabus with me. I
got you. I have my running list of things I need to hit you up when we get off of this.
Yeah. But I want to do the same thing, because I think your point is exactly right. I haven't done enough. A lot of Africana classes I took coming through the process years ago didn't do it at all. Even with some brilliant and legendary thinkers, political prisoners just don't factor in as producing the thought and having produced the thought that we need to infuse in our work.
That's right.
You're right.
When, especially, like, I'm someone who loves theory. All right, like that's I enjoy it. But when I think about the major theorists who've been advancing African-centered, Afrocentric, whichever way you want to slice it and dice it, they don't be engaging political prisoners. They act as if they sitting in a ivory tower, whatever, theorizing some stuff. And it's like, hold up. We got brothers and sisters locked up in cells who did more work to get in that cell, and they're doing more work while they're in that cell, trying to have us think through what we in right now. It's just important work.
No, you're right. And no, you're right. And when you read, and they produce work, I mean, to your point, they produce work. When you read "We Are Our Own Liberators" from Jalil, when we read Maroon the Implacable,
yep.
I mean, I think, you know, and that's why I keep telling Daruba, even stop putting all this genius stuff on your Facebook posts and put it on a blog at least, so we can more easily catalog all of this brilliant analysis you just throw away as a comment.
There is there's so much. Like I told you, you know, I sit with Otri Latulu probably once a week, and I just sit and pick that brother's brain, and we just talk and we analyze. And I'm just waiting for the day when he's like, all right, let's just put this all together and get it out, you know, because it's just, I don't know. It's something about those brothers and sisters who were in the movement and experienced it, that they're just thinking, and they're continuing to think critically about what's going on. And this is one thing that I tell my students. I tell my students, you know, like, and Greg Carr has said this, that you think that these folks are just, you know, distant relics of the past. I'm like, no, these brothers and sisters are still alive. They're still with us, and they still have us thinking critically and want us to get out of the situation that we're in. But we just put them in a book that we don't even read.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So look, man, I look forward to first of all, we appreciate this.
All right.
Yep, right up the street here for where, at least where I am in Cumberland. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I'll add this about Sundiata. He turns 84 on January 14th of this year. It would be great if he got some birthday letters. Birthday letters are good, as opposed to the cards. If y'all are gonna write letters, use white paper and black ink. Don't send any cards that got special glitters and all that types of stuff, because he's not gonna get it. But the letters will be wonderful, you know. So
when is his birthday? I'm sorry, I missed.
January 14th.
Yeah.
And
you're gonna come back and we're gonna do a birthday celebratory something.
We're gonna do a political prisoner show, and we'll mention some stuff about Sundiata.
This is the point right here. That's what I'm saying. That's what, and this people got mad at me a couple years ago when I posted a letter that Jaleel asked me to post that he wrote. And people got mad at me because in it, one of his points was, everybody keeps saying Asada taught me and Asada this, but they don't even mention Sundiata, who was her comrade and is like we say right down the street in Cumberland. And then people got mad at me, like I was saying I'm hating on Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff. And I'm saying, first of all, he said it. Second of all, he is right. Third of all, I mean, anyway.
Listen, let me tell you this. Whenever I teach, and I know that my name is getting caught up in the thing, but whenever I teach about Sundiata, I start with everybody knows Asada. All right. I then say, how many of you know Sundiata? Nobody. How many know Zayd Shakur? Nobody. And I'm like, these were the people who were in the car with her. All right. So let's get the whole story together, as opposed to only highlighting one person. And the thing is that we need to highlight Asada because she got free. But at the same rate, we need to deal with the fact that Zayd Shakur was a wonderful organizer who was taken out by the state that day, that we don't deal with. And we also got to deal with the fact that Sundiata was able to run for his life. I don't know how long. He was free for a minute, but then they got him, and they've had him for 40 plus years. We need the whole story, because if we don't get the whole story, we can't actually be motivated to act, because we only know a piece of the story.
And even then, unfortunately, I don't even know that the whole story can ever or will ever be told publicly, because for a lot of different reasons. So we don't even get that. We have to let some imagination maybe fill in some of the blanks. But in terms of, I think, but your point is well taken, that we need to know at least much more of the story. And anyway, one of the reasons why I wanted to do this and to sort of again institutionalize our friendship here in this way is because it helps keep me honest also. I don't think anything that we want to be doing, including a focus on political prisoners, can be done in isolation. And we all need to be kept on point. So I lose focus. I start, going down rabbit holes intellectually in other directions, and start like, and even with interviewing, I'm like, I just want to interview about this and ask people about that, and then you need people to be like, well, hold up, man, we don't forget this, you know, even as you have this Panther thing in your background on a live stream, it can't just be a background on a live stream. It has to be anyway. So anyway, that's what
Well, listen, I'll tell you this. I've been following you for a while now, and I think I remember those interviews that you did with the Ruba bin Wahad that got me thinking more critically about this idea of these former political prisoners are here, are alive, and they're still processing. But your show and your work brings it to the forefront. So it's just important and necessary. And like you said, the dialogue is so important. Like, you know, I'm reading and rereading the words of these folks, and you're reflecting on some other stuff, and you say something, and boom, it connects to another idea. So the dialogue becomes important, and it also allows us to bring more attention to these elders.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly going through some of the yeah, I appreciate this. You know what? I'm not sure. I love the message on the shirt, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable publicly endorsing where it came from. I need to get some more information. I think I was I might have been misled about the ownership of the company that I got it from. So it is a nice FTP message, you know, with a lot of different versions that does end with free the political prisoners.
Well, that's what's up.
But before I would even on a little live stream YouTube thing publicly endorse something, I would want to make sure it was more proper. But feel free to email me separately. I make sure I like it Gmail, and I'll let you know. But you know, I want to, you know, anyway, you know, there's no silly promo for anything that isn't, you know. So anyway, but look, brother Carol, man, absolutely 235 worldwide. Hey, I think it's still a feature in the feature section at imixwhatilike.org. One of my favorite interviews with Daruba is where he breaks down the story of Kamal Siddiqui and the Black Liberation Army in ways that I haven't seen done very, very many places. And in fact, Kamal's daughter had even contacted me after that, praising that interview. And I'm not sure why we haven't built since then, but yeah, I would encourage people to definitely learn more about that, because even what they put Kamal through trying to get to Asada, I mean, it's anyway, man. So, brother Carol, I appreciate your work, and I definitely want, you know, and we also want to infuse some discussion about the other facets of your focus too on African-centered psychology and theory and practice, etc. So. We'll find ways of working that in when we do these segments. But I just want to wrap myself up by saying I want these to be routine and regular, and whenever we can just pop on and knock out a quick segment and you know.
Listen, I'm down for it. January 14th, let me get back and we can, you know, talk some more stuff about political prisoners, spend a little bit of time acknowledging, you know, Sundiata's birthday. Yeah, Safia. Amazing.
Oh man.
Amazing. We had a MXGM New York City study group for Black August, and we were reading her piece. It's beautiful work. That needs to be
the
highlighted.
War before, right? War, it does. And in fact, because she had that line that we quote. In fact, we'll be trying to get the hate awards back up again this year, but she had that line that we quote on, you know, for that you have to, a revolutionary has to subject themselves to the rapier knife of criticism. Like, you know, like you got to be ready to get, you know what I mean? Like you got to be ready to get critiqued, you know, and struggle with people. Man, she was dope, man. And anyway, exactly right. And thank you for raising that. And brother Carol, thank you as well. I know you got to run, man, but go ahead, take the last word, man. Go ahead.
I do, but I will say that regular sessions, I'm up for it. Maybe we can even do something around folks' birthdays.
Absolutely.
I mean, if we're gonna do something on the 14th, I can kind of try to figure that out. So we do something on someone's birthday, and then if there's any other information we can add about political prisoner stuff, but we gotta highlight these brothers and sisters and bring the attention that's necessary. And it's also about understanding the connections between our political prisoners here and other political prisoners out in the world. Like, what's the connection between our political prisoners and those political prisoners in Palestine, in Colombia. So that's how I'm thinking about this. And I'm going to use this to like kind of throw some ideas out, and then maybe I'll eventually write them up.
Let's do it, and please do. And because that's how they think of themselves. Many of them political think of themselves connected to those struggles and those prisoners as well. So absolutely, I love it.
All right, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. Take care, man. And